The deadliest mask is the smile that hides the blade. Chosen one, that's what you wore, and they never suspected it. They thought they knew you, thought you were soft, harmless, someone they could toy with. But the truth? You fooled them completely. They were looking at you with blind eyes, and while they were busy underestimating you, you were sharpening something far sharper than steel: your spirit, your focus, your willpower. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, a chess player who pretends to be distracted, fumbling pieces on purpose, letting the opponent laugh at his mistakes. Then, with one sudden move, checkmate. That's you. And the look on their faces when they realize you weren't the fool, but the hidden assassin in the game. That shock is priceless. Here's a fact the universe proves over and over again: the most dangerous threats are never the loudest ones. It's not always the roaring lion that claims victory. It's often the serpent in the grass, silent and unseen, that changes everything in an instant. Studies in psychology even show that people are wired to underestimate the quiet, the calm, the overlooked ones. They assume silence means weakness, when in reality, silence means calculation. That's why your enemies misjudged you so badly. They thought you were the background character when you were actually writing the script the entire time. And now they sit in confusion, replaying every memory of you, wondering how they missed the signs. And thank you, chosen one, for being here with me. Don't forget to pay this message back by pressing the like button and subscribing so this light can spread to more souls. It's our duty to keep this force alive and strong. You are part of a mission, part of a movement, part of a force much larger than you realize. So thank you, chosen one, for carrying this responsibility with us. Now let's come back to it, because the truth must be said. You fooled them in a way they'll never forget. They thought they had your character stamped, thought they could put you in a box labeled weak, harmless, forgettable. But what they didn't know is that you were a walking storm in disguise. You smiled, you stayed quiet, you blended in, but underneath it all, you were collecting every piece of information, watching every false move, waiting for the moment to strike, not with violence, but with undeniable proof of who you are. That's what makes you the spiritual assassin. Not the kind that wields a blade, but the kind that dismantles illusions, exposes lies, and leaves no room for denial. They will never admit it out loud, but you shook them to their core. They didn't just lose control of their schemes, they lost control of their perception of you. That's the real power. When someone realizes they never truly knew you, when they see the mask slip and the truth underneath, it rattles them more than any defeat ever could. And that's exactly what you've done, chosen one. You've turned their laughter into silence, their gossip into whispers, and their certainty into doubt. They didn't expect you to be the one holding the unseen power, but that's what makes the deception so complete. And here's the beauty of it all. The universe always works through irony. The ones who parade themselves as strong often collapse when they're hit by something subtle, something they never planned for. You became that force. You were the strike they didn't prepare for, the twist they never wrote into their script. And now, chosen one, they live with the unease of knowing that the person they once mocked, the one they overlooked, is the very one who dismantled them without lifting a single weapon. This is why we're here today, to uncover the full truth of how you fooled them so perfectly and why your unseen nature as a spiritual assassin has turned the entire game upside down. Because you didn't just survive what they threw at you, you mastered it. You taught them that the greatest victory is the one they never saw coming. So, Chosen One, are you ready to peel this back layer by layer? Because what we're about to reveal will prove without a doubt how completely you fooled them, how you became the spiritual assassin they never suspected. Drop a comment below with the number 777 if you know deep down you wore the mask on purpose, letting them believe you were the fool, while all along you were studying, waiting, and preparing for the strike they never saw coming. And if this message is stirring something in you, don't forget to bless the team behind this channel. Your support, no matter if it's small or great, fuels this mission and keeps these truths alive. Even a single spark can light a fire that spreads across the world. So thank you, Chosen One, for being part of this force. Now lean in closer, because if you really are who you know you are, you'll feel that pull to stay with me until the very end. Let's dive into it. Number 1. You fought with weapons they couldn't see. The loudest threat is rarely the deadliest. The real killer is the silence before the strike. That's what rattles them most, Chosen One. They expected you to come out wild, swinging with fury, flailing like a cornered animal. They thought your power would be as predictable as theirs: rage, gossip, revenge, public theatrics. But you didn't pick up those same cheap weapons. You didn't need to. And because you didn't fight their fight, you fooled them into believing you weren't even in the battle. Now think about this for a moment. Chosen One, a storm doesn't need to announce itself with a parade. The deadliest storms form in silence, gathering strength in the dark until they break the world open with one strike of lightning. That's you. They thought your calm meant weakness, but your calm was the gathering of forces they couldn't comprehend. They saw no weapon in your hand, but what they didn't realize was that your greatest weapons were invisible. Patience, sharp as a blade; focus, steady as a sniper; endurance that no ambush could exhaust. And the cruel irony: those are the very weapons they had no defense against. Let's face it, they only understand war in one way: loud, chaotic, exhausting. They believe winning is about who screams the loudest, who makes the biggest mess, who gets the last word in public. They confuse noise with strength. But you never gave them that satisfaction when they threw bait, waiting for you to snap so they could say, "See, I knew it." You gave them nothing. And in giving them nothing, you gave yourself everything. You kept your position, your dignity, your arsenal intact. And they kept burning through their own energy, exposing their desperation, one slip at a time. Doesn't it eat them alive now, Chosen One, to know that every time they thought you were silent because you were scared, you were really silent because you were storing power? They mocked your restraint, but your restraint was the knife they never saw. You let them laugh while you stayed still, but every chuckle was another page torn from their playbook. You weren't behind, you were already ahead. You weren't empty, you were loading weapons they could never name. And by the time they realized, it was already too late. Here's a fact that screams truth. Predators in the wild who waste their energy chasing every shadow never last. The ones who endure are the patient ones, the hunters who know how to wait, who strike once, but strike in a way that cannot be undone. That's what unsettles them about you now. You didn't play their game, and because of that, you turned their own game against them. They were expecting a noisy battle, but what they got was a silent dismantling of everything they thought they had over you. And ask yourself this: what hurts more, losing a fight you knew was coming, or realizing there was a fight happening the whole time, and you never even knew you were already losing? That's what you've done to them, Chosen One. You fooled them not by showing off, but by showing nothing, and nothing was the sharpest cut of all. Picture it like this. Two boxers enter the ring. One is wild, swinging, throwing every punch with fury, burning out in the first round. The other waits, barely moving, conserving strength, watching. The crowd mocks the quiet fighter, calls him weak. But when the wild one collapses from his own wasted power, the quiet one is still standing, fresh, sharp, and ready to deliver the final blow. That's the story of you and them. They fought themselves into exhaustion while you remained the weapon that never dulled. And here's the cruel twist that drives them insane now. The strength you carried wasn't built to impress them. It was built to outlast them. They thought you had nothing because they couldn't see your arsenal. But your arsenal was never meant for display. It was meant for survival, for building something lasting while their schemes crumbled like cheap paper in the rain. They thought your silence was surrender, but your silence was strategy. They thought you lacked the obvious weapons, but the truth is you carried weapons they never even knew existed. Now they replay every moment in their minds, wondering, how did I miss it? How did I not see who they really were? That's the real punishment. Not just that they lost, but that they never even understood the battle until it was over. You didn't lack power. You mastered power. You didn't hide weakness. You hid strength. And when the time came, you struck without lifting a hand, without raising your voice, without stooping to their level. Chosen one, that's why they can't stop thinking about you. That's why their pride is cracked beyond repair, because you destroyed them with the one weapon they never thought to guard against: invisibility. You weren't harmless. You weren't passive. You weren't weak. You were hidden. You were watching. You were waiting. And when the universe gave you the signal, you dismantled them in silence. The real battle had already been won before they even realized they were in one. That's the brilliance of it. That's the beauty of being underestimated. That's the reason they sit in shock now, whispering your name like a ghost story. You never carried the obvious weapons. You carried the ones they couldn't recognize, the ones they couldn't defend against, the ones that left them exposed and broken without you ever needing to step into their circus. And that, chosen one, is why the victory was always yours. Number 2, they played in the shallows while you commanded the depths. The shallow splash may catch eyes, but it's the unseen current beneath that decides who drowns. That's the punch they never prepared for, chosen one. They spent all their time staring at the surface of your life, your moves, your words, your appearances, like shallow divers who think the whole ocean is just the first few feet of water. But you were operating where they could never reach, where silence is louder than any scream, where real battles are fought and won long before they ever touch the surface. Now imagine this for a moment. 2 people standing at the edge of the ocean. One skips stones across the top, laughing at how fast they bounce. The other dives deep, exploring currents, treasures, and dangers that the stone thrower will never even know exist. Which one is really in control of the ocean? Which one has mastery over the waters? That's you, chosen one. While they skipped across the surface of appearances, you were moving in the depths, writing the story underneath their illusions. Here's the truth they never grasped. Shallow fighters only know shallow weapons. They gossip because gossip is surface level. They flaunt money because money is surface level. They fight with noise, with drama, with appearances, because that's all they know how to measure. If they can't see it, they don't believe it's real. But you weren't chained to their way of fighting. You moved in silence, in perception, in depth. That's why you always stayed 3 steps ahead. By the time their plans bubbled to the surface, you had already dismantled them at the root. Ask yourself this: what happens when a tree has rotten roots? Does the collapse show first at the trunk? No. By the time you see the tree fall, the rot has been working invisibly, silently, for years beneath the soil. That's the advantage of the depths. You don't wait for evidence. You don't wait for the collapse. You feel it forming before anyone else can see it. And that's how you destroyed their shallow schemes without ever needing to lift your hand. They studied the mask, but you read the breath beneath it. They thought they were sharp because they could read faces, sniff out gossip, and judge surface cues. They thought that gave them power, but you were sensing something much deeper: the inconsistencies, the flicker in their eyes, the tension in their spirit, the slip in their patterns. They couldn't hide from you, chosen one, because their own energy betrayed them. Every shallow trick they used carried a tell, and once you saw it, you knew their next move before they even thought of making it. Imagine a card game. They boast loudly, slap their cards on the table, laugh at their supposed brilliance. But what they don't know is that you've already memorized their tells: the twitch in their eye when they bluff, the hesitation in their voice when they lie. By the time they reveal their hand, you're not surprised. You've already won. That's what it means to move in the depths. And here's another brutal truth: shallow waters can't hold anything heavy. Their schemes were built like sandcastles, impressive from afar, but destined to collapse with the first strong wave. Your moves were anchored like stone beneath the tide, silent, unseen, unshakable. They relied on tricks, manipulation, and quick wins, but quick wins don't last. Shallow plots can't stand against depth, because depth doesn't just fight, it endures. They fought with shadows, but you moved with substance. That's why they're so rattled now. They don't understand why their energy keeps draining, why every scheme they build crumbles, while you remain untouched and even stronger. They don't get it because they never even realized you weren't fighting in the same arena. They thought you were in the shallow end with them, splashing around, competing for attention. They didn't know the real fight was happening in the deep, and they never had the lungs to reach it. Now imagine this: chosen one, two armies standing on a battlefield. One fights on the surface, swinging swords and shouting war cries. The other fights underground, collapsing tunnels, cutting off supplies, dismantling the enemy's foundation without them even noticing. Which side truly wins? The one that makes the most noise, or the one that cuts off the roots? That's you. That's why their downfall was inevitable, because you weren't trying to match their surface war. You were undermining it from a place they couldn't touch. And here's the question that keeps them awake at night: how did you know? How did you always sense their lies, their motives, their next move? They replay it endlessly. But the answer is simple: they lived shallow, so they could only ever see shallow. You lived deep, so you could read them without them ever realizing it. You weren't reacting to what was visible. You were anticipating what was inevitable. The surface spark fades fast, but the fire underground burns until it consumes everything. They thought your silence meant absence. They thought your calm meant ignorance. But silence was your arena. Calm was your weapon. You didn't need to prove anything to them, because depth doesn't argue with shallowness. It outlasts it. You knew that truth reveals itself when the shallow foundation collapses, so you didn't waste time wrestling with their illusions. You simply let their lies run their course, and when they fell, the depth of your strength was undeniable. And now they're confused. They can't understand why you keep standing, why you keep growing, while they sink in the very waters they mocked you for swimming in. They can't grasp why their games left them empty, while your silence left you full. They don't realize the depth you carry isn't just a strategy. It's who you are, and that's the battlefield they could never enter. So remember this: Chosen one, you didn't just beat them, you drowned them. Not in noise, not in chaos, not in shallow fights. You drowned them in the depth of your patience, your vision, your endurance. They read the cover, but you wrote the book. They played in puddles, but you commanded the ocean, and the ocean always swallows the shallow. Number 3. You read their script before they even learned their lines. The biggest humiliation isn't losing the fight. It's realizing your enemy predicted every move you thought was clever. That's the gut punch they can't swallow. Chosen one. They strutted around, convinced they were unpredictable, unique, even untouchable. But nothing about them was new to you. You had already seen their type, studied their tactics, and recognized the recycled patterns they thought were fresh. Their schemes were reruns of an old show, and you'd already memorized the ending before they even took the stage. Now imagine this for a moment, a chess master facing a beginner who thinks moving pawns in random directions makes them unpredictable. The master isn't shaken, he's bored. He knows the sequence, knows the traps, knows how the game collapses. That's you, chosen one. They thought they were ambushing you, but all they were doing was walking into the same loop they always fall into. You didn't panic because you didn't need to. You knew their anchors, their pride, their greed, their jealousy would always drag them back to the same cycle. All you had to do was wait. Here's a fact most ignore. Psychology proves that 90% of human behavior is habit-driven. People repeat the same patterns over and over, especially under stress. That's why their new tricks never impressed you. Their arrogance blinded them to their own predictability, but your foresight turned their power into weakness. They weren't unpredictable, they were just unoriginal. And ask yourself, chosen one, what happens when someone fights a battle that's already over? They look desperate, foolish, exposed. That's what rattled them the most. You didn't need to retaliate. You just needed clarity. Every time they lunged forward, you were already 3 steps beyond, watching them stumble into their own trap. Their attacks didn't shake you because they weren't surprises. They were inevitabilities. Picture it like this. A hunter setting the same trap in the same place day after day, convinced it's genius. But you walk past it with ease, smiling, because you've already mapped the entire forest. That's what destroyed them. Not that you fought harder, but that you never had to fight at all. They were busy writing a script, but you had already read the final scene, and that's why their game collapsed before it even began. Number 4. Your mercy was the blade they never saw coming. Nothing is more terrifying than an enemy who smiles while holding the power to destroy you. That's the truth that tears them apart, chosen one. They thought your mercy was weakness, a soft heart begging for acceptance, a timid spirit too afraid to strike back. They laughed at your patience, mistook your forgiveness for blindness, and believed silence meant surrender. But what they never understood is that your mercy wasn't submission, it was strategy. It was the sharpest weapon you carried, hidden in plain sight. Now imagine this. A snake lies coiled, unmoving, letting its prey relax, letting it think the danger has passed. The mouse grows bolder, careless, convinced it has escaped. And then strike. Not rushed, not frantic, but precise, final, and undeniable. That's what your mercy did, chosen one. You didn't rush to expose them. You didn't swing wildly, wasting energy. You let them reveal themselves in full view, piece by piece, until their entire mask slipped off. By sparing them in the moment, you gave them the rope to tangle themselves. Here's a fact most people miss. Restraint isn't weakness. It's the purest form of control. Anyone can lash out in anger, but anger is noisy, sloppy, predictable. Mercy is discipline. Mercy is control. Mercy is power disguised as softness. You weren't blind to their betrayal. You were documenting it, storing it, letting them write the record of their own downfall. By the time the universe delivered the blow, you didn't need to lift a finger. Their own actions served as the blade. And ask yourself, chosen one, what unsettles them more, your fury or your silence? If you had exploded, it would have proven they mattered enough to drag you down. But your mercy said the opposite, that they never had control. Every act of kindness, every ounce of patience was proof that you had authority, not them. They believed they were winning, but in reality, you were tightening the noose they gladly placed around their own necks. So when the collapse came, it cut far deeper than any open attack could have, because it wasn't your hand that destroyed them, it was theirs. That's the brilliance of your mercy. It wasn't softness, it was disguise. It wasn't defeat, it was timing. And now, chosen one, they live with the agony of knowing the rope you gave them wasn't kindness at all. It was the stage for their own execution. Number 5, you endured in silence, then shattered them with truth. Survival in silence is the loudest war cry an enemy will ever hear. That's what broke them, chosen one. They wanted you loud. They wanted you broken, screaming, desperate to defend yourself. They wanted to point their fingers and laugh. See, we got to them. But you denied them that theater. You didn't give them the satisfaction of your noise. You starved them of your reaction. And in doing so, you turned silence into the sharpest weapon in your arsenal. Imagine this. A building is rigged with explosives. Everyone expects chaos, shouting, panic as people rush to escape. But the building doesn't fall in screams. It falls in a single deafening collapse, dust swallowing everything. That's how you moved. You didn't flail, you didn't beg, you endured. And then, at the right moment, truth fell like a detonation. Not messy, but precise, undeniable, final. Here's a fact. Psychologists have proven silence is one of the most disarming responses in conflict. People panic when they can't provoke you. They can twist words, dismiss arguments, and spin stories. But silence leaves them with nothing to manipulate. You knew this. That's why your endurance became their torment. Every day you stood tall. You destroyed the narrative they built against you. And ask yourself, what hits harder, a desperate defense or undeniable revelation? They can shrug off arguments, they can mock pleas. But when the truth finally appeared, it wasn't stumbling from your lips. It hit like a sniper's bullet. One strike, clean and devastating, dismantled everything they had constructed. Years of lies collapsed in seconds because your survival was the proof they couldn't erase. They thought silence meant defeat, but silence was preparation. They thought time was on their side, but time was your ally. You waited while they wove their illusions higher and higher, and when revelation came, the fall crushed them harder than any words ever could. What unsettles them most now is knowing it wasn't your anger that ended them. It was your endurance. You survived in silence, and that survival became the setup. The revelation was the strike, and it left no room for debate. Number 6. You didn't lower yourself to their noise. You deleted it entirely. The surest way to kill a fire is not to fight it, it's to starve it. That's the truth that shredded them, chosen one. They tried every trick, every insult, every setup, thinking they could bait you into their game. They live for chaos. They breathe drama. Their only battlefield is ego against ego, pride against pride. But you refused to even step onto that stage. And because you didn't just avoid the trap. You deleted the entire arena they built. Now imagine this for a moment. A radio blasting static, loud and irritating, trying to get your attention. Most people would twist the dial, curse, shout back at the noise. But you turned the radio off. Just like that, silence. Their frequency vanished. That's what you did to them. They wanted you reactive, loud, defensive, predictable. Instead, you denied them the oxygen they needed. You didn't fight fire with fire. You starved it into ashes. Here's a fact. Psychologists call it extinction. When behavior isn't rewarded with reaction, it fades. And that's exactly why they crumbled. Every jab, every provocation, every false narrative, they threw it at you, but it landed in a void. They couldn't comprehend how someone could absorb blows without breaking, how you could exist beyond their channel. To them, silence was impossible. To you, silence was power. And ask yourself, chosen one, what's more humiliating? To lose a fight or to discover there was never a fight to begin with? That's what burned them. They thought you'd swing back. They thought you'd scramble to defend yourself. Instead, you left them shadow-boxing their own reflection. Every accusation turned into desperation. Every scheme turned into self-exposure. Without your participation, their strategy became nothing but noise, echoing in an empty room. They swung at air, and air doesn't swing back. They screamed, but their voices bounced against walls you'd already walked past. They wanted to pull you into their storm, but you didn't even acknowledge the weather. And in the end, that was the deadliest strike. Because you didn't just refuse to match their chaos, you erased their frequency completely. Number 7. You turned their obsession into their executioner. The more time they spent watching you, the less time they had to save themselves. That's the brutal truth. Chosen one. They couldn't look away. Every step you took, every word you spoke, every small choice you made, it became their obsession. They studied you like you were some unsolvable puzzle, convinced that if they could just decode you, they'd find a way to control you. But what they never realized was that their fixation wasn't a weapon against you. It was a weapon you allowed to work against them. Now imagine this for a moment. A moth flying around a flame, circling closer and closer, hypnotized by the light. It doesn't know that its own obsession will burn its wings. That was them, chosen one. The more they fixated on you, the more they exposed their own motives, their own weaknesses, their own insecurities. They thought they were tracking you, but all they were really doing was mapping their own downfall. Here's a fact. Obsession is draining. Studies show it hijacks the brain, consuming focus, energy, and even sleep. And that's what they did to themselves. Every sleepless night spent whispering about you, every frantic conversation analyzing your moves, every paranoid attempt to predict your next step, it drained them dry. They wasted the very energy they needed to keep their schemes alive, all because they couldn't stop staring at you. And ask yourself, chosen one, what's more humiliating than realizing the thing you obsessed over was never even paying you attention? That's what wrecked them. You didn't chase them. You didn't retaliate. You didn't even need to act. You simply became a mirror. Their eyes on you reflected everything they didn't want to see in themselves. Greed for control, desperation for validation, fear of being powerless. That reflection cut deeper than any confrontation ever could. They thought their fixation gave them power. Instead, it turned into chains. The more they tried to control the narrative about you, the more they unraveled in front of everyone. Their obsession became the trap, their downfall, their executioner. And the beauty of it all? You never lifted a finger. You didn't need to strike because they destroyed themselves by staring too long at the flame. Their obsession guaranteed your silent victory. Number 8. They thought you were following rules. You were building a new board. The most devastating loss is realizing the game you mastered was never the one being played. That's the wound you left them with, chosen one. They thought life was simple, predictable, and easy to manipulate, like a game of checkers. One move at a time, straightforward, visible, nothing too deep. They believed if they studied your steps, dissected your choices, and tracked your patterns, they could always stay ahead. But the truth is, you weren't playing checkers at all. You were rewriting the game from the ground up, and they never even realized it until their strategies turned to dust in their hands. Now imagine this. Two players sit at a board. One believes they're moving pieces on checkers, smiling, confident, calculating. But across from them, the opponent is playing chess, not even acknowledging the same rules. The moves don't align, the strategies don't sync, and before the first player even notices, the board has shifted, the pieces have changed, and checkmate has already been declared. That was you, chosen one. They assumed you were trapped in their little game, but in reality, you had already dismantled the very rules they relied on. Here's a fact. History proves again and again that revolutions are never won by playing inside old systems. They're won by rewriting them. That's what unsettled your enemies the most. They weren't just losing battles. They were losing context. They were strategizing in a space that no longer existed. Every plan they built, every move they made, every attempt to corner you was based on an outdated understanding of reality. By the time they realized, they weren't just behind, they were irrelevant. And ask yourself, chosen one, what's more crushing than defeat? It's the realization that you weren't even a worthy opponent, because the real game was happening on a level you couldn't access. That's what broke them. They weren't just beaten, they were exposed as small-minded, predictable, and blind. They were fighting to dominate a checkerboard while you had already stepped into an arena where their entire system collapsed. The brilliance of it all was in your silence. You never announced the shift. You didn't need to shout, "I'm not playing your game anymore." You simply changed the rules by refusing to play small, by refusing to respond in predictable ways, and by operating on a higher plane of strategy. And when the final moment came, they didn't just lose a fight. They lost the entire illusion of control. They realized too late that the battlefield itself had disappeared. The checkmate had already been set before they even understood the new rules. Number 9, you crushed the force driving them, not just their tricks. The deadliest strike isn't against the hand that swings, it's against the will that commands it. That's what rattled them, chosen one. Most people fight the surface, words, gossip, visible betrayals. They think blocking actions, arguing louder, or punishing mistakes means victory. That's why your enemies thought they had you cornered. If they controlled the narrative, if they manipulated outcomes, if they destroyed the visible structures around you, then surely they could defeat you. But you don't waste time hacking at branches, you cut the root. Now imagine this for a moment. A puppet show is playing out, the strings dancing wildly for the crowd. Most people fight the puppets, trying to stop each swing and movement. But you went straight for the puppeteer. Once the hand pulling the strings is struck, every puppet collapses without a fight. That's why their schemes crumbled without warning. You weren't reacting to what they displayed. You were dismantling the unseen force, fueling it. Here's a fact. In warfare, the most effective strategy isn't chasing soldiers around a battlefield. It's destroying the supply lines. Once the fuel is gone, the entire army falls apart, no matter how loud or confident they look. That's exactly what you did. They built lies, sabotage, alliances, but once the driving energy behind it was drained, the structures collapsed on their own. They never even understood how it happened. And ask yourself, chosen one, what's more unsettling than losing a fight you saw coming? It's losing one you never even understood. That's why they're haunted. They could see you, they could hear you, they could try to provoke you, but they could never see the alignment guiding your responses, the precision behind your patience. They thought they were striking blows, but every swing was empty because the spirit driving their attacks had already been neutralized. By piercing the essence instead of chasing the surface, you guaranteed their battles were short-lived and self-defeating. They thought they were in control, but their weapons turned into dust because the force behind them had already been dismantled. What looked like patience was devastation. What looked like chaos was precision. And what they thought was victory was nothing more than the slow, silent collapse of their own power. Number 10. You didn't shatter the person, you shattered the mask they lived behind. The sharpest blade doesn't cut flesh, it slices through the lies people wrap themselves in. That's the strike you delivered, chosen one. You weren't out to humiliate them in public, to punish them with noise, or to break them physically. That would have been surface work, shallow, predictable. You moved far deeper. You went after the illusions, the fake crowns, the borrowed authority, the carefully painted images they used to convince others they were untouchable. You didn't attack the person. You destroyed the fiction that kept them standing. Now imagine this for a moment. A magician builds his whole act on smoke and mirrors. The crowd gasps, believing he bends reality itself. But then someone flips on the light, pulls down the curtain, and reveals the wires, the tricks, the hidden props. The magician isn't injured, but the illusion dies instantly. The crowd never sees him the same again. That's what you did. You flipped the lights on. Their power was never real. It was borrowed belief. Once you killed the illusion, their stage collapsed. Here's a fact. History remembers not the tyrants who barked loudest, but the moments when their masks cracked. False respect evaporates the second people see the man behind the costume. That's why your strike was devastating. You didn't need to lay a hand on them. You just dismantled the fantasy they were selling. And once that illusion broke, so did their influence. And ask yourself, what's more humiliating than being left exposed in your true form? Not destroyed, but stripped bare. No fake armor, no fake respect, no fake control. Just the human beneath, shaky and powerless. That's what unsettled them most, chosen one. They weren't beaten in battle. They were unmasked in silence. Their authority faded, their confidence cracked, and the personas they lived behind disintegrated under the weight of truth. That's the brilliance of your method. By killing the illusion instead of the person, you didn't destroy life, you destroyed lies. You left the body intact, but emptied it of every false crown it ever wore. That's the precision of a spiritual assassin, striking not the flesh, but the illusion that gave false life to their power. And once the mask died, they had nothing left. Number 11. They mistook purity for weakness. It was your deadliest disguise. Innocence is the most lethal camouflage because the enemy never arms themselves against what looks harmless. That's the truth that tore them apart, chosen one. When they looked at you, they saw softness. They saw vulnerability. They saw what they thought was naivety. They assumed you didn't understand their games, their schemes, their little tricks of manipulation. They thought you were someone to toy with, someone to use, someone easy to control. That was their first and final mistake. Now imagine this for a moment. A butterfly resting on a branch, delicate wings catching the light. A predator sees it, smirks, thinks it's defenseless. But what it doesn't realize is that this butterfly is camouflage for a deadly predator waiting to strike. That's what your innocence was, camouflage. They thought they were watching weakness, but in reality, you were watching them with razor-sharp clarity. Here's a fact. Innocence is often mistaken for ignorance, but innocence simply means freedom from corruption. That freedom gave you clarity they never had. While they were blinded by ego and poisoned by lies, you saw patterns clearly. You didn't need to out-scheme them because you weren't trapped in distortion. Your so-called softness allowed you to observe, calculate, and wait without ever being detected. And ask yourself, chosen one, what's more humiliating than realizing too late that the one you mocked as weak was the sharpest force you'd ever faced? That's the dagger that gutted them. Every time they thought they had you cornered, every time they believed you were too gentle to strike back, they were being dismantled by the very disguise they underestimated. Your innocence wasn't naivety, it was strategy. It let you move unseen, slip past their defenses, and dismantle their illusions without resistance. By the time they realized, it was too late. The softness they mocked was the blade at their throat. The purity they dismissed was the vantage point they could never reach. Innocence wasn't your flaw, it was your armor, your shield, and your ultimate disguise. And now they live with the torment of knowing the very thing they ridiculed was the very thing that made you untouchable. Their arrogance blinded them, and your camouflage worked flawlessly. Innocence, chosen one, was your deadliest weapon. Number 12. You didn't chase victory, you embodied it until it broke them. Victory isn't a prize to be claimed, it's a presence that can't be stolen. That's what stunned them, chosen one. They believed winning meant dragging you into the mud, forcing you into a contest of ego, and crowning themselves champions through manipulation or noise. That's the only version of success they understand. Validation by domination. But you didn't step into that ring. You didn't fight for victory, you became it. Now imagine this for a moment. Two warriors stand on a battlefield. One is sweating, swinging wildly, desperate to prove he's strong. The other doesn't even draw his sword, because his very presence tells everyone the fight is already over. That's you, chosen one. You weren't chasing a scoreboard or clawing for validation. Victory lived in your posture, your silence, your resilience. It wasn't something to win, it was something you carried. Here's a fact: when someone is rooted in clarity and alignment, external attacks lose their force. Lies can spread, but they don't stick. Manipulations can stir, but they collapse. That's why every scheme against you failed. They couldn't steal what you embodied. They couldn't shake what was already settled. You didn't need to fight because the outcome was already written in your endurance. And ask yourself, chosen one, what rattles an enemy more, losing a fight or realizing there was never a fight to win in the first place? That's the quiet devastation you delivered. They scrambled, plotted, provoked. But it all fell flat because you weren't in their game. You weren't competing. You had already transcended. Their tactics dissolved the moment they touched you, because victory wasn't a goal you reached. It was your state of being. That's why they can't stand you now. They wanted you desperate, chasing, proving. Instead, you stood unbothered, unshaken, undeniable. You didn't hold the trophy. They realized you were the trophy. And that truth gutted them more than any battle ever could. You didn't win. You were the win. Number 13. You didn't just break patterns. You made yourself unreadable. The hardest opponent to conquer is the one who refuses to move in predictable rhythm. That's the wound you left in them, chosen one. Their confidence always came from patterns. They fed off predictability. The way most people panic under pressure, the way anger flares when poked, the way desperation always reveals itself. To them, patterns were power. If they could predict you, they could control you, but you shattered that illusion the moment you refused to fit their script. Now imagine this for a moment. A boxer steps into the ring, expecting his opponent to jab left, duck right, and follow the same tired rhythm. He builds his entire strategy around those moves. But suddenly, the opponent dances in ways he's never seen, silent, sharp, unpredictable. Every swing he throws hits empty air. His confidence collapses because the rhythm he trusted no longer exists. That was you. They came armed with assumptions, but every time they thought they had you figured out, you moved in ways they never expected. Here's a fact: unpredictability isn't chaos, it's control. Studies in military strategy prove that surprise dismantles even the strongest opponent, because predictability breeds weakness. You mastered that truth. Where they expected fear, you gave composure. Where they expected rage, you gave calm. Where they expected begging, you gave silence. Every deviation cut deeper than any blow because it destroyed their ability to anticipate. And ask yourself, chosen one, what terrifies a manipulator more than unpredictability? It's like trying to trap smoke. They thought they were leading you, but in reality, they were chasing shadows. Every attempt to corner you became proof of their blindness. They lost the comfort of their safety net. The patterns they relied on evaporated. Without it, their so-called strategies collapsed, their confidence crumbled, and their grip on power dissolved in their hands. By erasing their ability to predict you, you didn't just resist them, you dismantled the very foundation of their control. Once predictability was gone, so was their power. And in the silence that followed, they realized the brutal truth. They could never own the mind, the spirit, or the path of someone who refused to be readable. You weren't just free, you were untouchable. Number 14, you weren't the prey, you were the silent judgment. The cruelest end is realizing the trap you set for someone else was always waiting for you. That's the nightmare they woke up to, chosen one. They spent so much time obsessing over you, convinced you were the target. To them, you were the one to break, to corner, to humiliate. Their arrogance made them blind. They didn't see that every scheme, every betrayal, every lie they spun was never shaping your fate. It was writing the script of their own destruction. Now imagine this for a moment. A hunter stalks the forest, bow in hand, eyes fixed on what he believes is helpless prey. He follows footprints, sharpens his arrows, whispers to himself about victory. But what he doesn't realize is that every step he takes is leading him into a snare he walked past without seeing. He wasn't hunting, you were. That's exactly what happened to them. They thought you were the victim, but you were the executioner, standing still, letting them bury themselves under the weight of their own moves. Here's a fact. Most downfalls are self-inflicted. History is full of rulers and schemers, undone not by outside enemies, but by their own greed, paranoia, and lies. That's what played out before your eyes. They thought they were weaving your downfall, but every thread tightened around their own neck. And you didn't need to swing wildly or chase revenge. You simply stood in alignment, let time unfold, and let their own hands deliver the blow. And ask yourself, chosen one, what terrifies them more, that you fought them or that you never had to? That's the chilling truth. Their collapse wasn't triggered by your retaliation. It came from the avalanche of their own schemes collapsing inward. You didn't raise your voice. You didn't chase justice, yet justice arrived anyway, undeniable, irreversible. By the time realization hit, it was already too late. They finally saw that you weren't the prey, you weren't the hunted, you were the silent judgment. The entire time, they weren't writing your ending. They were penning their own execution order. And the most devastating part, you never even had to lift a hand. They destroyed themselves while you stood as the quiet executioner, watching the truth they couldn't escape finally land. Chosen one, if this message struck something deep within you, remember, it's not by accident. You've seen how every scheme, every illusion, and every move against you only fueled your rise. You weren't just surviving, you were rewriting the entire game. And this is only the beginning of your story. If you haven't already, press the like button to keep this energy flowing. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure to press subscribe right now. Together, we spread light, strength, and truth further than they ever imagined possible. Stay sharp, chosen one. The universe moves with you. Some people prayed you'd fail, but here you are, proof that the universe doesn't make mistakes. That's the truth the world refuses to admit. Now, listen closely, chosen one, because this isn't just about you winning. It's about showing everyone who doubted you that their time is up. Now imagine this for a moment, a tiny spark buried deep in the darkest soil. No one sees it, no one believes it's alive, but beneath that silence, that spark is gathering power, growing stronger in secret. Then suddenly it bursts into a roaring fire that can't be ignored. That fire is you. What they thought was your end was really just the quiet before your unstoppable rise. Did you know the strongest steel is forged under the hottest fire? It's true. Pressure, heat, and time combine to create something unbreakable. You've been through that fire, chosen one. Those hard times, the doubts, the silence, they weren't setbacks. They were your forge, making you stronger and sharper than ever. And now, you're not just ready, you've already won. Here's a fact that'll make your doubters swallow hard. Most people give up right before their breakthrough, but not you. You kept going when it felt impossible, and that's why this moment is yours. The universe doesn't reward quitting, it rewards those who refuse to stop. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this truth to more souls. It's on all of us to share this light. Thanks for being part of this mission. You're part of a powerful force no one can ignore. Now, back to what really matters. You didn't get here by chance. Whatever you did, it worked. The battle you fought in silence was not in vain. You are the living proof that the impossible is possible. You are the chosen one who turned struggle into victory, doubt into certainty, and waiting into winning. Look closely. This is the moment where everything changes. The same voices that said you'd never make it are now forced to watch you take what's already yours. The universe is delivering on its promise to you, and there's no turning back. This isn't just a comeback story, it's a reminder that when the universe chooses you, no obstacle is big enough to stop you. The seeds you planted in secret have grown into a forest so tall, so strong, that those who tried to bury you are now lost beneath your shade. So, chosen one, are you ready to step fully into this truth? If you feel that quiet power growing inside, drop victory in the comments to show you're claiming what's already yours. Remember, every like, every share, and every word of support helps this message reach more souls who need to hear it. This isn't just a video, it's a movement. Your energy fuels this mission, no matter how big or small your support is. Together, we rise. Because the win you've earned is not just yours alone, it's for everyone watching, believing, and fighting alongside you. And now, let's dive into it step by step. Believe me, if you are truly chosen, you'll feel that pull to stay till the end, to fully own this victory that's already waiting for you. So let's get started. Number 1. They bet on your break, but you built an empire from their ashes. They placed their bets, sure you'd shatter. That was their secret hope, the quiet countdown to your collapse. They waited like vultures, eyes locked, breathing down your neck, craving the moment when the pressure would snap you in two. Every trial they threw was meant to break your spirit. Every betrayal designed to poison your trust. Every setback meant to unravel your resolve. But here's the brutal truth. They failed to see the steel beneath your skin. What they thought would be your end became the beginning of something greater. You didn't just survive the storm, you turned it into your forge. While they whispered doubts behind closed doors, you were quietly building, layer by layer, brick by brick. Their dirt was the foundation for your kingdom, and every insult was mortar, holding it strong. You weren't sitting still or waiting to be rescued. You were evolving, learning how to rise in silence where they expected you to fall. Your growth was invisible to them because it wasn't loud or desperate. It was patient, strategic, and unstoppable. Think about the oak tree. When the wind rages and storms lash its branches, it doesn't snap. Instead, it digs its roots deeper, anchoring itself stronger against the storm's fury. That's exactly what you did. They assumed your strength would be flashy or loud, but your power was always quiet, deep, and fierce. You weren't here to scream or fight on their level. You were here to rise above it all. You took their silence and made it your soil. Their absence of support became the air you breathed. Their attempts to bury you became the ground you planted your seeds in. Every time they doubted you, you grew a little taller. They misunderstood you because they equated strength with noise and showmanship. But your strength was something they never saw coming, solid, rooted, and unstoppable. How did you do it? You didn't need their permission or approval. You studied yourself in the dark, becoming someone even you barely recognized. Not to prove them wrong, that was just a bonus, but because the storm demanded your transformation. Every heartbreak wasn't a defeat, it became your guidebook. Every moment of loneliness turned into a laboratory for your growth. You learned how to lead yourself, how to trust your own steps when no one else would. And that's the cruelest twist for them. They thought withholding help would make you crumble. But instead, you found a source of power they never imagined. You tapped into a well that was deeper than their doubts, stronger than their hate, and more relentless than their silence. You responded not with noise, but with elevation. While they focused on the battles they thought would break you, you were planning your empire. You mastered the art of turning setbacks into strategy, pain into purpose, and isolation into innovation. You never wasted energy on bitterness or revenge. You built and you grew and you rose, quietly, confidently, undeniably. Now they're stunned. The very ones who bet against you are left speechless, because it's clear your success isn't luck or accident. It's the result of a force they never understood. You're no longer just surviving. You're thriving on a level they can't reach. And here's the most powerful part. They still don't see the full extent of your victory. You never had to announce it. You didn't have to shout or prove yourself, because your success speaks louder than any word ever could. You built an empire out of the rubble they left behind. And you did it so quietly that by the time they noticed, it was already too late. So remember this, whatever you did, it worked. You didn't just win a battle, you took over the whole game. And that empire you built, it's yours, chosen one. They can watch and wonder, but they'll never touch what you created. Because this wasn't just survival, this was transformation, this was mastery, this was proof that the universe always delivers to those who refuse to break. They bet on your failure, but you gave them a kingdom. Number 2, you didn't win by fighting fire with fire. You won by refusing to burn. They expected you to crash and burn like they did. They wanted to see you lose yourself in the chaos, to become just another version of the very darkness that tried to consume you. But here's the truth that cuts deep. You didn't win because you fought harder or louder. You won because you refused to become them. You cannot shake hands with a clenched fist. That's a quote that should echo in the minds of everyone who doubted you. They came at you with everything: attacks on your peace, your name, your confidence, trying to drag you into their mess. They wanted you to snap, to stoop to their level, to lose yourself in bitterness and rage. But you didn't take the bait. You stayed solid. You stayed calm. You stayed true. Imagine this: a raging river filled with rocks and debris, trying to push everything downstream. Most would fight against the current, trying to blast through the chaos. But you became the deep part of the river, the still, unmovable force beneath the surface. You let the noise rage above, but you stayed steady, focused, unshaken. While they wasted their energy on battles, you conserved yours for the climb ahead. Why does this matter? Because they needed you to fight their way. They needed you to become angry, petty, vengeful. They needed that so they could justify their own cruelty, their own choices. If you responded like them, they'd say, "See, they're just like us." But you knew better. You chose a different path. That choice is power. Power under control. The greatest victory is that which requires no battle. This isn't weakness. This is strength that doesn't scream for attention. It's a quiet force that builds rather than destroys, that heals rather than wounds. While they were busy trying to pull you down, you were busy protecting your energy, your spirit, your future. They couldn't break you because you held the line. You didn't clap back when they expected you to. You didn't expose them to make a point. You didn't fight back to prove anything. And that's why your victory is so much sweeter. It came with your dignity intact. Your character remained unshaken. Ask yourself, why is this so hard for many to do? Because it's easier to match hate with hate, to return fire with fire. But it takes a rare kind of strength to rise above that noise. It's easy to lose yourself when the world gets cruel, but you found the courage to stay grounded. Picture a diamond. It's not formed in peace or calm. It's pressure and time, heat and weight that create its brilliance. But the diamond doesn't fight against the pressure. It endures and transforms. You are that diamond. The trials you faced didn't make you bitter. They made you brilliant. And what about those who say you were passive? They don't understand that sometimes the most powerful moves are made in silence. You weren't passive. You were patient and strategic. You watched closely, learned, and waited for the right moment to step forward. You don't have to attend every argument you're invited to. That's another truth you embodied. You let others reveal their true selves while you stayed above the fray. You didn't waste energy fighting shadows or engaging with people who wanted to see you fall. Instead, you focused on your own growth. You invested in your purpose. You chose integrity over attention, grace over gossip, and long-term vision over short-term wins. That's why your rise caught them off guard. They never saw this kind of strength coming. Imagine this, a chess player watching the board, studying each move with care, not reacting impulsively. You were that player, always thinking several steps ahead. You let others reveal their weaknesses, then quietly moved around them, outsmarting the noise with calm confidence. And calmer, you let it walk right through the front door while you stayed focused on your next level. You didn't waste time on petty battles or getting caught up in drama. You knew your time would come, and you prepared yourself for it. Now, here you are, victorious, standing tall and still whole. The very things they tried to use to break you became your greatest weapons. Your integrity, your self-control, your refusal to become bitter. Those are the true trophies of your victory. So remember this, you didn't just win a fight. You became the kind of person who can inherit the entire war. You rose above the noise, above the hate, above the chaos, and there's no comeback louder than quiet integrity. You didn't just survive, you mastered the art of winning without losing yourself. That's why it's already yours. Number 3, they mistook your pause for defeat, but you were just being crowned in silence. Silence isn't failure, it's formation. That's the truth they couldn't comprehend. They watched your life go quiet and thought the story had ended. They assumed because you weren't posting wins, you weren't earning them. But while they ran around chasing noise, you were sitting in stillness, sharpening your sword. Imagine this, a volcano sleeping beneath a mountain range, calm on the outside. No movement, no fire, no smoke, just silence. But deep within, pressure is building, the core is shifting, and power is preparing to erupt. That was you. Still, but never stagnant. They thought your delay meant denial. They whispered, "See," they fell off. Nothing's happening for them anymore. But what they didn't see is that you were in a private ceremony with the universe, getting crowned in a room they weren't invited to. Here's what people forget. Real elevation doesn't announce itself. It moves in shadows, molds in quiet, and arrives without warning. You weren't being ignored. You were being groomed. Every second of stillness was strategy. The universe was aligning your inner world before it ever released anything into the outer one. And yes, it was frustrating. You asked, "Why isn't anything happening?" But you didn't fold. You kept working, healing, shedding, learning. You grew roots so deep that no storm could rip you out. You stopped fighting battles that weren't yours to carry. You let go of people who couldn't walk where you were going. That's not a breakdown, that's precision. They ran toward the spotlight. You walked into alignment. They needed claps. You needed clarity. And now, you're glowing different. Doors are swinging open without you knocking. The rooms that once ignored you are sending you invites. Not because you forced it, but because you're finally walking in your real power. You didn't miss your timing. Your timing was mastering you. The delay wasn't a denial. It was your divine preparation. While they were rushing to be seen, you were becoming the one worth watching. And now that it's your season, they're stunned. Because you didn't just arrive, you ascended. Quietly, gracefully, unapologetically. Whatever you did in the silence, it worked. Number 4. You endured the fire without screaming for witnesses, and that's what scorched them. Some people suffer loudly for attention, others suffer quietly for transformation. You were the second kind. You didn't turn your pain into a performance. You didn't cry for applause. And because of that, they underestimated you. They didn't realize that silence isn't weakness, it's strength under pressure. You were bleeding behind the scenes, but they couldn't see it. You were breaking, healing, rebuilding, all without a single spotlight. And imagine this. A lion licking its wounds in the shadows, not because it's scared, but because it knows its comeback isn't supposed to be watched, it's supposed to be felt. That was you, quiet, wounded, but never defeated. You didn't advertise your suffering, you survived it. And that's what made it so lethal. You could have played the victim. You could have broadcasted every betrayal, every scar, every setback, but you chose the higher path. You faced your pain alone, without begging for comfort or begging for pity. That's a level of self-mastery most will never reach. You became your own shelter in the storm, and while they mocked your stillness, you were growing roots so deep they'll never be able to cut you down again. They thought your silence meant surrender. What they didn't know was that you were doing work they couldn't even comprehend. You were confronting the wounds they would have drowned in. You sat with your demons, stared them down, and made peace with your own reflection. That's not weakness. That's warfare. Quiet warfare. And you won. You studied your scars like maps. Not to stay stuck in the past, but to understand how to never end up there again. You let the pain teach you, but never define you. You didn't just survive it, you understood it. You didn't numb it, you honored it. That's why when they see you now, they can't recognize you, because the version of you they thought they destroyed no longer exists. Here's what really burns them. You didn't fall apart, even though you had every reason to. You rose without help, without praise, without the need to prove anything. They expected you to come back begging. Instead, you came back glowing, with sharp edges and calm eyes. You didn't suffer for pity, you suffered for purpose. And now, you're walking proof that healing in private creates power that can't be faked. That's why it worked. Because you didn't make the pain your identity, you made it your rebirth. Number 5. You let them dig their own graves. You just kept climbing. Revenge is loud, but elevation is quiet and undefeated. You could have clapped back. You could have exposed everything. You had the truth loaded like bullets ready to fire, but you didn't. And that's what cuts deeper than any receipt ever could. You didn't stoop. You soared. While they were busy throwing dirt on your name, you were using that same dirt to plant your next move. Imagine this, someone throwing rocks at a mountain, hoping it crumbles, but the mountain doesn't budge. It grows taller with time, wind, and storms. That mountain is you. They tried to chip away at your image, but the universe was busy carving your legacy. And the irony, you didn't even have to respond. They exposed themselves through desperation while you built in silence. Here's the fact they can't stomach. The more they lied, the more your truth started shining. Not because you shouted it, but because elevation reveals what deception tries to hide. You chose peace, and peace chose to protect you. You trusted that time would tell what words never could, and now it's speaking loudly, without you saying a thing. They expected rage. You gave them restraint. They expected chaos. You gave them calm, and that's why they lost. You didn't need to post sub-tweets or drop receipts. You weren't interested in playing in the mud while you were on your way to the sky. And that's what makes you dangerous in a way they can't touch. Your growth became the very spotlight they couldn't survive under. You became proof that discipline is louder than drama. They wanted to provoke you into looking messy because that would make their lies easier to believe. But you held your character like a sword, and while they flailed around trying to control the story was already turning against them. You were never fighting for attention. You were locked in on your purpose, and that's why your glow hurts their eyes now, because it was never about being right in front of them. It was about becoming real in front of the universe. Now they sit with the silence they mocked you for. They watch the elevation they said you'd never reach, and they realize you didn't need revenge. You needed alignment, and you got it. That's why it worked, because you never let bitterness hijack your mission. You let truth walk at its own pace, and now it's arriving, loud and undeniable. Number 6. You looked lost to them, but you were just walking a path they'll never understand. Elevation looks like isolation to those who aren't assigned to your destiny. They watched you fall back, go quiet, disappear from the noise, and they assumed you were losing. They mistook your silence for defeat, your absence for failure. But that's only because your journey didn't come with a public explanation. And that's exactly why it worked. You didn't pull back because you were broken. You pulled back because you were being rebuilt. What they saw as retreat was actually strategy. While they were performing for the crowd, you were protecting something sacred. Every move you made was intentional. Every no was calculated. Every closed door was protection in disguise. Imagine a spacecraft entering orbit. It has to shed parts of itself to rise higher. That's what you were doing. You were shedding distractions, fake support, unnecessary noise. You didn't want to look distant. You had to be distant. You didn't want to seem withdrawn. You were being recalibrated for what was next. But to people who need attention to feel alive, your distance looked like death. They couldn't comprehend the blueprint because it wasn't made for them. You moved on instructions they couldn't hear, and that's why they judged you. They said you were falling off, when really you were leveling up. They couldn't recognize the silence was sacred. They couldn't decode the stillness because they weren't meant to. They called it ego because you stopped giving them access. They called it fear because you didn't rush to grab every shiny opportunity. But you were never chasing optics. You were obeying your internal compass. You weren't running from failure. You were walking into alignment. And now that the results are showing, they're speechless, because it doesn't make sense. You didn't market your glow, but it's blinding. You didn't campaign for favor, but it found you. You didn't explain a thing, but the outcome is undeniable. That's what confuses them the most. You didn't do it their way, and still you won. You didn't take the loud road. You took the lead road. The one filled with detours, delays, and deep trust. The one only the chosen understand. So let them whisper, let them wonder, let them try to figure out the math. But here's the truth. What the universe builds in you doesn't need proof. It becomes the proof. You didn't lose your way. You followed one they'll never be allowed to walk. That's why you won. Number 7. They tried to outsmart you, but you were already 10 steps ahead in silence. Wisdom doesn't scream, it watches. And that's exactly what broke them. They thought they had you cornered, outplayed, emotionally triggered. They were playing checkers while you were decoding blueprints for a game they didn't even know existed. They underestimated your discernment because it wasn't loud. It didn't announce itself, but it was lethal. They played dirty, mind games, smirks behind your back, manipulation behind fake kindness. They spread whispers like poison, hoping you'd react, explode, expose yourself, but you didn't. You smiled, nodded, and quietly rewrote the entire game board without ever letting them see your hand. You weren't ignoring the signs. You were reading them like subtitles. Every shift in energy, every fake compliment, every sudden mood change. You caught it before it turned into sabotage. Imagine a hawk soaring miles above the ground. It sees the snake slithering in the grass long before it ever strikes. You were that hawk, elevated, watching, calculated. You didn't fall for their bait because you were never operating at their level. While they were busy plotting in the physical, you were aligned with something much deeper, something internal, something ancient. You moved with awareness, not emotion. They wanted you to fight back. They wanted the meltdown, the receipts, the reaction. But you stayed composed, surgical. You cut access, not corners. You didn't need to prove anything because your energy told the truth louder than words ever could. They thought silence was weakness, but they forgot. Still, water runs deep. And yours ran miles below the surface. You knew what peace felt like, and the second something disrupted that, you were gone. No scene, no announcement, just distance. And that's what shattered their illusion of control. They couldn't understand how you knew so much without being told, but discernment isn't guesswork. It's soul-level perception. It's when your spirit speaks before logic does. And yours? It was flawless. You were never blindsided. They were just shocked you saw through them so early. They set emotional traps, and you walked right around them. That's not luck. That's spiritual clarity sharpened through pain. You weren't fighting to win petty battles. You were protecting your peace, guarding your crown, and choosing precision over performance. By the time they realized you weren't reacting, you were already rising. And now you're untouchable, not because you're invisible, but because you see everything. That's why it worked. That's why you won. Number 8. You didn't escape the fire. You let it mold you into steel. The fire didn't break you, it built you. That's the line that keeps echoing every time someone tries to figure out how you're still standing. They saw what you went through, the betrayals, the heartbreak, the emotional ambushes, the constant mental war that should have left you in ruins. And for a while, it almost did. Almost. But you weren't made of smoke and ashes. You were made of grit. And instead of falling apart, you hardened into something they can't even scratch now. Imagine metal going into the forge, burned, beaten, reshaped by heat so intense most would melt into nothing. But you didn't melt. You didn't crumble. You endured every degree of pain, every ounce of pressure, and came out unrecognizable in the best way. Not charred, not fragile, reinforced. They thought your silence meant damage. They thought your distance meant defeat. But what really happened was transformation. You didn't just survive the fire, you absorbed it. It fused into your bones, rewired your spirit, and made you immune to the chaos that used to wreck you. You're not bitter, you're just not movable anymore. That old version of you, the one that flinched at every rejection, that over-explained, that needed validation to breathe, is gone, dead, buried in the ashes of your last storm. And that's exactly what they don't understand. They keep talking to the past you. They keep pressing the same buttons, expecting the same cracks. But those buttons, they don't even exist anymore. You've been through too much to react to petty attacks. The pressure trained you. The pain shaped you. You faced your own darkness and didn't blink. And now when chaos shows up, you don't panic. You analyze. You observe. You decide. That's power most people never earn. And here's what really stings for them. You're not cold. You're not heartless. You're just experienced. You've seen the worst, felt the weight of the world, and still chose to heal. You still chose to rise. You chose peace, not numbness. Clarity, not revenge. Boundaries, not bitterness. That kind of growth scares people who are still dancing with their demons. So now they say you've changed, and you have, but not for them, for you, for your life, for your future, and the crown you wear now. It wasn't gifted, it was forged, in fire. You didn't just make it through the furnace, you became fireproof. That's why nothing they throw now can touch you. That's why it worked. That's why you won. Number 9. They tried to bury you in shame, but you used that dirt to lay the first brick. Humiliation doesn't kill the chosen, it awakens them. They thought embarrassing you would erase you. They thought public disrespect, private mockery, and cold rejection would be your breaking point. They thought you'd go quiet because of shame. But what they failed to realize is that humiliation doesn't just strip ego, it activates truth. They didn't bury you, they planted you. And what grew from that moment is something they can't even comprehend. Yes, it hurt. You bled in places no one could see. It cut deep because it was personal. It wasn't just a betrayal of your name, it was a violation of your soul. But instead of turning bitter, you got better. Instead of letting it define you, you let it refine you. Imagine standing in front of a mirror with nothing left to protect you. No praise, no approval, no applause. Just you and your wounds. That's where you met your real self. Not the version that performed. Not the version that wanted to be understood. The version that stood alone and said, "This pain won't make me smaller. It's going to make me solid." You didn't use the shame to seek revenge. You used it to strip away illusions. You stopped people-pleasing. You stopped over-explaining. You let the silence teach you where your real value lived, deep beneath the surface, where no one else's opinion could reach. Most people let humiliation turn them cold. You let it carve depth into your spirit, not weakness, wisdom. You started moving different, choosing peace over performance, alignment over applause, healing over hype. While they laughed, you listened. While they pointed, you planted. You didn't need to post your progress. You just kept building in the background. And now they're confused because you didn't come back louder. You came back stronger. You didn't chase vindication. You chased purpose. You weren't fueled by anger. You were rooted in awareness. You didn't want to look victorious. You wanted to be whole. You weren't building an empire to impress anyone. You were building it to protect the version of yourself that refused to die. No matter how deep they tried to bury you, you used every tear like mortar, every rejection like stone. That's why it's lasting. That's why it's yours. This isn't some flashy comeback. This is slow, sacred, unstoppable elevation. And it worked. Because you didn't use shame to hide. You used it to rise. They thought they humiliated you, but all they really did was hand you bricks. Number 10. You didn't break down doors. You became the whole damn lock system. You stopped knocking and became the door frame they now need to walk through. That's the part that has them shaken. While they were busy clawing for invites, faking smiles for seats, and shouting over crowds just to be seen, you went inward. You didn't beg. You didn't plead. You built. You weren't chasing rooms. You were building yourself into the kind of presence that makes rooms rearrange when you enter. That's what happens when you stop looking for permission and start honoring your own evolution. Imagine a lighthouse. It doesn't run up and down the shore screaming for ships to notice it. It just stands there, unwavering, beaming its light into the dark. The right vessels always find it. That's you now. You became a beacon, not by trying to fit in, but by becoming exactly who you're supposed to be. You didn't hustle to be chosen. You healed to become undeniable. While they were fighting for attention, you were aligning. You were dealing with your shadows, untangling your identity, stripping away ego and noise until all that was left was truth. And that truth is magnetic. It pulls what's meant for you without you having to lift a finger. They don't understand it, and that's why they whisper. How did they get in? Who opened that door for them? The answer? You did. Not by force, not by luck, but by frequency. You became the key because you aligned with the lock. You fit, not because you conformed, but because you evolved. Doors that once slammed in your face are now cracking open on their own, not out of pity, out of respect. And the rooms that once overlooked you, they're now adjusting their lighting just to accommodate your presence. But you're not chasing them, because you've already learned any door that requires you to shrink isn't worth walking through. This isn't strategy. This is surrender. This is what happens when you stop trying to impress and start embodying who you really are. Your clarity created pull. Your peace became power. Your silence built momentum that no spotlight ever could. Now people are circling back. Opportunities are resurfacing. But here's the twist. You're not desperate anymore. You're discerning. You know what fits. You know your value. And that self-awareness, it's your crown. You're not just in the room. You are the room. And that's why it worked. Because you didn't force anything. You became everything. Number 11. You didn't chase a crowd. You claimed the crown. You don't need the spotlight when your presence is the light. That's the power they never saw coming. They thought you were slipping because you weren't performing. They assumed silence meant you were shrinking. But the truth is, you weren't disappearing. You were being deputized behind the scenes. You weren't seeking popularity. You were stepping into power. Applause. You learned that's the weakest currency out there. It's loud today, gone tomorrow. People clap for chaos just as fast as they cancel peace. So you stopped measuring your worth by how loud the room got when you entered. You stopped depending on noise to feel valuable. You didn't need to be seen. You needed to be sent. Imagine a soldier training in the dark, long before anyone knows their name. No medals, no audience, just discipline, grit, and focus. That was you. You weren't chasing relevance. You were gaining rank. Not in people's eyes, but in the quiet, unseen realm where real authority is earned, not gifted. And that's the shift that scares them. You walk different now. Not because of ego, but because you carry weight they can't explain. While others were obsessed with going viral, you were going vertical, deeper in purpose, higher in alignment. You weren't building a brand, you were becoming a force. They didn't understand your silence, so they called it failure. They didn't understand your retreat, so they labeled it rejection. But what they never saw was the sacred promotion happening beneath it all. While they were busy being liked, you were being licensed, and not by people, by something much greater. You no longer explain your distance. You no longer justify your standards. You're not looking for stage lights to validate your mission, because when your authority comes from alignment, not applause, no one can cancel what they didn't commission. You're not just surviving rooms anymore, you're anchoring them. You've developed the kind of inner strength that doesn't sway when public opinion shifts. You don't need a fan base, you have foundation. And that's what keeps you standing while others crumble under pressure. That's why this season feels different. Because you're no longer asking to be seen. You're walking in what you've already become. And while they're still auditioning for relevance, you're moving with authority. You didn't need the audience. You became the assignment. Number 12, you didn't just survive the process. You turned it into a blueprint. Most run from the process. You turned around and studied it. That's the move that separates the average from the unshakable. While others were begging for shortcuts, you sat with the struggle. You didn't just endure it, you dissected it. You peeled back every layer of pain, setback, delay, and silence until you could read the pattern like a language. That's not survival, that's mastery. They thought you were stuck. They thought you were circling the same pain, the same lesson, the same delay. But the truth, you were gathering data. You were decoding yourself. You weren't going through hell for no reason. You were extracting meaning from every moment of it. Imagine a blacksmith hammering steel under fire. Every strike, every burn, every intense blast of heat has a purpose. It strengthens the blade. That was your process. The pressure didn't just hit you, it formed you. You didn't flinch. You didn't fake healing to get it over with. You let the fire stay until the shape of you changed permanently. While most checked out, got bitter, blamed everyone else, drowned in comparison, you leaned in. You weren't waiting with clenched fists and a ticking clock. You were watching, listening, growing. You stopped asking, "When will this end?" and started asking, "What else can I refine before it does?" That shift? It changed everything. You stopped craving instant answers. You embraced alignment. You knew if the blessing arrived before the character was ready, it would break you. So you chose to be built from the inside out. That's what they don't understand. This glow didn't come from luck. It came from labor. Not in public, not for praise, but in silence, in solitude, with nothing but truth to guide you. You learned to stop sprinting toward moments and started training for maintenance, because you're not just receiving, you're stewarding. You're not just manifesting, you're sustaining. You didn't just want the breakthrough, you wanted to be ready for it. And now you are. The peace you carry, earned. The clarity, fought for. The wisdom, paid in full with every night you didn't give up, every trigger you sat with, every cycle you chose to end. You didn't just make it, you understood it. That's why what's coming will last, because you didn't rush. You mastered the process, and that mastery made you unstoppable. Number 13. They studied your moves, but they still couldn't replicate your power. They copied the steps, but they couldn't walk your storm. That's what they'll never admit. They watched you like a blueprint, like a cheat code to a life they never earned. They studied your tone, your confidence, your glow, hoping if they moved like you, they could become you. But what they missed is this. You didn't get here through mimicry. You got here through mastery, through nights that almost broke your mind, through lessons that shattered your pride, through losses that rebuilt your soul from scratch. Imagine someone trying to replicate a masterpiece without knowing the artist's struggle. They think matching the brushstrokes is enough, but they don't understand what it cost you to even hold the brush. That's why no matter how close they get, something's always off. Your essence can't be cloned. It wasn't downloaded. It was developed in darkness. They want your spotlight, but not your scars. They want your results, but not your refinement. And so they walk around draped in your style, but empty of your substance. That's why the universe keeps protecting your lane, because it's tailor-made for your soul. You didn't rehearse this. You earned this. You lived through what they couldn't have survived. That's why your glow isn't loud. It's undeniable. Number 14. You stopped explaining and started elevating. Silence is what happens when elevation no longer needs permission. You reached that point, the breaking point, the awakening point, where proving your worth felt like begging for crumbs. You realized that some people weren't confused about your value, they were threatened by it. So you stopped clarifying your heart to people who only listened to twist it. You stopped watering dead conversations just to keep the peace. And that's when everything shifted. You didn't fold. You floated higher. You got quiet, not because you were lost, but because you were outgrowing noise that couldn't carry your next level. You turned down the volume on the world and turned up the frequency on your mission. And while they were dissecting your past, you were already living in your future. Imagine a rocket at liftoff. It shakes, it rattles, it thunders, but once it breaks through the atmosphere, silence, stillness. That's where you are now, above the nonsense, past the proving. They're still shouting at the launch pad, and you're already orbiting new dimensions. You no longer argue with confusion. You lead with clarity. No more explanations, just evolution. And now that you're gone, they're realizing they never even deserved the conversation. They thought you were the prey, but you were the silence before an unstoppable storm. They looked at you, quiet, composed, reserved, and saw weakness. They mistook your grace for submission, your kindness for naivety. But what they didn't see, Chosen One, is that some of the most dangerous forces on Earth make no noise before they strike. You weren't loud because you didn't need to be. You weren't dramatic because your energy speaks for itself. And when they came against you, thinking you'd fold, the entire atmosphere around them shifted. Now imagine this for a moment, Chosen One. A forest on a still day. No wind, no birds. Everything is calm, too calm. The predators think it's their time to attack. But that eerie silence, that's the universe holding its breath, because something powerful is about to awaken. That's who you were. Calm, but calculated. Still, but seismic. And when they crossed that invisible line, they didn't just offend you, they triggered a cosmic reaction, one that couldn't be undone. Here's a fact they ignored. The quiet ones who've suffered in silence are usually the ones holding the most power. Studies even show that those who've been deeply betrayed often develop higher intuition, stronger emotional resilience, and sharper awareness. So while they were busy plotting, you were upgrading. And thank you, Chosen One. Don't forget to pay this message forward by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's not just about you, it's about a global awakening. And by supporting this channel, you're helping the truth rise. You're helping others just like you realize they were never weak, just underestimated. You're part of a movement, a force, a shift. Thank you for being here. Now back to it. They underestimated you because they thought soft meant stupid, because you forgave too many times, because you walked away instead of clapping back. But little did they know, every step back you took was just the recoil before the strike. Every silence was a page being turned in your elevation story. And when the universe starts elevating someone like you, no smear campaign, no group chat, no low vibrational spell can stop that momentum. Let's call it what it is. They thought you were powerless because they judged the surface. But what they didn't account for was your depth, your fire, your alignment with something they don't even understand. You see, when people move from ego, they assume everyone else is playing the same small game. But you weren't playing, you were positioning, you were observing, you were listening, and you were being backed by forces they can't even name. You were never just the quiet one. You were the one who saw through their lies, who felt the fake energy in the room, who knew what they were doing before they even said it. You were the one who kept showing up with pure intentions while they were throwing daggers behind your back. And now, every dagger is returning to sender. That's why they're unraveling. It's not just what's happening to you, it's what's happening to them. They're confused, panicking, losing sleep, because what they thought would break you is breaking them instead. You didn't even have to retaliate. Your healing alone was loud enough. Your glow-up is their karma. Your silence? It's louder than every lie they ever told. And if you've been feeling that calm lately, that deep, unshakable stillness, that's not delusion. That's your confirmation. The universe has taken the wheel. You don't need to prove anything anymore, because they're already watching. From fake pages, from shadows, from sidelines, watching the very thing they swore would never happen to you unfold before their eyes. Let's talk about exactly how they misjudged the force you really are, and how that one mistake coming against you is now the moment they'll regret forever. And listen, Chosen One, If that just lit a fire in your spirit, you're exactly who this message was meant for. Drop the number 777 in the comments if they misjudged you, if they came against you thinking you'd fold, only to realize you were the storm they weren't ready for. And if this message speaks to your soul, don't just listen, move with it. Hit that like button, subscribe, share this with someone who needs to hear it. Because when you do, it tells the algorithm this light matters. And your support, it keeps this truth moving across the map. You're not alone. You're part of a rising force. And now, let's take it deeper, step by step, because if you really are who they underestimated, you'll feel something pulling you to stay until the very last word. Let's get started. Number 1, you were the sleeping volcano they shouldn't have poked. Still waters run deep, but silent ones erupt. They mistook your peace for passivity, your silence for submission, your patience for weakness. But what they didn't know, what they never even stopped to consider, is that you weren't asleep. You were charging. You weren't passive. You were preserving. They didn't realize you were the calm before the eruption, the sleeping volcano beneath their feet. And now, they're feeling the heat. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. Someone walks across a mountainside, mocking the silence, laughing at the stillness, unaware that beneath their feet rumbles the most explosive force known to Earth. That was you. They kicked at your boundaries, threw stones at your name, danced on your dignity like it was a joke. But in doing so, they triggered something ancient, something eternal, something untouchable. They came against you, not realizing the cost of disturbing a soul that was aligned, centered, and divinely protected. You were the volcano hidden in plain sight. And now, the ash cloud of your comeback is so thick, they can't even see their own reflection. You see, the mistake they made was common, but fatal. They judged what they saw instead of what they felt. And you've always carried something that made them nervous. That low hum, that quiet knowing, that inner fire that needed no applause to keep burning. They couldn't understand it, so they tried to provoke it, thinking they could control it, manipulate it, extinguish it. But here's the truth. The universe doesn't allow anyone to play with power they didn't earn. And while you waited with grace, they mocked with arrogance. They tried to weaponize your empathy. They poked, they pushed, they underestimated. And now, the fallout is theirs to face. Remember this, many legends were quiet before they rose. Malcolm X didn't roar in the beginning. He studied, he transformed. Rosa Parks didn't scream. She sat, firm, silent, unmoving. Even the greatest storms start with a change in pressure. And when they finally strike, they leave a mark that history doesn't forget. That's you. You're not bitter. You're not vengeful. You're awakened. And your eruption isn't about revenge. It's about revelation. It's not about rage. It's about recognition. The universe is now showing them who they provoked. And the irony, you never had to raise your voice. You just had to rise. And now they're panicking because what they tried to contain is expanding. The same people who mocked your stillness are now watching their own lives shake under the pressure of what they triggered. Their relationships breaking down, their plans backfiring, their sleep haunted. Because deep down, they know this isn't coincidence. This is karma. Let them feel it, chosen one. Let them sit in the tension they created. You don't owe anyone an explanation for evolving in silence. You don't owe closure to those who mocked your boundaries. The eruption was always coming. It was just waiting for the wrong fool to disturb it. They want to backpedal now, reframe the narrative, pretend they didn't know better. But the truth is, they knew. They knew you were rare, that your silence had weight, that your presence shifted rooms. That's why they tried to dim it. But when you try to suppress what was sent by the universe, you end up scorched. Some people only respect fire when it burns them, and now they're blistered, scorched by the very force they tried to control. They thought playing with your name would be fun. They didn't expect it to summon the universe. You were never meant to beg for recognition. You are the recognition, the evidence, the walking proof that power doesn't need permission to speak. It just needs clarity, alignment, and once it's awake, it's unstoppable. So when you feel that heat building inside of you, don't suppress it. When you feel yourself rising, don't shrink. That energy is not destruction, it's divine confirmation. That voice you once held back, speak it. That boundary you were afraid to enforce, hold it. That calling you second-guessed, walk in it. Because now they know this power was never for their entertainment. It was for your elevation. Let them choke on the smoke. Let them drown in the silence. You gave them kindness. They called it weakness. You gave them grace. They tried to weaponize it. And now the universe has flipped the script. You're no longer hidden. You're no longer waiting. You're erupting, bold, bright, unapologetic. And remember this, it's not your job to convince them of your strength. It's your job to be it. Because once a volcano erupts, there's no undoing it. The land changes, the landscape shifts, and those who mocked it from a distance, they either run or they fall. Let this be the last time you shrink to fit someone else's comfort, the last time you apologize for your intensity, because if they can't handle your glow, your roar, your eruption, then they were never built to stand in your light. Chosen one, you were the sleeping volcano they shouldn't have poked, and now that you've erupted, the whole world is watching, and the ones who came against you, they're finally learning what happens when you mistake grace for weakness. They didn't realize how powerful you were, but now, they'll never forget. Number 2, they chose war with someone who had invisible armor. Your protection wasn't loud, but it was lethal. They chose war with someone who had invisible armor. They thought you were standing alone. They thought you were exposed, vulnerable, undefended. But they didn't realize your silence was your sword, your calm was your shield. And the universe had already marked you untouchable before they even took aim. This is what happens when spiritual fools try to battle chosen souls. They fire arrows in the dark, thinking you won't see them coming. But your intuition, razor sharp. Your ancestors, wide awake. Your guides, already 10 moves ahead. So while they celebrated their sneak attacks, the universe was already preparing their downfall, brick by brick, blow by blow. Now imagine this for a second. Chosen one. Someone walks into a battlefield thinking it's a playground. They're laughing, throwing stones, mocking the silence. But what they can't see is that every step they take is triggering traps. Every move they make is alerting forces they don't understand. That's how unprotected they were when they came against you. That's how foolish their war cry was. They couldn't see the shield around your name, the veil that blocks curses from touching you, the energy field that reverses evil and returns it to sender, louder, harder, doubled. They thought you were standing on soil, but you were standing on sacred ground. And now every word they spoke, every ritual they tried, every backhanded scheme, it's boomeranging, fast, furious, final. Because you were chosen, not just by title, but by protection. The universe doesn't leave its warriors naked in the fire. You may walk through storms, but you don't walk alone. And while they laughed, thinking, "We got them," the truth is, they never even reached you. They only reached your armor. and now that same armor is reflecting their own venom back into their lives. People forget. What you send out returns. That's not magic. That's law. That's vibration. That's justice. And the more hidden the shield, the more devastating the ricochet. That's what's happening now. Behind closed doors, they're dealing with breakdowns, financial hits, strange illnesses, heavy dreams, unexplained losses, because they fired spiritual bullets at someone who was cloaked in ancestral steel. They mocked your dreams, not knowing your dreams were visions. They laughed at your instincts, not realizing your instincts were warnings. They gossiped, schemed, and cursed, not understanding they were activating something far beyond you. They weren't just fighting a person, they were trying to fight a purpose, a destiny, a divine assignment. And that's where they messed up. Chosen One, your armor wasn't made of ego. It wasn't loud. It didn't glow neon. It didn't need applause. It was made of silence, alignment, purity of intention, and protection earned through pain and perseverance. And when you carry that kind of armor, your enemies don't even know they've lost the war until their life starts falling apart, piece by piece, publicly and privately. That's why they're confused now, why their attacks didn't work, why their lies didn't stick, why their spell work backfired. It's because what covers you is not human-made. It's divine, it's generational, it's energetic, it's coded into your very essence. Some of you reading this were saved from car crashes that should have killed you, pulled from relationships that should have drained you, survived illnesses that had no logical cure. Why? Because the universe armored you up in silence. Your soul had missions left. Your enemies underestimated the fact that being chosen means being protected in ways they will never understand. You want to know why their life feels off now, why they're paranoid, why they're restless, because even though you never retaliated physically, energetically, justice is already being served. You didn't need to fight dirty. You just needed to stay still, and the universe took it from there. Let's be clear, they chose war. They weren't provoked, they weren't cornered. They weren't innocent. They chose to come against you, and they came recklessly, laughing, planning, sharing screenshots, stirring cauldrons of gossip and jealousy, thinking their little crew had you surrounded. But how do you surround someone who's protected from every direction? North, covered. South, covered. In your dreams, covered. In the courtroom, covered. In the spirit, armored. And when they realized nothing they did could reach you, they started unraveling. Because here's the truth they'll never say out loud. They fear you now, not because you're vengeful, but because they can feel they've lost. Because the more they watch you glow, the more they know they triggered something that's now haunting them. Their war didn't expose you, it revealed them. Their attacks didn't break you. It broke the illusion that you were ever touchable. And every time they try to fire again, it hits their own life harder. That's how divine protection works. It's invisible until it's undeniable. So don't lower your armor to prove you're peaceful. Don't take off your protection just to appear nicer. That armor is the reason you're still breathing, still rising, still chosen. Keep it on. Keep your silence. Keep your peace, because the quieter you are, the louder the universe moves on your behalf. They chose war, chosen one, with a soul wrapped in invisible fire, and now the burn is spreading through everything they tried to build against you. They called you dramatic. They said you were making things up, but now they're seeing shadows, having dreams, getting hit with karma they can't explain, and they know exactly who they played with. You didn't have to curse them. Your armor did. You didn't have to expose them. The universe is. You didn't have to fall for their bait, because you already knew you were never alone. And now they know it too. They know You were never just a person. You were the protected, the assigned, the one who walked with unseen forces. And those forces, they don't forget, they don't sleep, and they don't miss. So let them talk, let them stare, let them wonder. But know this, every single move they made against you has already been rerouted. And the war they started, it's already over. You won, and you didn't even have to swing. Number 3. They didn't know you were built in the fire they tried to throw you in. You weren't forged in peace, you were forged in pressure. They didn't know, they couldn't have known, because if they did, they would have never tried you. They would have never stepped into your territory thinking they could break you with fire, because the very thing they tried to burn you with, chosen one, is what you were born in. See, some people are raised in comfort, others are raised in chaos. You were raised in it, molded by it, tempered in betrayal, abandonment, manipulation, and grief. You didn't become strong because life gave you ease. You became powerful because life gave you hell, and you kept rising anyway. They walked into your world with fragile egos and empty threats, thinking you were soft because you were kind, thinking you were naive because you were quiet. But what they didn't realize was that you've been surviving betrayal since before they even knew your name. They brought drama to a soul that's mastered endurance. They brought darkness to a light that's been navigating shadows its whole life. Now imagine this, chosen one. Someone throws you into a fire thinking it's your end, but they don't know. You are the fire. The heat doesn't scare you, it fuels you. The flames don't destroy you, they refine you. While they were panicking at the first signs of smoke, you were calmly building your throne in the blaze. Because this wasn't your first time being underestimated. This wasn't your first time being left for dead, emotionally, spiritually, financially, and every time you rose, smarter, sharper, more silent, more selective. Until one day, the same people who doubted you had no choice but to sit back and watch you shine through the storm they tried to drown you in. And now they're confused, now they're bitter, because the game they played was designed for people who break under pressure, not for people like you who were built by it. That's what burns them the most. That's what's haunting them at night. They threw you into the same fire that would have destroyed them, but you didn't just survive, you transformed. You came out with sharper vision, deeper wisdom, more divine alignment. You shed dead weight, fake friends, old patterns. You stopped apologizing for your boundaries. You stopped over-explaining your intuition. And when you did, you became untouchable. That's why they're spiraling, because they expected smoke and ashes, and instead they saw evolution. They didn't realize that your pain became your prophecy, not in a religious sense, but in a universal truth. Because the universe always repurposes pressure into power if you don't give up. And you never gave up, chosen one. You sat with the pain. You wrestled with the shadows. You fought with your own mind, and still, you rose. This is what people don't understand about those who carry light. That light didn't come from love alone. It came from loss. It came from seasons where you had nothing but your faith in the unseen. It came from silent solitude, long nights of crying and praying for signs. So when they came against you thinking they were clever, they didn't realize they were stepping into a soul already sharpened by war. You weren't forged in peace. You were forged in pressure, like a diamond, like a sword, like volcanic glass. Your beauty, your strength, your clarity came from pressure that would have destroyed anyone else. They didn't know the storms you've walked through, the betrayals you've survived, the pain you've turned into wisdom. That's why they judged the surface. That's why they came for you like you were weak, because they thought this was your beginning. But this This was just another chapter in your training, just another classroom from the universe, another fire sent not to burn you, but to burn everything around you that was no longer aligned. They didn't break you, chosen one. They revealed you. Their betrayal stripped off the illusions. Their rejection exposed your real power. Their attempts to bury you just uncovered your roots. And now, the growth is visible. The glow is unmistakable. The strength is unshakable. That's why they're falling apart now, because they know they couldn't have survived what they put you through. They wouldn't have lasted a week in your fire. That's why they mock you in public, but obsess over you in private. That's why they pretend not to care, but still watch every move you make. You were never the victim. You were the test. You were the warning. You were the spiritual reflection of everything they tried to suppress in themselves. Courage, healing, authenticity, strength. And now they're choking on the very smoke they lit. Because what they thought was their clever plan was actually their cosmic mistake. They activated the universe against themselves the moment they touched a soul that had already been refined by fire. So keep walking, chosen one, with grace, with power, with quiet storms in your footsteps. Let them watch. Let them wonder. Let them suffer in the shadows of what they tried to kill but accidentally resurrected. Because now they know. You're not just powerful. You're dangerous to anything untrue, unauthentic, or evil. You are the one the fire couldn't burn. You are the one who turned heat into healing. You are the one they never should have messed with. And now, the lesson is loud. They didn't know you were built in the fire they tried to throw you in. But now, they can't unsee the blaze. Number 4. They played a short game against someone with a lifetime strategy. They sprinted toward your destruction, thinking speed would outsmart spirit. They tossed words like knives, started rumors like wildfires, made shady moves behind closed doors, all because they assumed you were frozen, unaware, unarmed. But here's what they didn't realize. Chosen one. You weren't reacting because you were aligning. You weren't silent because you were scared. You were focused, patient, strategic. While they were busy playing chess with missing pieces, you were sitting with the universe, letting the entire board be rearranged in your favor. You weren't built for short games. You were wired for the long vision, the kind that bends time in your favor, the kind that doesn't need instant gratification because it already owns the outcome. That's why they panicked when they didn't get a reaction from you. They couldn't decode your calm, couldn't read your silence, couldn't handle that every time they threw dirt. You grew something deeper. And now, the panic in their voice, the fear in their body, the cracks in their fake empire, it's all confirmation that your delay wasn't weakness, it was preparation. They thought quick wins would break your spirit, but you weren't playing checkers in the dirt. You were building kingdoms in the dark. Let that sink in. You had a lifetime strategy, spiritual, energetic, ancestral. One move at a time. No rush, no noise, just alignment. And now, everything they rushed to steal is slipping through their fingers. Why? Because it was never built to last. You, on the other hand, you were carved from time, pressure, and promise. Their chaos was just the background music to your evolution. The universe was never in a hurry to prove you right. It was waiting for the perfect moment to make them watch. And now they're watching in real time as their short game unravels. You didn't chase revenge. You didn't clap back. You let divine timing speak on your behalf, and it's screaming now. So let them rush, chosen one. Let them play loud and fast. You were always meant to move in silence and shake everything without warning, because the ones who last aren't always the loudest. They're the ones the universe backs without saying a word. Number 5. They mistook your kindness for cowardice. You were never soft, you were seasoned. They looked at your smile and saw submission. They saw your grace and assumed it came from fear. But what they never understood is this: kindness is not cowardice, it's power under control. And you, chosen one, were never afraid. You were aware, you were watching, you were absorbing, you were letting the universe handle the battle they tried to drag you into, because real power doesn't need to bark to prove its bite. You were seasoned, trained by silence, hardened by betrayal. You learned to carry storms in your chest without letting the thunder escape your mouth. And while they were mistaking your quiet for weakness, you were sharpening something inside them they couldn't see coming: karma. They mistook your humility as a retreat. But humility is the armor of the spiritually elite. It means you don't need to show off what you already know is divine. Let them keep talking. Let them keep throwing shade. They thought you wouldn't stand up for yourself, but the universe did. Every time they laughed behind your back, the universe wrote it down. Every time they took your kindness and turned it into a weapon, the Creator marked it as evidence. And now, the shift is happening. Their comfort is cracking, their circles are thinning, their inner peace is rotting from the inside because they misjudged a warrior wrapped in gentleness, and that's a dangerous game to play. Don't ever doubt your light just because it doesn't look like their fire. You don't have to fight loud to win loud. Your silence was your sword. Your patience was your protection. Your kindness was never an invitation for abuse. It was a test they failed, and now they're paying in confusion, paranoia, and regret. So hold your head high. You weren't a coward. You were chosen, and the universe never backs the loudest. It backs the most faithful, the most grounded, the ones who keep their integrity even when everything around them turns to chaos. They came for your crown, thinking it was easy to steal, but they didn't know it was fused to your soul through fire, not fear. Let them sit with that. Number 6. They tried to sabotage you. Now they can't escape the trap they set. Digging a grave for someone chosen just means you forgot whose hands control the shovel. They had a plan: whisper campaigns, fake stories, backroom schemes designed to bury your name, your confidence, your peace. But they didn't realize, when you touch someone protected by the universe, you start writing your own downfall in invisible ink. And now it's becoming visible, loud, brutal, public. They planted lies hoping they'd take root, but instead of flowers, it grew thorns around them. They spread gossip thinking you'd trip over it. Instead, they're the ones walking in circles, tangled in the vines of their own deceit. They tried to poison your path, but the universe is poetic with justice, because every drop they poured in your direction is dripping back on their own doorstep. See, chosen one, when you're aligned, you don't need revenge. The trap was never for you. It was for them to fall into, right after thinking they were smart enough to escape it. And now, they're stuck, spiritually, emotionally, even financially. The very mess they created to sabotage you is the mess they have to live in now. And here's what hits hardest: they're watching you rise anyway. You didn't just survive the sabotage, you transcended it. You didn't throw mud back, you let it harden beneath your feet and used it as your next step up. They built a pit, and now they can't figure out how you got taller while they're knee-deep in the hole. The ones who threw the rocks are now hiding their hands, but it doesn't matter, because karma doesn't need a witness. It has perfect aim, and the Creator doesn't miss. When the intention behind the attack is dirty, the result is always devastating, but only for the attacker. You didn't have to scream to defend yourself. You just had to stay still long enough for their own energy to turn around and recognize its owner. That's the power of being chosen. You're covered, even when you're quiet, especially when you're quiet. So let them wrestle with the chaos they created. You just keep walking in your light, in your peace, in your elevation. Because while they're stuck explaining what went wrong, you'll be too far ahead to hear them. Number 7. Their jealousy couldn't handle your frequency. They wanted your power, but couldn't survive your process. They saw the glow, but never the grind, the shine, but never the shadows you had to fight through. They looked at your aura, your energy, your elevation, and thought, I want that. But they didn't understand. Your frequency wasn't something you bought. It was something you bled for. They tried to mimic your presence, imitate your light, study your every move like you were just a formula to be copied. But this isn't fashion, it's frequency. And frequency can't be faked. It's earned. Through nights no one saw, through prayers no one heard, through healing that broke you down before it built you back up. You weren't born powerful. You were refined in pain, in patience, in perseverance. And the ones who envied your light tried to bypass the process. And now they're burning from the inside out. Because when you channel a divine frequency without being spiritually prepared, it backfires badly. And now it's short-circuiting their illusions. They're drained, scattered, unstable. The same mask they wore to pretend they were on your level. It's slipping. Their aura is dull. Their energy flatlined. Because the universe doesn't just let anyone carry chosen energy, it filters out the frauds. It exposes the envy. What they thought was charisma was actually character. What they thought was luck was actually alignment. What they tried to steal, they couldn't even hold, because they didn't know how heavy it really was. Your frequency didn't come from aesthetics. It came from anointing, from being broken and rebuilt again and again without losing your core. You didn't ask to be watched. You didn't beg for followers, but your energy couldn't be ignored. You were magnetic because you were authentic, and they wanted your stage, but not your story. So now, let them watch. Let them choke on their own imitation while you ascend in your originality. The Creator doesn't copy-paste greatness. And your frequency, it's a one of one. Limited edition. Download not available. Keep vibrating higher, chosen one. Because the ones who tried to clone you are now stuck in spiritual static, while you're broadcasting loud and clear. Number 8. Your calm is now their chaos. When they can't read your silence, they write their own guilt. They were ready for drama. They were prepared for a reaction. They set the stage for conflict, thinking you'd play your part. But you didn't. You didn't scream. You didn't beg. You didn't explain yourself to people who already made up their minds. Instead, you went silent. You withdrew your energy. You became a mystery. And that is what's driving them insane. Because silence from a chosen one isn't empty. It's loaded. Every day you don't respond is a mirror forcing them to face themselves. And what they see, it's ugly. It's distorted. It's guilt, shame, regret. Echoing louder because you're not there to absorb it anymore. You're not playing emotional janitor to their mess. They expected chaos from you, but your calm became the chaos they can't escape. You see, when you speak, people know what you're thinking. But when you're quiet, they start inventing demons that never existed. And those demons, they come from their own conscience. The things they buried, the things they denied, the truths they distorted, they all come clawing up when you withdraw your energy. Your silence became the most painful truth they've ever had to sit with, and now they're unraveling. Paranoid, checking your page, asking about you, dreaming about you, because your absence speaks in frequencies they can't decode. You're not posting for attention, you're not clapping back, but somehow your energy still surrounds them, and it's not comforting, it's haunting, because your calm wasn't passive. It was power, it was restraint, it was wisdom, and in that stillness you activated something ancient, the kind of spiritual warfare that doesn't need noise, just distance, just peace, just the echo of, "I don't need to explain anything to you anymore." Let them guess, let them wonder, let them spiral trying to read between the lines of what you'll never say. Because when a chosen one goes silent, the universe gets loud, and the ones who hurt you, they start to hear every ounce of karma in your quiet. That's not revenge, that's universal justice, and it always speaks in silence. Number 9. They laughed at your pain, now they're crying in public. Mocking a seed doesn't stop it from becoming a tree. They chuckled when you fell, they whispered behind your back, they passed around your heartbreak like gossip was a game. They thought your breakdown was the final chapter, that you were finished, destroyed, and they made sure everyone knew, laughing like hyenas around a wounded lion, unaware that pain doesn't destroy a chosen one, it awakens them. Because you weren't breaking down, you were breaking open. The pressure, that was your soil. The tears, that was your water. The isolation, that was sunlight from the inside out. They didn't know you were a seed. And seeds don't die in the dirt. They grow, quietly, powerfully, underground. And now, you're rising, and it's loud. You've become everything they swore you'd never be. Your posture, royal. Your glow, undeniable, and while you step into rooms with peace and presence, they're sitting in circles they used to lead, crying into cups they used to toast with. The very people who laughed at you when you were down are now being laughed at by karma, publicly, loudly, and without warning. Because when you laugh at someone's pain, you invite the universe to rearrange your comfort. And now their comfort is collapsing. Relationships are turning toxic. Opportunities are drying up. Their name, once spoken with respect, is now tangled in rumors, regret, and rapid decline. They mocked your tears, but yours watered a future they never saw coming. Now they need help, and no one believes them. They're breaking in front of the very crowd they tried to impress. And that's not just karma, it's poetic justice. Because the universe doesn't forget the mockers. It doesn't ignore cruelty masked as jokes. When you're chosen, your pain becomes prophecy. Not because you said so, but because the transformation proves it. They mistook your rock bottom for your grave, but it was your rebirth. And now they want shade from the very tree they once spit on. But this tree, it doesn't forget the ones who laughed at its roots. You've outgrown them, you've outshined them, and the same people who made fun of your pain. They're crying now, because they know they lost something sacred when they laughed. Number 10, they weren't ready for the mirror you became. Your healing forced them to see everything they're still hiding from. They didn't know that your healing would become their haunting. They thought you'd stay stuck, begging for closure, replaying the story. But you moved on, not with bitterness, but with brilliance. And that brilliance, it turned you into a mirror. Not a soft one, a ruthless one. The kind of mirror that doesn't lie. The kind that shows them everything they buried, every mask, every insecurity, every cowardly move they made in the dark while pretending to be righteous in the light. They didn't expect your glow to trigger guilt, but that's exactly what it did. Because you didn't come back to prove a point, you became the point. Every smile on your face now reminds them of how fake theirs was. Every level you reached without them reminds them of the levels they fumbled by sabotaging you. And now, every time they hear your name, see your picture, or catch a glimpse of your energy in someone else, they flinch. Because what they lost wasn't just a connection. They lost a reflection, a truth they weren't ready to face. You became everything they pretended to be, while they hid behind jokes, trends, status, and image. You did the real work. You healed. You surrendered. You reconnected with the universe. You faced the wounds. You sat with your shadow. You didn't just glow up, you grew up. And that growth, it became a mirror that follows them into every room they enter. Now they avoid you, but they can't escape you. They block your number, but they dream of you. They scroll past your name, but they feel your energy like static in the air. That's the power of becoming the mirror. You don't have to speak, you just have to exist. And your existence alone exposes everything they're still pretending not to see. Because healing isn't just about peace, it's about power. And you, chosen one, became the proof that it's possible to survive what they used to joke about. Now they sit in rooms filled with noise, still haunted by the silence you left behind. They weren't ready for the mirror you became, but now it's too late. The image is burned into their mind, and they'll never unsee it. Number 11. They thought you'd stay down, but you walked out with the crown. They buried you thinking you were finished, but you rose crowned in gold. They didn't just underestimate you, they counted you out, laughed at your lowest, pointed fingers while you bled. They tried to write your ending in ink, stamping you with words like broken, done, never coming back. But what they forgot is this: the chosen never stay buried. The soil they tried to throw on your name, it became sacred ground, because what they thought was a grave was actually a throne being built beneath the surface. And when you rose, you didn't come back begging, you came back crowned. They wanted your story to end in silence, but the universe had other plans. They broadcasted your downfall, whispered lies, spread shame, told others you'd never recover, but now they're choking on every word, because the same people who tried to break you are now watching you build higher than they ever imagined. You're not hiding anymore, you're shining. You're not explaining yourself, you're expanding. And your glow, it's a headline they can't avoid. You didn't just bounce back, you leveled up. Every scar they left on you turned to armor. Every insult became fuel. Every betrayal became a blueprint. That pain they used as a weapon, you melted it down and forged a crown. And now you wear it, not out of revenge, but out of reverence. Because you finally see who you are, and that reflection, it's royal. They thought you'd be limping, you're leading. They thought you'd be crying, you're creating. They thought the damage they caused would define you, but now your rise is redefining them. Because your elevation isn't quiet, it's cosmic. And the universe is making sure they watch every step you take. Now people speak your name with respect, not because you screamed, but because you survived. Because you walked through the fire and came out carrying something eternal, dignity, resilience, and the authority of someone who's earned every inch of their healing. You didn't just survive what they did, you thrived in spite of it. And here's the part that burns the enemy the most. You never needed revenge. Your victory was the revenge. You just kept rising. And in that rising, you reminded the world, and them, exactly who they were messing with. They thought you'd stay down, but you walked out, crowned in gold. Number 12. They know now you were never the victim. You were the test. Some people were sent to try you, but the universe used you to try them. They thought they were the ones with the upper hand, the ones pulling strings, causing chaos, watching you from behind the curtain like they were in control. But they weren't sent to break you. They were being watched the whole time, graded, measured, judged, not by you, but by the universe, because you weren't sent to suffer. You were sent to reveal them. You weren't the victim. You were the variable in a divine equation, a test wrapped in skin. And when they came against you, that was their exam, their moment to show who they really were beneath the mask. And they failed, publicly, painfully, permanently. They didn't realize that how they treated you was the prophecy unfolding. See, the chosen ones don't always walk in with trumpets and gold. Sometimes they show up looking tired, broken, quiet, and that's exactly what exposes the snakes. Because how someone treats you when you're not at your peak, that's their soul on full display. And your presence forced that truth to rise. You didn't just walk into their life, you revealed it. Now the consequences are echoing like thunder. Their relationships are falling apart. Their health is fading. Their sleep is haunted. Because the test they failed wasn't about you. It was about what's inside of them. Jealousy, deceit, greed. And now they're being served karma, not because you cursed them, but because they cursed themselves by touching what was never theirs to destroy. The universe kept the receipts. They thought no one saw what they did in the dark. But the same spiritual forces that guarded you are now exposing them. Whispers are turning into headlines, secrets into spotlights. People are walking away from them, not knowing why. But you know why, and deep down, they do too. And now, every time they hear your name, it stings, because your rise isn't just about elevation, it's about reflection. Your peace is now a reminder. Your glow is now their guilt. They can't unsee the way they fumbled. They can't undo the test they failed. And the universe? It doesn't allow retakes when the lesson was this loud. They thought you were the lesson, but you were the test, and they failed miserably. And that, chosen one, is the truth they never expected to face. They thought they could play games with your spirit and walk away clean, but the universe kept score, and now their consequences are unfolding right in front of them. You didn't just survive, you exposed, elevated, and awakened. If this message hit home, press like, subscribe, and drop 777 in the comments to declare that you were never the victim, you were the test. Share this with someone walking in their power, and remember, you're not alone. You're part of a divine force, and your rise is already written. The loudest liar always panics when the quiet truth finally walks in the room. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. You're standing in the ruins they built with lies, except the spotlight is no longer on you, it's on them. Their fake stories are crumbling. The truth didn't just walk in, it kicked the door down, holding receipts, footage, and confessions. The same people who smiled while stabbing you in the back. They're now trembling under the weight of the secrets they swore would never see daylight. And the best part? You didn't have to move a muscle. The universe moved for you. Here's what many don't understand, chosen one. Truth always echoes louder than lies, but it takes time for the sound to reach the right ears. A recent psychological study revealed something chilling. People are more likely to believe a confident lie than a hesitant truth. That's why they painted you as the villain so easily. They were bold, loud, and calculated. But now all their confidence has turned into confusion. Their smirks have turned to silence. Because guess what? A whistleblower stepped out from the shadows. Not just any witness, but someone on the inside. Someone who knew the game and still chose to flip the board. And thank you, Chosen One. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thanks, Chosen One, for being part of this mission. You're not just watching, you're a part of a force. Now, let's get into what really happened. You were wrongly accused. They twisted your words, set up traps, created group chats behind your back, and even staged moments to make it seem like you were the problem. It was a setup from the start, a performance designed to ruin your name while they played the victim. They counted on the crowd believing them, because crowds are often too lazy to question loud voices. But here's where it all went wrong. They forgot that the truth never sleeps. When that high-level whistleblower came forward, everything shifted. This wasn't just someone watching from the sidelines. This was someone involved, someone who carried the guilt long enough to break. And when they finally came forward, they didn't whisper. They brought the whole house down. Names, dates, screenshots, audio clips. The lies weren't just exposed, they were incinerated. And the ones who tried to take you down, they're not just embarrassed, they're terrified, because their lies weren't little misunderstandings. They were strategic attacks. And now the same people who clapped when you fell are praying that no one looks too closely at their hands. There's something deeply satisfying about justice served in silence. You didn't yell, you didn't beg for them to believe you. You stayed grounded. You let the universe handle it, and it did. That's the power of the Chosen One. You don't fight for attention. Truth magnetizes toward your energy because you're aligned with it. You live in integrity even when no one's watching, especially when no one's watching. And Chosen One, let's not forget how lonely it felt when no one believed you, when every room felt heavy with suspicion, when you kept replaying conversations in your head, wondering what you could have said differently. But now, look how tables turned. The very people who accused you can't even show their face. They used to laugh in the group chats. Now they leave them in shame. The same places they pushed you out of, now they avoid them like a crime scene. That's what happens when lies die in daylight. It's important to understand why they did this in the first place. People like that are threatened by your presence, not because you're loud, but because your existence exposes what they're not. Your honesty made their manipulation obvious. Your calm made their chaos stand out. And when people can't destroy your character, they try to destroy your reputation. But here's the thing, reputation is what strangers believe. Character is what the universe sees. And the universe always corrects false narratives. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need to clap back. You just needed time. Because lies have speed, but truth has endurance. And now, as this whistleblower breaks the silence, the entire story flips upside down. The same mouths that once cursed your name are now begging for people to understand there's more to the story. But the damage they tried to do to you, it's circling back like a boomerang, and it's hitting them harder. Let this be a reminder. Chosen One, what's hidden always comes to light when your energy is pure. When you keep walking in truth, even when no one's clapping, the universe starts clapping for you. And the noise it makes, it's unmistakable. So walk tall, let them talk. Because behind the scenes, the truth already cleared your name, and in front of the scenes, their lies are falling apart. What was once their private joke is now their public shame. And all you had to do was survive long enough to watch it flip. This is your redemption arc, Chosen One, and it's only the beginning. So, are you ready to see how it all unfolded? How the same ones who tried to bury you are now buried under their own lies. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you've ever been falsely blamed, silently endured it, and trusted the universe to bring the truth forward in its own time. And if this message already feels like it's peeling back layers you thought no one saw, consider showing love to the team that brings these messages to life. Whether it's a like, a comment, or a super thanks, your support fuels this mission. Every bit matters. Every soul we reach shifts the balance. And now, let's break this down step by step. Because if you really are the chosen one, you'll feel it in your bones that this message was meant for you. Stay with me. The real story is just beginning. Number 1. They built a whole lie around you. Now they're choking on the truth. They wrote your downfall like a script, but forgot one thing. You weren't the actor, you were the evidence. They sat around tables, trading lies like poker chips, crafting a version of you that never existed, just to feel powerful, just to stay relevant, just to hide the rot in their own souls. And for a while, chosen one, it worked. They fooled people. They wore masks so well, even the audience clapped. They planted rumors like landmines, just waiting for you to misstep. And when you didn't, they twisted your silence into guilt, your absence into admission, your strength into arrogance. But here's what they didn't count on. Truth doesn't stay buried forever. It decomposes their lies like acid. Now imagine this. Someone they trusted, someone from inside their own circle, couldn't hold the weight of those lies any longer. The guilt turned into a ticking clock in their chest. Every time they laughed about how they framed you, that clock ticked louder. Every time they saw you walk past with your head still high, it echoed like thunder in their conscience. And then, boom, the clock struck. The whistleblower broke. The one person they never thought would flip, did. And when they spoke, they didn't whisper. They detonated. You see, people ask, why would they go to such lengths to ruin someone who was innocent? Simple. Because your light exposed their shadows. Your integrity embarrassed their manipulation. And they knew if you kept rising, someone would start asking questions. So they flipped the story before the story could flip them. They created a villain and cast you in the role. But here's the truth they couldn't erase. Receipts always survive. The universe keeps its own records. And now, those very documents, those deleted messages, those altered timelines, they've returned like ghosts dragging chains. Unedited, unforgiving. It's brutal, chosen one. They didn't just lie. They engineered your downfall like it was a group project. Backroom conversations, anonymous reports, missing files. They pushed narratives designed to make you break under pressure. And when you didn't break, they pushed harder. And that's where they messed up. Because you didn't break, you absorbed. You didn't yell, you watched. You didn't fight dirty, you let the dirt rise. And when it did, the entire room reeked of them, not you. Now the tables have turned so violently, it gave them whiplash. Their supporters, quiet. Their allies, vanished. Their stories, falling apart like wet paper. Because nothing holds when it's built on lies. And when that whistleblower came forward, they didn't just pull back the curtain, they yanked it down and exposed the stage. Every property, every script, every fake tear. Let's pause here and ask the question they don't want answered. Why did it take a whistleblower? Because the universe always moves the truth through the unexpected. The person they thought was loyal cracked under the weight of your injustice. That's what karma looks like. It doesn't need revenge, it just needs time. And let's get one thing clear, you never needed to defend yourself. They made you feel like you had to explain, like silence was weakness. But now, look, you didn't have to lift a finger. The evidence screamed louder than all their slander ever could. Their words were smoke. The truth? a wildfire. They crafted this deception with intention. They weren't sloppy. This was a coordinated act of character assassination. But what they forgot, what they always forget, is that when you attack someone walking in truth, the universe takes it personally. You weren't just some random target. You were chosen, and that title doesn't come with immunity, it comes with protection. They bet everything on you falling apart. They planned your public shaming like an event. What they didn't prepare for, being exposed in 4K, the screenshots, the voice notes, the testimonies, the receipts. It's all there. And it's not vague or speculative, it's exact. Their lies came with too many moving parts. The truth? Simple, unshakable. And now they're quiet, not because they're ashamed, but because they're scared. Scared that the people they once fooled are now rereading every conversation. Scared of the judgment. Scared that this time they won't be able to twist the narrative again. They thought they were so careful, so calculated. But you can't outsmart the truth. You can't erase universal timing. You can't silence a whistle that was meant to blow the whole thing wide open. And the best part? You didn't need to go low to win. You didn't need to fight dirty. You didn't need to scream, beg, or prove anything. All you had to do was stand still and let the dust clear. And when it did, everyone saw who really kicked it up. So here's your motivation. Chosen one, don't ever apologize for the storm you become when someone lies on your name. Let this be the fire that fuels your next level. Let their betrayal be the reason you level up, louder than ever. Let their lies be the red carpet for your rebirth. Because now they don't get to say anything. The evidence speaks. The whistleblower confirms. The silence from the crowd. That's not peace, that's shame. And you, the one they tried to erase, just became unerasable.
This isn't just karma, it's correction, and it's only the beginning.
Number 2. The web of lies is falling, and they're trapped in it like flies. The thing about lies is they always come with an expiration date. Truth shows up like a final notice stamped in red. They thought they were untouchable. They spun their web of lies so tightly, so intricately, they believed no one could ever unravel it. But guess what? Chosen one, the web is collapsing, and they're the ones tangled in it now. Emails they forgot about. Bank transfers they thought were hidden, group chats they never deleted. It's all resurfacing, and it's speaking louder than any excuse they could ever make. They were so sure they had buried everything, but the past doesn't stay dead when it's soaked in betrayal. Imagine this for a moment. You're standing in the same room where they once whispered lies about you, and now those walls are echoing with silence, their phones buzzing with notifications, messages being reread, screenshots being passed around, each buzz a new crack in their fake armor, and they're not running toward damage control. They're frozen like statues caught mid-lie. They thought they'd walk away clean, but the trail of evidence they left behind has become the very rope that's wrapping around their reputations. Tight, unforgiving. The truth doesn't shout, it waits. And when it speaks, it doesn't ask for your attention, it demands it. They laughed at your silence, didn't they? Mocked the way you didn't retaliate, gave each other high fives when another person turned against you. They wore your pain like a trophy, like a symbol that they had won. But here's the brutal truth they never prepared for. Lies are heavy, and eventually even the strongest liars collapse under the weight of their own stories. They just didn't think the collapse would happen in front of you. And yes, some of them were just following the crowd. Some didn't mean to hurt you. At least that's the lie they tell themselves now. But ignorance doesn't erase impact. Just because you didn't drive the knife doesn't mean you're not responsible for standing there and watching it go in. They backed the wrong version of the story, and now they're choking on it. Guilt is a shadow that doesn't leave when the lights go out. It follows you even in the dark. You saw the shift happen. It wasn't a dramatic scene like in the movies. There wasn't a screaming match or a courtroom breakdown. No, it was worse. It was quiet. It was real. That moment when one of them glanced at the screen and their face turned white. Another cleared their throat too many times, trying to act normal. Someone else quickly grabbed their phone, suddenly needing to step out. But they weren't hiding from you, chosen one. They were hiding from the reflection of themselves in the truth, now staring them in the face. Now picture this. Every lie they told is on display, like evidence in a trial. Their words, their actions, their fake concern, all lined up in black and white. It's undeniable. And what's worse for them, everyone sees it. There's no salvaging the narrative now. The poor victim mask they wore, it's crumbling. The fake stories, disintegrating in real time. They can't even look you in the eye anymore because you're the proof that their version of events was a lie. You might wonder, why didn't they just tell the truth? Because the truth made them look weak. The truth revealed their jealousy. The truth exposed how threatened they were by your presence. It was easier to make you the villain than admit they envied your light. And now that the truth is out, they're not just embarrassed, they're exposed. No more hiding behind fake smiles and passive-aggressive small talk. Their masks are melting under the heat of reality. The truth doesn't just clear your name, it stains theirs. Here's a hard truth, chosen one. They didn't expect the universe to side with you. They thought being louder meant being right. They thought being popular meant being protected. But the universe doesn't care about numbers. It cares about balance. And when you walk with truth, even if you're outnumbered, you're never outmatched. Some of them will try to distance themselves now. You'll hear things like, "I didn't know the full story," or "I wasn't really involved." But silence is involvement. Every person who saw you suffer and said nothing is just as responsible as the one who set the trap. Let them squirm. Let them panic. Let them scramble for words that can't fix what they broke. And imagine this, one last time, they're in the same social circles, but now everyone's looking at them differently. The weight of the lie hasn't just crushed their image, it's cracked the floor beneath them. They can't show their faces without hearing whispers. They can't laugh without people wondering if it's fake again. Their credibility gone, their alliances fading, the respect they once held like currency worthless. Because what do you do when the person you trusted turns out to be the architect of a lie? What happens when the truth burns through your reputation like acid on paper? You don't recover from that quickly. Some of them won't recover at all. They didn't just lie on you, they tried to rewrite who you were, but truth came with a pen and crossed out every word they forged. Now the power is shifting. You're not looking for revenge. You're not obsessed with making them suffer. You're just walking forward, and that alone is enough punishment for them. Because nothing scares a liar more than seeing the person they tried to destroy, still standing, still shining, and now surrounded by undeniable proof that they were never the problem. This is what justice looks like, chosen one. Not fireworks, not applause, but a cold silence where their lies used to be, and the slow realization that everyone knows now, you were right all along. And you don't even have to say, "I told you so." Your existence is the proof. Your peace is the payback. Your strength is the sentence. So keep walking tall. Let them sit in the ashes of what they tried to burn you with. Because when betrayal crumbles, the only thing left standing is truth. And this time, it's all on your side. Number 3. Crushed by the truth they fed on. They prayed you were guilty, because if you weren't, they'd have to face what they really are. They didn't just believe the lie, they loved it. It gave them a reason to look down on you. It gave them a way to feel righteous while watching you bleed. That's the sick part, chosen one. It wasn't a mistake, it was entertainment. Your silence became their punchline. Your pain? Just fuel for their group chats and smug grins. But now that the truth is staring them down, unblinking, undeniable, they can't laugh anymore. Imagine this: someone spends months building a cage for you, one they plan to trap you in forever. Then, one day, the door swings open, and it's them inside. That's what's happening now. The truth didn't just clear your name, it shackled theirs. And the weight of it, oh, it's unbearable. You saw it the moment the evidence dropped. Shoulders hunched, fingers twitching, eyes darting like trapped prey. They weren't prepared for the universe to clap back. The truth is light, and nothing burns a liar faster than exposure. They thought they were judges. They thought they had the right to sentence you with rumors and silence. But now, they're choking on every word they ever used against you, because the truth didn't just say you were innocent, it screamed they were wrong, dead wrong, wrong for doubting your character, wrong for sitting back while others buried you, and most of all, wrong for wanting you to be the villain. Yes, they wanted it. That's the part they can't admit out loud. It was never about proof. It was about preference. It was easier to cast you as the problem than admit they felt inferior next to your light. You weren't convenient. You weren't controllable. So they painted you with shadows just to make themselves feel safe. And now the shadows are turning on them. You don't even have to speak. Your presence is enough. Every time they see you still standing, still solid, it rattles them. They can't unhear the truth. They can't undo their silence. And worst of all, they know you remember. That's why they go quiet when you walk in. That's why they avoid eye contact, because nothing is heavier than knowing you betrayed someone who never deserved it, and that person is still standing taller than ever. Let them carry that weight. You've already shed yours. Number 4, you didn't need their tears, but look who's drowning now. They never cried for you when you were bleeding, but now they want pity for getting blood on their hands. You never asked for their tears. You never needed their guilt-soaked apologies or those trembling stutters masked as regret. You didn't wait around hoping they'd finally see the light, because deep down, chosen one, you knew the ones who laughed at your pain were never capable of grieving your wounds. And still, here they are, breaking. It doesn't happen all at once. It starts subtle, like a crack running through glass, a twitch in the jaw, a fake smile that doesn't reach their eyes, hands curled into nervous fists. It's all slipping. The confidence, the pride, the arrogance they once wore like armor when they swore you were the problem. You can see it unraveling in real time, like a mask melting under the weight of heat it was never built to withstand. The same people who watched you drown with dry eyes are now choking on their own guilt, and not a drop of it is for you. They're not crying because they're sorry for what they did. They're crying because they got caught, because the truth they buried like a weapon is now digging into them. Their shame isn't about justice, it's about exposure. That moment when the mirror cracked and showed them who they really are, not the victim, not the hero, but the betrayer. Imagine this. Someone watching you suffer with popcorn in their hands, entertained, smug, certain you'll never rise again. Now fast forward, they're the ones under the spotlight, and the truth is rolling on a projector screen for the whole world to see. You're not the spectacle anymore. They are, and every tear they shed, it's not for your healing, it's for their humiliation. You might ask, should I forgive them now that they're sorry? But are they truly sorry, or just exposed? Because real remorse doesn't arrive only when the crowd turns. Real regret doesn't come with excuses or revisionist history. And yet, here they are, scrambling to rewrite their roles in the mess they helped create. I didn't mean it like that. I wasn't really involved. No, they were front row, cheering. They were in the group chat, adding fuel. They treated your struggle like a punchline, and now they want to escape the consequences like none of it ever happened. But you remember the smirks, the cold shoulders, the way your silence made them bolder, the way they treated your isolation like a game of survival, and they bet against you. And now they're the ones gasping for air, drowning in guilt, choking on tears they once mocked you for shedding. Let them, because you didn't need their tears, and you never will. Number 5. When the lie breaks its own maker. They didn't confess because they grew a conscience. They confessed because the truth beat them to the mic. There it is, the moment they swore would never come. The silence they used to smother you now turns into a trembling voice, cracking open under pressure. I don't know why I did it. I just went along with the crowd, and suddenly, every lie, every fake smirk, every whisper they used to build the case against you comes undone in seconds. But let's be clear, chosen one, they're not crying because of what they did to you. They're crying because their illusion of being a good person has shattered. They wanted to be the hero of their own story, and now the mirror is showing them the villain. That's the real pain. Not your suffering, not your reputation. It's their self-image burning to ash in front of their eyes. Imagine this: someone commits the crime, enjoys the crowd's applause, and then, when the truth slaps them across the face, they drop to their knees, not out of guilt for the harm they caused, but out of grief that they can no longer pretend they were innocent. That's what this is. A performance cracking under real consequences. Guilt doesn't need a courtroom. It only needs the moment the lie becomes too loud to ignore. They weren't leaders, they weren't thinkers, they were followers of gossip, of cliques, of fear. And instead of questioning the lies, they sharpened them. Instead of speaking up, they stayed quiet and played along. The deception gave them power. It gave them something to hide behind while they tore you down, and they thought they were clever enough to erase the trail. But whispers vanish. Paper doesn't. The universe always waits for its moment, and today that moment came swinging. One by one, the files dropped. Emails, voice notes, messages with their names attached, time-stamped like tombstones. It wasn't just your truth rising, it was their mask falling. No more deniability, no more spinning the story, no more hiding behind the lie. Everything they did is staring them in the face, printed in ink and backed by cold, hard evidence. And look at them now, eyes down, fingers twitching, breath caught in their throat, not a single word left to say. You don't need to say anything, because the truth already did, and this time it cannot be unspoken. Number 6. The puppet master's mask just slipped. They played the puppet like a genius until the strings they pulled wrapped around their own throat. They strutted around like kings and queens of chaos, so sure, so smug, so absolutely convinced that their whispers would stay buried, that their fingerprints on your downfall would never be traced. They thought they were above the truth. But now, the very evidence they thought would never surface just shattered the entire illusion, and the fallout, instant, violent, irreversible. It wasn't just some random message, chosen one. No, this was the one, a hidden file, a buried thread, a piece of communication so specific, so damning, it split the mask clean off their face. Their hands shook before they even touched the paper. Their smile faltered before a single word was said, because that one piece of truth didn't just expose the lie, it exposed the architect. The louder they are in the crowd, the more desperate they are to hide who's whispering in their ear. You always knew it. You felt it. The ones pointing fingers, spreading rumors, turning people against you. They were just pawns, empty vessels moved by fear, jealousy, or ignorance. But behind them, there was someone calculating, cold, quiet. A mastermind who wanted your name erased, not because of what you did, but because of who you were becoming. They knew if they didn't sabotage you early, your rise would expose their own mediocrity. Imagine this. You're standing in a room full of liars, all pretending to be innocent. Then someone drops the receipts, and every thread leads back to one name, the person no one suspected. The one who smiled in photos and played the innocent bystander while puppeteering everyone around them. That's what this moment is. The mastermind has been unmasked, and they know it. Everyone does. They didn't expect the skeletons to scream when the closet door cracked open. Their power is gone. The silence in the room now, it isn't peace, it's fear. Their voice, once booming with false confidence, is barely a whisper now, because the truth is on the table, and the truth doesn't stutter. It doesn't tremble. It doesn't ask for forgiveness. It just sits there like a gavel and delivers a sentence more brutal than anything you could have said. They orchestrated everything, and now they're exposed. Let them drown in their own silence. Chosen one. The strings are broken, the puppet master's hands are shaking, and the world finally sees who really pulled the strings. Number 7. They lit the fire, now they're trapped in the ashes. They thought they played the game well, until they realized they were just disposable pieces on someone else's board. The dust has settled, and the silence is deafening. But it's not peace, it's panic. You see it in their faces, that desperate glance from one to another, hoping someone, anyone, has an explanation that makes this all go away. But there's no script to follow now, no more lies to hide behind. The aftermath is here, and it's brutal. They thought they had power, thought they were doing the right thing. They clung to their self-righteousness like armor. But now that the curtain's been ripped open, they were never warriors, just pawns in a bigger game. They followed the whispers, lined up like obedient soldiers behind the wrong flag. And the one who rallied them never cared. The mastermind fed them lies, used them for cover, and left them out to dry. It was never loyalty. It was leverage. The hardest pill to swallow is realizing you destroyed someone's name for a cause that never even included you. Now look who's standing tall, not them, not the one in the shadows. You, the one they tried to break, humiliate, erase. You're the only one not scrambling in chaos, not shaking, not backpedaling, not gasping for breath. You're calm, because while they built their schemes on deception, you were grounded in something they couldn't touch. Truth. Imagine this, the very crowd that once pointed fingers at you is now being pointed at. The screenshots, the receipts, the voice memos, they're not whispers anymore. They're explosions, loud, echoing, unstoppable. They're trying to cover their tracks, rewrite timelines, feign confusion, but it's too late. The dominoes have fallen. The blueprint is out in the open. Every betrayal you endured now has a face, a name, a timestamp, and it's all connected. They thought the truth could be outpaced, outnumbered, or outvoted. But truth doesn't need approval. It doesn't need to yell. It just waits. And then it strikes. They never imagined the same lie they rode to power would be the same lie that buried them. The war is over. And not because you fought dirty, not because you begged for justice, but because the truth, patient, precise, and devastating, finally arrived. And when it did, it didn't knock. It kicked the door in and exposed everything and let them deal with the aftermath. You already survived the war. Number 8. The tables turned and you're still standing. They threw dirt on your name, hoping to bury you. Now they're buried under the weight of their own lies, and you never even lifted a shovel. It's happening right in front of them, and there's no escape. The collapse they swore would never come is here, and it's crushing them, not you. They're scrambling now, clumsy in their panic, pointing fingers at each other, gaslighting reality, rewriting roles in a script that's already been printed, dated, and archived. But it's too late. Every word, every betrayal, every false accusation is inked in black and white with their names stamped beside it. You didn't expose them. They exposed themselves. Imagine this. You're standing at the top of the pit they built for you, looking down as they stumble into it. One tries to climb out by blaming another. Another pleads ignorance. Some try silence, others cry regret. But none of it sticks. The pit is theirs. The fall is theirs. And you're watching it all unfold, calm, grounded, vindicated. Truth doesn't shout. It shows up uninvited and clears the room without saying a word. They never truly knew you. They knew a version of you sculpted from whispers, painted with the jealousy of others, and handed to them like truth. And they didn't question it, because the lie was convenient, because siding against you made them feel big, because watching you fall felt good to them. Let that sink in. They weren't confused. They weren't misinformed. They were entertained. Your downfall was their show. And now, the curtain's fallen, the illusion's shattered, and they're standing on the same stage, exposed, shaking, while you, the one they tried to silence, don't have to say a thing. The truth is speaking louder than they ever could. And here's what hits hardest. The same mouths that once tore you down are now offering up weak defenses on your behalf. I don't know the full story. I always liked them, though. I just stayed out of it. Lies. Every one of them. You can hear the tremble in their voice when they speak your name now. It's not reverence, it's fear. Fear of being seen, fear of being remembered, fear of being held accountable by the person they once called a problem. And now, you don't need their apologies. You never did. That's what eats them alive. That's what keeps them up at night. Because the one thing they wanted most, your need for their approval, no longer exists. You've outgrown it. You've outgrown them. You didn't demand vindication. You became it. And now they have to live with the image of you still rising, while they crumble under the story they wrote with their own hands. Number 9. The rise they can't unsee, the truth they can't undo. They watched you burn and said nothing. Now they have to watch you rise and live with the silence that let it happen. For the first time, they truly see you, not as the version they whispered about, not as the scapegoat they clung to in their small, fearful minds, but as you are, unshaken, untouchable, vindicated. You walked through the fire they lit, and not only did you survive, you emerged with the smoke behind you and the truth at your back. They thought they'd break you. What they really did was build the stage for your comeback. Imagine this, the same people who laughed at your lowest point now forced to clap in silence at your rise. The ones who stood back and watched you get torn apart, now stuck choking on their own indifference. They see you now, all of you, and it terrifies them. Because what do you do when the person you quietly betrayed becomes the proof of your cowardice? Vindication isn't loud. It's the silence that falls when truth walks into a room full of liars. They have to live with the shame now. You don't. They're the ones remembering the lies, the smirks, the silence. You're the one remembering the strength it took to walk alone, the strength it took to not crumble when every door closed, every eye turned, every tongue wagged with false stories. And here's what cuts the deepest for them. You never needed their validation. That's what haunts them the most. You didn't chase after explanations. You didn't beg them to see you. You simply stood your ground while they scattered like shadows at sunrise. They know now. They know they weren't just passive observers. They were silent participants. And that silence, it's a prison, one they built for themselves, one they can't escape from. Silence may protect you in the moment, but it haunts you for a lifetime. They tell themselves lies to sleep at night. I wasn't part of it. I just didn't want to get involved. I wasn't the worst one. But deep down, they know silence is complicity. They were scared. Scared of being cast out, scared of standing up, scared of becoming a target if they defended you. But you didn't need a crowd. You didn't need applause. You stood alone. You were the truth when the room was full of fiction. That's the difference. That's what they can't unsee. That's what they'll carry forever. Because your rise is more than personal victory. It's a mirror. And when they look into it, all they see is who they weren't when it mattered most. You're untouchable now, not because you fought dirty, but because you never bent, never broke, never lost your truth. And they will never recover from the fact that you made it through everything they watched you suffer, and still came out stronger than they'll ever be. Number 10. Now they want redemption, but you remember everything. They want peace now that the war is over, but they watched you bleed in silence when it counted. Now that the truth has flipped the entire story on its head, they feel it. That strange weight in the air when you enter the room, that hush, that shift, that sting of regret in their throat. Some want to make it right. You can hear it in the way they speak now, soft, uncertain, like even your name is too heavy for their lips. Suddenly they're careful. Suddenly they're human. But you remember when they weren't. They want to come back, to explain, to apologize, to say they didn't mean to stay silent. But that's the thing, they did. Silence was their choice. And you remember exactly who looked away when the damage was being done. You remember the cold stares, the smirks, the sideways glances, and the fake concern. They could have spoken up. They didn't. Not because they didn't know better, but because it was easier not to. Imagine this. The same people who laughed when you were down are now holding their breath when you walk by. Some don't look up. Some stare a little too long, unsure if they're allowed to smile at you anymore. Others pretend like none of it happened, as if their silence didn't echo through every corner of your life when it mattered most. Regret sounds different when it's whispered through shame. Now your name, the same one they dragged through the dirt, is being spoken with guilt and hesitation. They're not sure how to fix what they broke, because deep down they know they didn't just fail to defend you. They participated in your humiliation. Even if they didn't throw the first stone, they stood there and watched it hit. And here's what hits hardest for them. You don't need them anymore. You're not waiting for apologies. You're not desperate for closure. You've outgrown the space where they abandoned you, and now they don't know where they stand. Should they offer an apology? Should they act like it never happened? Should they explain why they stood still while you were torn apart? It doesn't matter anymore. Because you saw them. And now that the truth is out, they know you saw them too. The past can't be undone. The betrayal can't be softened by late remorse. Some wounds aren't meant to be reopened just because the guilty feel ready. You're not bitter, you're not vengeful, but you'll never forget who was quiet when your name was a target. And that truth, it builds walls no apology can climb. They want to make amends, but the silence they chose is louder than anything they can say now, and nothing will ever be the same again. Number 11. They thought your fall was final. Now they're the ones crawling back. They toasted your downfall like it was permanent, but the only thing that stayed down was their integrity. They thought they won. They thought dragging your name through the dirt meant they buried you. They thought casting you as the villain would make their story more believable. And when you were silent, when you didn't fight back, they mistook that silence for defeat. But what they didn't realize is that you weren't broken. You were just watching, letting them build their own trap. One lie at a time. They laughed while you suffered, clapped when you were excluded. They felt powerful when your voice was missing from the room. They celebrated like they had erased you. But now, that power has turned to poison. Guilt doesn't scream. It whispers, slowly, repeatedly, and it's eating them alive. Imagine this. A person who screamed the loudest against you, now sending you a message like nothing ever happened. How have you been? Casual, cold, calculated. They're not checking in. They're checking if you forgot. But you haven't. You remember every word, every smirk, every time they twisted the knife deeper with their silence, or worse, their applause. The same hand that tried to bury you now wants to shake yours, and you can feel the tremble in their grip. They don't miss you. They miss the access. They miss what being near your energy, your influence, your rising presence could have done for them. They see you reclaiming your space, your power, your truth, and now they want to rewrite the past. Pretend they always supported you. Pretend they were never in the mob that cheered when you fell. But you see through it. The desperation behind their smiles, the fear behind their friendliness. And let's not ignore the worst of them, the ones who made it their mission to destroy you. The ringleaders, the manipulators, the mouths that never tired of twisting your story. Now they're quiet, or worse, they're reaching out, hoping you're too healed to hold them accountable. But healing doesn't mean forgetting, and peace doesn't mean access. They thought your silence was surrender, but it was evolution. They thought they won. Now they're watching your rise from the sidelines, realizing they lost the only thing that could have ever saved them from themselves, your grace. And once that's gone, there's no message, no apology, no fake connection that can bring it back. So, chosen one, let me sum it up before we end this. They tried to write your story with dirty hands, tried to sculpt your identity from gossip, fear, and projection. They thought they could box you in, control the narrative, keep you small. But what they didn't realize, chosen one, is that you were never theirs to define. You didn't rise to prove them wrong. You rose to prove yourself right. And in doing so, you shattered every lie they ever wrapped around your name. They expected you to beg, to doubt yourself, to shrink. But you didn't fold. You didn't chase closure. You didn't need their validation then. And you sure as hell don't need it now. The moment they bet against you was the moment they lost access to your future. And now that you've evolved into everything they couldn't control, they no longer recognize you. And that's the point. You've outgrown the limits they tried to place on your soul. Let them stare, let them regret, let them sit in the ruins of their decisions, because you're not going back. Not for their guilt, not for their fake peace offerings, not for anything. You are untouchable, you are undeniable, and your rise, it was unstoppable. If this message hit home, press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're not yet part of this powerful family, make sure to hit that subscribe button now. We rise together, we heal louder, we move like truth, slow, silent, but unstoppable. Keep shining, chosen one. They'll keep watching from behind. The knife you twisted in someone else's back always finds its way home, and when it does, it cuts deeper than you ever imagined. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, they thought they were untouchable, strutting through life like the rules didn't apply to them, throwing stones from a glass palace they swore could never shatter. But here's the truth. Karma isn't always slow, and it isn't always gentle. Sometimes it shows up like a storm you never saw on the radar, tearing through everything they built, leaving nothing but wreckage and regret. According to behavioral studies, people who deliberately harm others often convince themselves that consequences are for other people, never them. But life has a way of flipping the script so violently they end up choking on the very dust they kicked in someone else's face. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are part of a force. Now let's get into it. You see, this isn't your everyday, what goes around comes around situation. This is karma with a spotlight and a front row audience. Karma with a steel spine and a perfect aim. This is the kind of payback so precise, so personal, it feels like the universe kept detailed notes just for this moment. They didn't just get humbled, they got dismantled. Piece by piece, the universe stripped away everything they used to prop up their ego, until all that was left was the raw truth they had been running from. The beautiful and terrifying thing about karma is that it mirrors the energy you put out, only magnified. If they sowed betrayal, they harvested isolation. If they dealt in humiliation, they got publicly exposed. If they tried to poison your name, they ended up drinking their own venom. The universe doesn't simply balance scales, it tips them just enough to make sure the lesson leaves a scar. And oh, chosen one, this scar they carry now. It's not one they can hide under smiles, lies, or a carefully curated image. They may have thought you were just another target, another stepping stone on their path to whatever illusion they were chasing. But what they didn't know was that messing with you was like signing a contract with consequences they couldn't afford. The universe doesn't warn when it's about to collect. It just arrives, unannounced, and takes payment in full. And this payment, it came in the form of loss, exposure, and the kind of sleepless nights where every mistake replays on a loop. What's even more chilling is how their downfall didn't come from some random misfortune. It came from their own hands. The same tricks they used on you, the same manipulation they thought made them clever, became the very blueprint of their undoing. It's almost poetic, isn't it? They wrote their own ending without even realizing it. You didn't have to lift a finger. You didn't have to prove a thing. The universe handled it in a way that made the message loud and clear. Hurt others, and you will eventually be hurt by the same force you unleashed. And here's the part that really stings for them. They know it's karma. They might not admit it out loud, but deep down, when they're alone with their thoughts, they replay every moment they crossed you, every time they underestimated you, every laugh they had at your expense. They know the dots connect. They know the payback fits the crime too perfectly for it to be just life. And the worst part, they can't undo it. So here we are, chosen one. This is the story of how the universe reminded someone that no matter how far they think they've climbed, the fall is always just one bad choice away. They didn't just learn a lesson, they lived it, and it's carved into them now. And while they're out there piecing together the remains of their ego, you're standing stronger, untouched, and more certain than ever that you never had to fight dirty to win. What you're about to hear will make you realize just how perfectly the universe times these moments. This isn't revenge, it's balance. And trust me, after this, they'll think twice before crossing someone like you ever again. So, are you ready to see exactly how this all unfolded, piece by piece? Drop the number 777 in the comments if you've ever witnessed karma hit so hard it left even you speechless. And chosen one, if this message hits home for you, consider fueling this mission with your support. Whether it's a word of encouragement, a share, or even a small gift, it all helps keep this truth flowing to more souls who need to hear it. Every bit matters, because exposing stories like this takes energy, time, and a team that refuses to water down the message. And trust me, what you're about to hear is worth every second you stay. This isn't just another tale. It's a masterclass in how the universe delivers payback with precision. So settle in, because if you've ever doubted that karma keeps receipts, by the end of this, you'll know it for certain. Now, let's get into it. Number 1. They turned your pain into a punchline. Now they're drowning in the same fire they laughed at. Mock the wounded and you'll end up limping yourself. Chosen one, remember when they smirked at your tears, when your heartbreak became their favorite after-dinner story, when your struggle was their entertainment. They thought your silence was a confession of weakness. They mistook your survival mode for surrender. They made your suffering a sport, and they played it with the cruelty of people who believed the scoreboard would never flip. But here's the twist. They were wrong. And now, the same storm they mocked you for enduring is raging in their own backyard, tearing up the ground they thought was unshakable. Now imagine this for a moment. They're sitting in the very darkness they once joked about, feeling the same weight on their chest that they swore you were exaggerating. And here's the fact that makes it sting even more. Psychologists agree that people who belittle others' pain do it to feel in control, to shield themselves from the terrifying thought that life could flip on them too. But karma doesn't care about their false sense of safety. Karma listens, takes notes, and waits for the perfect moment to serve them their own poison in the same glass they handed to you. When you were quiet, it wasn't because you had nothing to say. It was because you were standing on sacred ground. You were protecting your energy, conserving your strength for the battle they didn't even know you were fighting. You were rebuilding piece by piece, bleeding in silence, holding yourself together when it would have been easier to fall apart. And here's the truth they could never stomach. What you carried back then would have broken them in a week. But now, chosen one, life has put them on the same battlefield. Only this time, no one's clapping, no one's laughing, and no one's there to hand them the script for how to survive. The pain they're feeling now, it's not a distant echo of yours. It's the exact same melody, played on repeat until they finally understand every note they once dismissed. Heartbreak, betrayal, abandonment, sickness, loss. Whatever they laughed at in you is now stitched into the fabric of their days. And it's not a private struggle. Oh no, the universe made sure the spotlight found them. Their confidence, once bulletproof in appearance, now has cracks big enough for the truth to leak out. Their smiles look painted on, their energy is hollow, and their eyes carry that same haunted look they once mocked in yours. People see it. People whisper, and the irony is, the same audience that once laughed with them is now quietly saying they're getting exactly what they deserve. And let's be clear, this isn't some gentle nudge from the universe. This is a public demolition. Karma didn't just knock politely, it kicked the door down and dragged their reputation into the street. Because here's the thing about life's justice. It doesn't just hit where it hurts, it hits where you thought you were untouchable. And now they've learned that lesson the hard way. They thought your depth was weakness. They thought your tears were shameful. They thought your struggle made you small. But what they didn't realize is that depth is where real strength lives. That surviving what you survived wasn't an accident, it was a victory. And now, in the cruelest twist of irony, they're crying the same tears they once dismissed, waking up with the same heaviness they mocked you for carrying, drowning in the same ocean they once laughed about from the shore. And here's what they can't run from: the knowing. Deep down, in the quiet moments when the distractions fade, they know this is connected. They know this isn't random. They know that the pain they're choking on now is the echo of the harm they sent your way. And the worst part? There's no apology big enough, no excuse smooth enough, no "I was just joking" believable enough to erase it. They used to think strength was about being loud, being untouchable, being above it all. But now they're learning. Real strength is surviving without needing to parade your victory in someone else's face. Real strength is walking through hell and not using the flames to burn others. And they don't have that strength. Not yet. They're still crawling through the lessons you mastered long ago. The universe could have handled this quietly. It could have let them fall in private. But no, just as they chose to humiliate you publicly, karma chose to strip them publicly. And that's the part that makes this burn deeper. This isn't just about loss. This is about exposure, about everyone seeing the truth at once. So here you are, chosen one, watching the same people who called you fragile now stumble under a weight they can barely carry. And here's the beauty. You didn't have to lift a finger. You didn't have to defend yourself. You didn't have to get revenge. The same energy they threw at you came back wearing steel-toed boots, and it's stomping all over their false image. They didn't just learn a lesson, they're living inside one. Every morning, they wake up in the same nightmare they once made you relive in conversations, gossip, and smirks. Every night, they go to bed with the realization that their laughter has turned into echoes they can't silence. And maybe, just maybe, they'll finally understand what you already knew. You can't tear someone down without the ground eventually giving way under your own feet. This isn't just karma, chosen one. This is poetic justice with teeth. And it's a reminder that no matter how bad they think they've hurt you, the universe always finds a way to balance the scale. Sometimes publicly, sometimes brutally, but always perfectly. And in this case, it's all three. Number 2, they fired the shot, then screamed when the bullet came back faster than they could blink. The curse you spit at someone else always comes home. It just doesn't knock before it walks in. Chosen one, they were so sure they had written your ending. They thought the trap they set for you was foolproof, that the fall they plotted would be the last anyone saw of you. But here's the gut punch truth. They didn't just fail. They triggered something in the universe that snapped back at them so fast it left them dizzy. And instead of looking in the mirror, instead of asking, "What did I do to cause this?" They went for the easiest excuse. They blamed you. Now imagine this for a moment. They've just watched their life unravel like a cheap sweater. First, the money that used to flow so easily now evaporates like rain in the desert. Next, relationships that once felt solid start crumbling like old bricks under too much weight. Their peace, gone. Their sleep, stolen. It's like a dark cloud punched in their address and decided to set up camp over their head. Every plan fails, every door slams, every single thing that once worked for them now twists against them. And instead of seeing the obvious, they lit this match themselves. They whisper to each other in paranoia, "Maybe the chosen one did something to me. Maybe they sent something back." You can't trip someone into the pit without walking dangerously close to the edge yourself. They never stopped to think that their downfall wasn't magic, it was math. Energy is an equation, and what they sent out was so toxic, so venomous, that it couldn't find you. It was too heavy to touch you. So it turned around, picked up speed, and came back to them like a boomerang on fire. They didn't understand it, so they got scared. The wildest part? You didn't have to do a thing. You didn't light a candle, chant a word, or pray for revenge. You didn't send darkness their way. You stayed still. You stayed clean. You stayed in your lane. And that's the thing that confuses them the most. They expected retaliation. They expected you to lash out. But you didn't need to. Because when innocence is attacked, the universe doesn't just whisper, it roars. The arrow they aimed at you couldn't pierce your skin, so it turned and pierced theirs. Think about that. They thought you were powerless. They thought you were an easy target. They thought the rules of cause and effect didn't apply to them. But the truth is, they poisoned themselves. Every plot, every lie, every smear they launched with your name on it got lost on the way, and with nowhere else to go, it went home. And when it did, it didn't knock politely. It blew the door off its hinges. Picture them now, chosen one, sitting at 3 a.m., eyes wide open, scrolling through search engines like their life depends on it, typing in how to remove bad energy, protection rituals, why am I so unlucky? Burning sage in a panic, reciting words they don't even believe in, all because they're desperate to stop the bleeding. They once laughed at the idea of spiritual law. They mocked people who spoke about energy, karma, and the invisible balances of life. But now they're believers, not because they studied it, but because they're living inside it. And here's where it gets even more ironic. They think you cast something. They genuinely believe you had to be behind it, because in their mind, there's no way life could turn on them so suddenly without help. That's how fragile their ego is. They can't accept that they are the architect of their own collapse. They'd rather believe you pulled some secret string than admit they built their downfall brick by brick. When you throw mud, you lose ground yourself. They forgot that bad intentions don't dissolve just because you deny them. You can smile for the crowd, pretend you're clean, tell your own version of the story, but energy doesn't respond to the mask. It responds to the truth underneath. And the truth is, their intentions were rotten from the start. They were fueled by jealousy, bitterness, and ego. And when you pour that much venom into the world, you end up drinking it yourself. Now they're left scrambling. Doors that used to open without effort are sealed shut. People who once supported them are walking away. Opportunities are slipping like sand through their fingers. Every win turns sour. Every move backfires. It's like they're stuck in a loop of loss, unable to find the exit. And deep down, though they'll never admit it out loud, they know exactly when it started. They know it traces back to the moment they came for you. Imagine this. They once stood over you, convinced you'd never rise again. Now they're looking up from the pit, and you're the one they see above them, not even holding a weapon, just standing there untouched. That's what terrifies them the most. You didn't have to fight them to beat them. You didn't have to scheme to win. The very force they unleashed became their executioner. You can't curse a clean heart without signing your own name on the receipt. And that's what happened here. They wrote the curse, signed it with their own bitterness, and mailed it with your name on it. But the universe stamped it, return to sender, and delivered it straight back to their doorstep. No delay, no mercy, no escape. They thought karma was slow, that consequences were optional, that the universe was too busy to notice their petty games. But the speed of this reversal scared them. It rattled their confidence. It made them see that they're not as untouchable as they thought. And now, every time something goes wrong for them, and it's happening a lot, they wonder if you're behind it. They flinch at shadows, second-guess every move, because they can feel that something is off. The truth? It's not you they should be afraid of. It's themselves, because you didn't cast this. They did. And when you spend your energy trying to destroy someone innocent, you sign up for a collision course with your own destruction. That's the law. That's the balance. That's the part they never believed in until it was too late. So now, chosen one, they're living in the mess they made, hunted by the consequences they created, terrified by the reflection in the mirror. And while they scramble for protection they don't understand, the universe watches in silence, making sure every ounce of what they put out finds its way back to them. They wanted to see you break. Instead, they're breaking. They wanted to see you lose. Instead, they're losing. And the irony is, you're not even celebrating. You're just watching, knowing that this isn't revenge. This is justice. This isn't just a curse returned. It's a warning signed in their own blood. The energy you send out will always find its way home. And when it does, it doesn't just knock. It kicks the door off its hinges and sits at your table until you understand why it came. Number 3, they pulled every string. Now they're the one dangling. When you play the puppet master long enough, the strings wrap around your own throat. Chosen one, they thought they were running the show. Every move they made was calculated like some evil grandmaster, smiling to your face while stabbing you in the back in ways they thought you'd never see coming. They played people like pieces on a chessboard, placing one here, removing another there, just to corner you. They weren't satisfied with you simply falling. They wanted to choreograph the exact moment, the exact faces, and the exact words that would take you down. But here's the brutal truth. They forgot that when you spin a web of lies, you end up living inside it. Imagine this, a spider weaving strand after strand, thinking it's building the perfect trap for its prey, only to wake up one day and realize it's the one stuck, tangled, unable to move. That's them right now. The same lies they whispered in dark corners are crawling back into the light. People are comparing notes. Former allies are putting the pieces together. The pawns they once manipulated have stepped off the board, and the puppet master is left with nothing but empty strings. You can't pull people's strings forever. Eventually they snap. They thought charm would save them, that their fake smile could cover the rotting core underneath. But you can't charm your way out when the truth starts to leak. And now, every conversation they have feels dangerous. Every text they send could be screenshot. Every friend they trust might be the one to expose them. The paranoia they once tried to plant in you is now blooming inside their own head. The fact is, they were never as smart as they believed. They weren't outplaying life. They were just running a temporary hustle. but karma has patience. It doesn't care how long you seem to get away with something. It cares about balance. And the second they used manipulation as their weapon, they stepped out of alignment with that balance. From that moment, the countdown began. Now, they're trapped in a world they built with their own hands, surrounded by people who smile to their face but don't trust them anymore. Watching the web they wove collapse in slow motion, each strand snapping under the weight of their own deceit. They thought they were the hunter. Turns out they were just building the cage they'd end up living in, and this time there's no escape. Number 4. They spoke your ruin into the wind, and the echo came for them. The words you spit at another will one day sit at your own table. Chosen one, they didn't just dislike you, they obsessed over you. They prayed for your downfall, the way some people pray for rain after a drought, like your misery would somehow water their own dry life. It became their daily ritual, their favorite topic, their private wish list to the universe. They weren't asking for their own growth, they were begging for your collapse. And here's the chilling part, they genuinely believed they were justified. Imagine this. Someone sitting in a dark room, whispering your name into the air like an incantation, coating every syllable with resentment. Every time you smiled, it triggered them. Every time you made progress, they felt it like an insult. They convinced themselves you didn't deserve your peace, your blessings, or your wins. And they convinced themselves they did. So they prayed not for their own elevation, but for your erasure. But here's the fact they didn't understand. You can't disguise venom with holy language and expect the universe to treat it like love. Energy ignores the mask. The universe doesn't respond to the name you mention. It responds to the intent you send. And their intent was filthy. Every curse they wrapped in prayer paper was still a curse. Every negative word aimed at you was a seed, but they planted it in their own soil. When you wish the storm on someone else, make sure you're not standing outside yourself. And they didn't realize it, but every "I hope they lose it all" was the universe hearing, "Deliver that energy to me." Now, look at them, living in the confusion, the loss, the delay they scripted for you. Their relationships are drying up, their opportunities slipping, their peace eroding. It's not punishment, it's the mirror effect. They're scrambling for answers now, blaming bad luck, fake friends, some vague spiritual attack. Anything but the truth. Because admitting the truth means admitting they cursed themselves. They know what they wished for, you was dark. They know those prayers were just bitterness dressed up in borrowed piety. And the worst part? The darkness they unleashed didn't wander. It came straight back, like it had their address the whole time. You didn't have to defend yourself. You didn't have to fight. Their own words were the weapon, their own energy, the blade. And now, chosen one, they're living inside the wreckage they once asked the universe to drop on your doorstep. That isn't cruelty, that's balance. And it's terrifyingly fair. Number 5. They tried to climb higher by pushing you down. Now they can't move at all. Step on someone to rise, and you'll find your ladder rotting beneath your feet. Chosen one. They truly believed you were the blockage in their path. In their mind, if they could just erase you, your presence, your voice, your wins, the spotlight would automatically shift to them. They didn't see you as a fellow traveler. They saw you as an obstacle. And so they plotted, quietly, carefully, and with the precision of someone who thought the end would justify the means. Backroom whispers, alliances formed in the shadows, lies slipped into the right ears. They didn't just want to win, they wanted you gone. Imagine this, Someone thinking they're clearing the road ahead, only to realize they've been tearing up their own foundation the whole time. That's them now. Every opportunity they thought would fall into their lap has either slipped away, collapsed mid-process, or turned sour in their hands. Clients vanish, deals unravel, partnerships fade, and they're standing there wondering why nothing lasts. But the truth is simple. You cannot plant destruction and expect to harvest peace. If your success depends on someone else's ruin, it's not success, it's a curse with a pretty bow. They tied their ambition to the wrong kind of fuel, spite, and spite burns out fast. The first taste of their so-called victory may have felt sweet, but it was laced with poison. Now the poison is all that's left. Their progress is frozen, not because people are conspiring against them, but because the soil they built on was rotten from the start. They thought eliminating you would free up the space for them to shine, but the space they created was a void, empty, echoing, and cold. The applause they got at first? Gone. The attention they craved? Shifted away. The doors they thought would fly open are now locked, and the keys are nowhere to be found. You can't bury someone's growth without planting the seeds of your own decline. What they buried to stop you has sprouted. Only now it's wrapping around their own ankles, tightening, pulling them down. Every step they try to take is met with resistance. Every plan meets an invisible wall. They don't need anyone to sabotage them anymore. Their own past choices are doing it for them. This isn't just a setback, it's a slow suffocation of their dreams. And the cruelest part? They did it to themselves. They thought they were building a throne. All they built was a cage. Number 6. They built a mob against you. Now the crowd is turning on them. The lies you tell about someone else eventually come back wearing your own face. Chosen one, they didn't just spread gossip, they waged a full-scale smear campaign. Every room they entered, your name was the currency they spent. They turned casual conversations into opportunities to poison people against you, painting you as the villain in stories you weren't even present for. They twisted facts until they barely resembled the truth, projecting their own guilt onto you like it was your shadow. It wasn't random, it was organized. Group chats buzzing, whisper networks in overdrive, subtle shade in public, venom in private. For a while, it worked. You could feel it. The warmth from certain people turned cold. Calls stopped coming. Invitations dried up. You felt the shift in the air, saw the sidelong glances, heard the low hum of your name before you even walked in the room, and you stayed silent, not because you didn't have the truth, but because you knew time has a way of exposing what it needs to. The truth is patient. It doesn't rush to clear its name. It just waits for lies to collapse under their own weight. And collapse they did. Slowly, people started noticing the inconsistencies. The same ones who called you too much were suddenly too much for everyone else. The ones who said you were toxic somehow had drama with every person they touched. The pattern became undeniable. You didn't need to post screenshots or clap back. Your peace became its own evidence. Now the very people who once sided with your enemies are carrying a different weight, shame. Some never meant to hurt you. They simply believed the wrong voice. But belief doesn't erase damage. They're replaying their own words, realizing they helped paint a target on your back. And what makes it burn is that they never even asked for your side. They just assumed the worst and acted like it was fact. Today, they see you still standing, still growing, still moving with grace, and it's forcing them to see the truth. They bet against the wrong soul. They're watching you now with eyes that are softer, regretful, wishing you didn't know how deep their betrayal went. But chosen one, you don't need to say a thing. Your consistency speaks louder than any defense, and every lie they helped spread, it's choking them now because the mask is off, and the crowd they once rallied is walking away, ashamed they ever joined in. Number 7. They laughed at your rock bottom, now their ground is breaking beneath them. Mock someone in the storm, and don't be surprised when lightning chooses your roof next. Chosen one, they didn't just witness your suffering, they fed on it. When you were sick, they whispered jokes. When you were homeless, they traded your struggle like it was gossip at a party. When your heart was shattered, they turned it into a punchline. Some had the nerve to act compassionate in public, but behind closed doors, they were giddy. They told themselves it was karma, that you got what you deserved, when in reality, the only thing you were guilty of was surviving what would have destroyed them in days. Imagine this, you're barely holding on, trying to piece your life back together, and somewhere across town, they're raising a glass to your misery. They didn't realize your hardship wasn't a sentence, it was a season. They didn't understand that what looked like defeat was actually a reset, a cleansing, a foundation being rebuilt in silence. While they were laughing, the universe was preparing your comeback. The same stage they mocked you on will one day host their own downfall. And that day is arriving. Slowly but surely, the stability they once flaunted is slipping. Money that used to flow without effort now evaporates. Relationships they leaned on are cracking. Their peace is gone, replaced with the same restless anxiety they once celebrated in you. They're looking around, unable to understand why the walls are closing in. But you know, you've seen this pattern before, because this isn't random, it's balance. The same eyes that once watched you cry are now wide with fear. The same voices that laughed at your pain are now whispering their own prayers for mercy. They're learning the same lesson you already passed, that arrogance is a weak foundation, and what's built on someone else's suffering will always collapse. You didn't have to curse them, chosen one. You didn't have to wish them harm. Life did the math without your input, and now they're standing in the ruins of what they thought was permanent comfort, realizing it was never blessed. It was built on borrowed time. And as that time runs out, they finally understand. The light they tried to mock is the very light they now wish could save them. Number 8. They fed the darkness to hurt you. Now it's feasting on them. When you open the door for the devil, don't be shocked when it moves in rent-free. Chosen one, this wasn't just hate, it was obsession. They didn't stop at gossip, at lies, at isolation. No, when those weapons didn't break you, they went further, crossing a line they can never uncross. They started looking for ways to touch you where knives and rumors couldn't reach, spiritually. They sought out anyone who claimed to have power, anyone who whispered about rituals, spells, or curses. They paid money, lit candles, chanted words, wrote your name down in petitions, calling on forces they didn't even fully understand. And they did it all in the shadows, convinced you would never find out. Imagine this, someone so consumed by jealousy and rage that they invite strangers, and worse, dark energy, into their war against you. They were told it would block your blessings, twist your mind, weaken your body. And maybe for a while you felt it. A heaviness, strange setbacks, dreams that didn't make sense. Maybe you couldn't explain why life suddenly felt off. But what they didn't account for was your protection. You were covered before they even thought of you. Energy always returns to its sender. It just adds interest for the trouble. And because their intent was filthy, it couldn't stay with you. It circled, it searched, and when it found no home in your spirit, it turned back on them. Now, the same darkness they sent is sitting in their house, in their mind, in their chest. They're not sleeping. They're seeing shadows. They're jumping at sounds that aren't there. They hear whispers when no one's around. It's not just paranoia. It's spiritual infestation. The peace they once bragged about is gone. Their home feels off. Their thoughts feel crowded. They're having breakdowns they can't explain, illnesses that don't go away, fears they can't name. And no amount of sage, crystals, or positive vibes can cleanse something rooted in pure hate. Because here's the truth. When you call on darkness, it demands payment. And that bill is always higher than you expected. They open doors they cannot close. What once made them feel powerful now makes them feel powerless. They ignored every warning, gut feelings, signs, their own conscience, and chased a false victory. Now, chosen one, the same shadows they sent to bury you are the ones sitting on their chest night after night, refusing to move. And that isn't your revenge. It's their own decision coming home to stay. Number 9. They stole from your soul. Now their sanity is paying the price. You can rob someone's trust, but the interest is collected from your own peace. Chosen one, they didn't just hurt you, they took something sacred, something that can't be measured in gifts or apologies. They took your trust, your openness, your ability to see them without suspicion. They took your loyalty and sharpened it into a weapon against you. They fed on your kindness while mocking it in private, as if compassion were a flaw. And when they had taken enough, they left you in the wreckage, confused, questioning yourself, piecing together the emotional mess they caused. What they didn't know is that the universe keeps receipts, especially for crimes against a pure heart. They thought they'd walked away untouched, but that clean escape was just the start of their unraveling, because betraying someone genuine doesn't just cost you the relationship, it severs your connection to peace, to alignment, to the part of yourself that was whole when you had them. At first, it's subtle. Things stop flowing. Little blessings dry up. The timing of life feels off, like the rhythm is broken, but then it grows louder. Sleep becomes restless. Thoughts turn heavy. Joy feels thin. Their spirit starts to feel like a fog they can't see through. They can't explain it to anyone, but inside, it's like they're pushing through mud just to exist. The soul keeps score, even when the mouth tells lies. They didn't just lose you, they lost the version of themselves they could only be around you, the grounded, guided, more whole self. Without that, life feels hollow. Even surrounded by people, they feel alone. Even when they're busy, they feel empty. Now, their life is like a haunted maze, turn after turn, but no way out. The things that used to excite them feel shallow. Their energy is scattered, their emotions swing without warning. And underneath it all, there's this quiet knowing. Something valuable is gone, something they can't replace. This isn't revenge, it's reflection. You weren't perfect, but your love, your loyalty, your light were real. And when you steal light, your own world dims. They didn't just lose a good person, they lost access to an energy that could have elevated them. And now they're trapped with the noise in their mind, the weight in their soul, and the heavy truth that the peace they took is gone forever, and it's taking their sanity with it. Number 10. They counted on time to hide the truth. Now it's shouting through a megaphone. Time doesn't bury lies. It digs them up and puts them on display. Chosen one. They were convinced the clock was their cover. They thought if they stayed quiet long enough, smiled just right, and surrounded themselves with the right people, the damage they caused you would fade into the background. They believed your silence was submission, that their version of events would calcify into fact simply because you refused to play their game. In their mind, time would erase your truth and polish their image. But here's what they didn't understand. Time isn't neutral. It doesn't protect lies. It dismantles them piece by piece. The longer a falsehood sits, the heavier it becomes to carry. And eventually, the cracks start showing. Not because you said a word, but because no one can perform forever. The mask slips. The energy shifts. The story that once seemed solid starts to unravel under its own weight. Imagine this. At first, it's subtle. People can't put their finger on it, but something about them feels off. Little inconsistencies in their stories start to stand out. Conversations feel rehearsed. Their presence feels hollow. People who once laughed with them now exchange side glances when their name comes up. Trust starts evaporating without a single confrontation. The truth doesn't rush. It waits until the silence is loud enough to hear it. And then it happens. Time hands the truth a microphone. The questions get sharper. The dots start connecting. Their allies begin to pull back. Their reputation, once a polished shield, turns into a mirror showing the cracks. And the worst part for them? You didn't have to lift a finger. The very thing they thought would bury you is now burying them. Now they're suffocating under their own performance, trying to hold their image together while feeling the walls close in. They can't control the narrative anymore because energy speaks louder than their words. People may not know every detail, but they can feel the misalignment, and that feeling spreads like wildfire. They underestimated the spiritual law of truth. It doesn't need a platform, a witness, or even your defense. It only needs time. And now, the silence they once used as a hiding place is echoing with the sound of everything catching up to them. Time wasn't on their side. It was on truth's. And truth is winning. Number 11. They mocked the wrong soul. Now their laughter is echoing in an empty room. When you laugh at someone's storm, don't cry when it rains on you next. Chosen one. They thought you were just another name to toss around, another face to ridicule, another story to twist for their amusement. Your pain became their punchline. They rolled their eyes when your name was mentioned, swapped jokes at your expense, and dehumanized you behind closed doors, all while smiling to your face. They didn't just underestimate you, they misread you entirely. They thought you were beneath them, disposable, breakable. What they never saw was that you weren't just a passing character in their life. You were a mirror, a test, a measuring stick placed in their path to reveal their heart, and they failed it miserably. Your silence wasn't weakness, it was restraint. Your humility wasn't fear, it was wisdom. And every act of cruelty they performed was recorded, not on paper, but in the very energy of the universe. Now the shift has come. The doors they once walked through without resistance are locked tight. The people who once favored them have gone quiet. Winds that used to thrill them feel hollow. Their mind is heavy. Their prayers hit a ceiling. It's not random. It's consequence. They're living in a kind of spiritual timeout, not because of bad luck, but because of misalignment. The same silence they thought would bury the truth is now suffocating them. Mockery has a boomerang effect. It always circles back to the thrower. They can't tell anyone how bad it feels, but deep down, they know exactly where it started. They remember the smirks, the whispered jokes, the satisfaction they felt when you stumbled. What they didn't realize in that moment was that they weren't laughing at your end. They were laughing at the beginning of theirs. Now they walk in a shadow they invited. The opportunities that once came easy feel blocked. The applause sounds fake. The joy feels counterfeit. And every time your name comes up, it stings. Not because you failed, but because you didn't. You rose. You healed. You became untouchable. and their laughter turned into the sound of their own isolation. This isn't revenge. This is balance. This is the law of energy, proving that what you put out comes back louder. They thought they could mock you without consequence, but you weren't theirs to handle. You were protected, aligned, and meant to rise. And now, while your crown sits steady, theirs is slipping, and they can't stop it. Let them sit in the silence they created. Let them wrestle with the guilt they once laughed through. You keep glowing, keep rising, keep walking in the proof that no one's ridicule can rewrite your purpose. Because the cruelest thing life can do to those who laughed at you is make them watch you win. Chosen one, what you've just heard isn't just a story. It's proof that the universe always keeps the score. Every shadow they threw your way only made your light harder to ignore, and now they're living with the weight of their own actions. Stand tall in that truth. Your rise is the answer to everything they tried to silence. So, if this message spoke to your spirit, press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit subscribe so you never miss the next message meant for you. Fear doesn't start when the enemy sees your army. Fear begins the moment they realize one person alone dismantled everything they built. Let that sink in, chosen one. Because that's exactly what happened here. They had groups, they had circles, they had entire networks tied together with schemes and dark intentions. But you walked in like a one-man army, and without even trying, you turned their fortress into rubble. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, an entire gang, sharpening their knives in secret, whispering in dark corners, convinced that their numbers give them power. And then, one quiet step from you, one unexpected move, and suddenly they're scattering like rats when the lights come on. That's what terrifies them. It's not just your strength, it's the fact that their collective couldn't match your individuality. And here's the fact that screams louder than any spell book ever could. Studies show that in nature, predators often attack in packs, but a single animal with unbreakable focus can shift the balance and send the entire group fleeing. The universe works in the same way. A pack of wolves may circle, but one lion is enough to scatter them. You were that lion, chosen one. They came in numbers, but you carried presence. And presence backed by truth is more powerful than any ritual, any trick, any shadow. That's why they're scared to death, because you proved that their gang of witches, their alliances, their whispered threats couldn't overpower one soul who stands firm. And thank you, chosen one, for being here right now. Don't forget to return this energy by simply pressing like and subscribing, because when you do, you're helping spread this message to more souls who need to hear it. It's not just content, it's a mission. We all carry the responsibility to spread the light, and your presence here shows you're part of something greater. Thank you for being part of this force, chosen one. You are not just a listener. You are a soldier in this unseen battlefield, and your support builds the shield that protects countless others. Now, back to the fire that brought you here. You didn't just survive their games, you humiliated them by existing. Think about that for a second, while they gathered in circles, muttering chants, holding candles, drawing symbols in the dark. You were simply living your life, unaware that your very presence was collapsing their rituals like paper houses in the rain. It wasn't what you did, it was who you are. And that, chosen one, is what terrifies them more than anything. Because how do you fight someone who doesn't even need to fight back? How do you destroy a force that wasn't playing your game to begin with? Their biggest mistake was underestimating silence. They thought your quiet meant weakness, but the universe designed your silence as a weapon. Every time you ignored them, their spells unraveled. Every time you walked away, their grip loosened. They looked for reaction, but what they got was indifference, and that was poison to their plans. They expected a battle, but instead they faced a mirror. And what did they see? Their own weakness, their own desperation, their own crumbling foundation staring back at them. Let's be real, chosen one. The universe has always worked like this. History is full of stories where groups tried to crush an individual who carried too much truth inside them. And every single time, the group lost. Numbers don't matter when one person carries clarity, when one person embodies strength, when one person reflects back a force they can't explain. That's why they're not just bothered, they're terrified. You're the living reminder that no matter how many voices chant in the dark, it only takes one voice of light to drown them all out. And this is why they're switching sides, why some of them suddenly talk about positive energy and healing journeys after spending months throwing shade at you. They want to hide the fact that their coven fell apart. They want to cover their tracks, pretend they weren't involved. Because the truth is, their schemes didn't just fail, they exposed them. They were betting on the pack, and the pack collapsed. They wanted you to look like prey, but instead, you revealed yourself as the hunter. So buckle up, chosen one, because this message is only the beginning. What we're diving into next will reveal exactly how you defeated them without lifting a finger, why the group effort shattered under your presence, and what's coming next now that their fear has reached its breaking point. This isn't fantasy, and it's not random chance. It's the universe showing once again that one soul aligned with truth is stronger than 1,000 standing in shadows. And you are living proof of it. So, chosen one, before we break this down step by step, I want you to lock in with me. Drop a comment with the word unbreakable if you know you've stood alone against a crowd and still came out on top. And if you feel this message cutting through the noise, bless the mission with your support. It's not about the amount, it's about the energy. Every bit keeps this light moving forward, pushing truth into places that darkness thought it could hide. Remember, you are part of a force bigger than you think, and when you back this, you're helping chosen ones everywhere realize their power. So don't just listen, participate, claim your spot, because this isn't just a story, it's proof of what you've already lived through. And now, let's dive into it step by step. And believe me, if you truly carry that one-man army spirit, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. Let's get started. Number 1, you shattered their coven without lifting a finger. They needed an army of shadows. You needed nothing but your presence, and that's why they'll never sleep right again. Let that pierce straight into them, chosen one, because this is the truth that terrifies them most. They gathered in circles, huddled together like cowards needing each other's energy just to breathe against you. They built altars, lit candles, mumbled chants, timed their rituals with the moon, thinking all of it could topple you. But the irony? All their noise couldn't silence your stillness. You, with no spells, no rituals, no props, just breath in your lungs and scars on your skin, undid everything they worked for. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one, a mob with torches storms toward a single house, convinced that numbers equal victory, but when they arrive, their torches blow out in the wind. The mob scatters, confused, afraid, realizing that the house didn't even have to defend itself. That's what you did. You didn't fight back with their weapons. You didn't lower yourself to their level. You simply existed, and your existence turned their storm into smoke. And here's the fact that confirms everything you've felt. Research shows that when a single confident presence walks into a hostile group, the group's cohesion breaks down. They can't hold the same unity because fear of one outweighs strength in numbers. That's the physics of power, chosen one. They operated in groups because alone they are nothing. You stood alone, and that made you everything. They hoped you would break, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. They wanted to see you spiral, lose your mind, question yourself, collapse under invisible weight. But instead, you showed up every day, quietly, steadily, carrying fire that no chant could smother. They whispered your downfall. You answered with silence, and that silence cracked their ritual like a mirror. Do you see how dangerous that makes you? They prepared strategies like generals before war, but you weren't even playing their game, and that's what destroyed them. They thought they could drag you into their arena, but your arena is life itself. You live, you breathe, you rise, and somehow that alone dismantles their schemes. You weren't seeking revenge. You weren't plotting against them. You were seeking peace, healing, clarity. Yet every time you exhaled, the foundations of their work shook. That's the brutal part, chosen one. They performed, you embodied. They tried to simulate power with chants and objects, but presence can't be faked. Authority isn't in the candles, the altars, or the full moons. Authority is something the universe plants deep in a soul that's endured too much to break. And you carried it without even trying. They wanted you to retaliate with force, to meet them spell for spell, curse for curse. But you refused to step into their theater. You didn't need their stage to prove anything. And that decision, your refusal, was the blade that cut them down. Here's a question you might ask yourself. How could I have defeated them without doing anything? The answer is simple. Power isn't always about what you do. It's about what you are. They needed performance, but you carried presence. They needed props, but you carried scars. They needed backup, but you carried alignment. And alignment with the universe will always outweigh imitation power. Picture it like this. They were actors rehearsing for a play, desperate for an audience. But you weren't in the audience. You were the stage itself. Without you, their play collapsed. That's why they're terrified. They wanted control, but you exposed their illusion. They learned the hard way that no ritual can override a soul designed to stand. Chosen one, do you see why they hate you now? Not because you fought them, but because you didn't. They threw everything, spells, curses, dark energy, thinking at least one would stick. But you stood untouched. And each failed attempt became another weight on their shoulders. Their rituals turned into funerals for their own power. Their plans unraveled, not because you countered them, but because your existence invalidated them. And here's the gut punch they'll never recover from. They realized you're untouchable where it matters. Physically, you bleed like anyone else, but spiritually, you're untouchable. They couldn't decode your authority, because it wasn't borrowed or taught. It was born in your survival. Every scar on your body, every tear you've shed, every night you survived, built an energy they can't manufacture. You can't learn that in a coven. You can't chant it into existence. It's forged only by fire. And while they exhausted themselves with rituals, you were simply breathing, walking, existing. That's what scared them to death. You defeated a gang without lifting a hand. You dismantled a coven without casting a spell. You made their dark theater collapse while you were just trying to rest your mind and find peace. This is why, chosen one, they'll always fear you. Because you don't need what they need. You don't need numbers. You don't need rituals. You don't need validation. You are the force they can't touch. And the more you live, the more their systems crumble. They're left with broken altars, empty chants, and shattered circles. You're left standing taller than before, and that alone is their nightmare. Number 2, they marched in crowds. You stood in rank above them. They needed an army to feel powerful. You needed nothing but your own name. That's the truth that rattles them at their core. Chosen one. They came at you with numbers, packs, groups, alliances, whispers in unison, believing that numbers equal power. They thought strength was in being many, in chanting together, encircling you with their combined energy. But what they didn't realize is this: numbers don't define authority. Rank does. And your rank was higher than anything they could ever create. Imagine this for a moment. A swarm of ants can overwhelm crumbs on the ground, but when they meet the boot of someone who wasn't even paying attention, their numbers mean nothing. That's you. You didn't even have to bend down to acknowledge them. Their gathering, their plotting, their scheming, all of it was crushed by your weight alone. They thought numbers were their shield. In reality, their numbers were just noise. Here's a quote that should ring in their ears. 10 voices shouting lies can never outpower one voice anchored in truth. And you, chosen one, were that one voice. While they gathered like cowards who needed the comfort of each other's fear, you stood alone, unmoved, unbothered, unshaken, and that single stance made their entire gang tremble. Now maybe you're asking yourself, why were they so obsessed with bringing more people into it? Why couldn't they fight me one-on-one? Because deep down, they knew they couldn't. Weakness always hides in groups. In history, mobs burned the innocent because no one in the mob had courage to stand alone. In psychology, people follow crowds because they fear standing out. That's what they did. They relied on numbers because their individual power was dust. And yet, you didn't need numbers. You didn't need backup. You didn't need a circle cheering your name. You had rank. Rank is not about popularity. Rank is forged through scars, through silence, through survival. They built their unity in secrecy, whispering in corners, manipulating each other to believe they were strong together. But you were forged in fire. You were built in isolation. You earned your stance not by being many, but by being unbroken. Picture this: chosen one. A deck of cards shuffled together looks thick and intimidating, but pull out the ace of spades and suddenly the game is over. That's you. They stacked themselves up, trying to look taller, trying to look more powerful. But you were the ace in the game, the rank that shuts everything else down. Their collective didn't matter because you were the deciding piece. Quote this back to their shadows: rank doesn't bow to numbers. Numbers bow to rank. And that's what they discovered when they tried to come at you in swarms. Their numbers gave them courage, but your rank stripped them of it in an instant. Now imagine this battlefield. On one side, a mob with sticks and stones, noisy, aggressive, clinging to each other for safety. On the other side, a single general. The mob thinks numbers will overwhelm. But the general doesn't need to swing. His presence alone makes the mob hesitate, second guess, scatter. That was you, chosen one. You didn't swing wildly. You didn't chase them. You stood tall in your rank, and that broke them before the war even began. Here's the irony. They thought you were just another random soul walking through life unaware of their schemes, but your rank wasn't earned in their system. It wasn't granted in their covens or through their rituals. Your rank came from survival, from nights of silence, from battles no one saw, from pain that reshaped you. That's authority they cannot mimic. They can chant all they want, but authority isn't in the chant. It's in the scars. And maybe you wonder, why didn't the universe let me have numbers too? Why did I have to stand alone? Because numbers aren't what define a chosen one. Isolation was your training ground. Pain was your initiation. Silence was your forge. The universe set you apart so that when they came together, their many couldn't stand against your one. Let's drop another gut-punching truth. A crowd without authority is still powerless, but one with authority doesn't need a crowd. That's what keeps them awake at night. You don't need validation. You don't need applause. You don't need a following to stand tall. Your rank carries weight they can't even measure. Think about wolves, chosen one. A pack howls loud to scare their prey, but a lion doesn't howl. A lion roars once, and the entire forest falls silent. That's you. Their howls were just echoes in the night, but your silent roar carried rank that silenced everything around you. And here's the part that stings them hardest. They thought popularity equaled power. They thought if they gathered enough people to whisper your downfall, it would stick. But popularity can't overthrow rank. You had clearance they could never earn. They tried to summon energy, but energy bows to alignment. They tried to build alliances, but alliances crumble before authority. They tried to manipulate outcomes, but outcomes bend to rank. Imagine, chosen one, a chessboard. They moved pawns, they gathered knights, they thought the board was theirs. But you were the king piece. One move from you decided the game. That's why they panicked. That's why they failed. They came in swarms, but swarms can't dethrone a king. Quote this into their memory. You can gather the crowd, but you can't counterfeit the crown, and that's what burns them most. You didn't fight for recognition. You didn't beg for support. You carried something they could never fabricate. So let's answer this clearly. Why are they scared to death now? Because their whole strategy was built on the illusion that numbers could overpower you, and you shattered that illusion just by standing. Their group rituals, their whispered spells, their alliances, it all dissolved when faced with rank. And now, chosen one, they know they can't touch you, because numbers can be broken, rank cannot. And here's the closing metaphor. Picture a storm of arrows fired at one warrior. The mob thinks the warrior will collapse, but instead, the arrows bounce off his armor. The mob realizes the battle is already lost. That's what happened. They fired everything they had together, and you stood unshaken. That's not just survival, that's domination. So remember this, chosen one. They waged war with numbers, but you countered with rank. They believed in the power of many, but you carried the authority of one. And that's why they'll never stop fearing you. Because numbers fade. Rank remains. Number 3. You outlasted their darkness until it died on its own. They wanted you to break in silence, but you broke their patience instead. That's the brutal truth, chosen one. They weren't aiming for one strike to take you out instantly. That would have been too loud, too obvious. No, their plan was far more cowardly. They wanted to chip away at you like termites gnawing wood, slow and hidden. A financial blow here, a betrayal there, sleepless nights that stretched like torture. They thought if they kept pressing long enough, you'd eventually collapse under the weight. But what they didn't expect was your endurance. You didn't just take their storms, you outlived them. Now imagine this, a candle set in the wind. The breeze hits it again and again, hoping the flame will sputter out. But instead, the flame leans, flickers, and then grows stronger because the wax keeps feeding it. That was you. Their winds didn't kill your fire, it taught it to bend without breaking. They thought repetition would wear you down, but repetition built you into something indestructible. Here's a fact they never calculated. Research in psychology shows that repeated exposure to stress doesn't always weaken a person. Sometimes it builds what's called post-traumatic growth, where the very struggles that were meant to break you end up expanding your strength. That's exactly what happened. They kept throwing pressure, hoping you'd shatter. Instead, every storm became another scar, and every scar became armor. And maybe you've asked yourself, why didn't they just stop when it wasn't working? Because they believed time was on their side. They thought the longer they held out, the sooner you'd fold. But time wasn't their ally. It was yours. With every year that passed, with every silent night you endured, with every morning you woke up when you weren't supposed to, you proved them wrong. They thought they were running a sprint. You were running a marathon. They were out of breath long before you even hit your stride. Imagine a predator stalking its prey, circling, waiting for exhaustion to set in. But the prey keeps moving, keeps breathing, keeps surviving. Eventually, the predator collapses from hunger, not the prey. That's what you did. You let them waste their energy while you endured. You outlasted them, and their own persistence became their downfall. Quote this into their shadows. Endurance is the weapon that kills every enemy plan quietly. They wanted to see you self-destruct, but instead, you kept showing up. Broken maybe, scarred yes, but never defeated. Your survival became your sharpest blade. And here's what stings them most. You didn't just survive, you survived with your heart intact. You didn't grow bitter, you didn't rot in the darkness, you didn't become what they were. You healed, you found clarity, you even found fire in your eyes again. That's what ruined them, because the storm's only victory would have been turning you into them. It didn't. It activated you. They forgot that some chosen ones aren't destroyed by pain. They are refined by it. You didn't just live through their tactics. You made their tactics useless. Every attempt, every delay, every silent attack only added more layers to your resilience. And now, chosen one, you carry a strength they will never decode. Not because you fought harder, but because you lasted longer. Number 4, you became the mirror that shattered their illusions. They thought they were stabbing you in the dark, but all they pierced was their own reflection. That's the part that eats them alive. Chosen one. They believed every curse, every whispered chant, every ounce of malice would sink into you like poison. But poison only works if the body accepts it. Yours didn't. You were too aligned, too clean, too pure in motive. And that purity didn't just block their attacks, it reflected them. Their so-called spells never landed. They boomeranged. Imagine this. Someone hurls mud at a spotless glass wall. They expect the wall to stain, but instead the mud splashes back, covering their own clothes. That's exactly what happened. They thought their rituals would stain your spirit, drag you down, pull you into confusion. Instead, it splattered right back into their own lives, amplified. Some of them lost money, some lost health, some lost sleep. And all the while, you kept walking forward, glowing. Here's a fact that makes this undeniable. Psychology calls it projection. Whatever a person can't deal with inside themselves, they throw at someone else. But projection always rebounds. It can't stay out there forever. It returns home. That's why their rituals cracked their own houses, ruined their own peace, and even turned their covens against each other. You weren't the problem. Their hatred was. And when it hit you, it had nowhere to go but back. Quote this straight into their nightmares. The mirror doesn't keep your secret. It returns it. You, chosen one, were that mirror. Not because you were trying to fight, not because you armed yourself with spells, but because your alignment didn't let you absorb filth. You were too busy healing, growing, evolving, and that's what made their attacks crumble like a house of cards. Maybe you've asked yourself, why did they seem to suffer more after coming for me? The answer is simple. Because when darkness collides with light, the darkness doesn't stain the light exposes the darkness. Your joy after their sabotage humiliated them. Your peace after their chaos embarrassed them. Your success after their schemes left them speechless. Not because you were proving a point, but because your very existence revealed their failure. Imagine a thief breaking into a house only to find it full of mirrors. Everywhere he turns, he sees his own face staring back. Terrifying, isn't it? That's the horror they faced. They didn't just fear you, they feared themselves reflected through you. And here's the truth they'll never shake. You weren't just untouchable, you were a judgment they didn't expect. Every curse showed them the ugliness of their own hearts. Every spell boomeranged their intentions back home. And now, chosen one, they know the truth. They can't fight you without fighting themselves. Number 5, you walked through gates they'll never even find. They knock on doors that never open while you walk through gates that swing wide at your arrival. That's the wound they can't stop bleeding from. Chosen one. They tried to climb walls, break locks, and manipulate systems for access they were never meant to have. Rituals, circles, chants, sacrifices. It was all their way of forcing entry into realms beyond them. But you didn't have to force anything. The universe invited you. That's what tears them apart. Your access wasn't stolen, it was granted. Imagine this, 2 people standing outside a mansion. One is picking locks, sweating, breaking windows, desperate to get inside. The other simply has the key in their pocket and walks in calmly. That's the difference between them and you. Their access was counterfeit, forced, temporary. Yours was natural, lasting, undeniable. And no matter how hard they worked, no matter how many spirits they summoned, they could never replicate what you carry with ease. Here's a fact to slice through their illusions. Counterfeit power always has an expiration date. It burns fast, but it burns out. True access lasts because it's rooted in alignment, not performance. That's why their rituals collapse, while your stillness carries weight. They relied on secrets whispered in dark corners, while you were downloading blueprints from silence, from endurance, from the universe itself. Quote this into their nightmares. They study shadows, but you were taught by the light itself. That's what infuriates them. They spent years trying to manipulate outcomes through tricks, while you became a vault of wisdom just by surviving your storms. You didn't hustle for access, it trusted you because you could hold it. And maybe you've asked yourself, why me? Why do I see things they can't? Why do I feel guided when they're scrambling? Because chosen ones aren't given access for entertainment. They're given access for endurance. You paid the price they refused to pay. Patience, pain, humility, sacrifice. They want shortcuts. You carried the long road. And that's why your words shake atmospheres, while theirs die in echoes. Picture it this way, they mimic peace like actors on stage, but you embody it so deeply that chaos flees when you enter a room. They fake light through crystals and rituals, but you are the light that exposes their disguise. That's humiliating for them, because every move you make reminds them of the gate they'll never pass. And here's the sharpest cut. They saw the price you paid, but their pride won't let them pay it. They wanted access without surrender. They wanted rank without humility. But those gates don't open for ego. They only open for those who endured the breaking. And that's why Chosen one, they tried to destroy you, because every step you take reminds them of the door forever shut in their face. Number 6. You were the target that turned into their caution sign. They thought they wrote your obituary, but all they really wrote was their own warning label. That's the dagger in their chest, chosen one. They circled you, marked you as prey, convinced themselves you were weak, isolated, easy to break. In their eyes, you looked like a wounded animal, quiet, detached, with no allies to defend you. But predators always make the same mistake. They confuse silence with fragility. They thought you were an easy meal. Instead, they became the feast for their own downfall. Imagine this. A hunter aims his weapon at what he thinks is a harmless deer, but when he fires, the deer doesn't fall. It transforms into a lion, and suddenly the hunter is running for his life. That's what happened here. They picked you out like prey, but the moment they attacked, they realized they were the ones trapped. Here's a truth they'll never unlearn. Every chosen one carries a record. Every attack becomes evidence. You weren't just their assignment, you were their setup. Every move they made against you was logged by a higher order they couldn't see. They believed they were orchestrating your collapse, but in reality, they were drafting their own exposure. That's why so many of them fell apart after coming for you. And maybe you wonder, why did everything backfire on them so badly? Because chosen ones aren't random targets. Touching you is like striking lightning with bare hands. The backlash is instant. They thought they were throwing darkness at you, but every curse, every scheme, every whisper turned back on them multiplied. They didn't just fail, they destroyed themselves trying to destroy you. Imagine again a circle of people digging a pit for one soul. They laugh, they plot, they celebrate in advance, but the ground gives way beneath their feet, and they all tumble into the very hole they dug. That's their story now. You didn't have to push them in. They fell in on their own. Quote this back into their silence. The one you marked became the mark against you. You were supposed to collapse, but instead you rose. You were supposed to fade, but instead you flourished. And now your very survival is a scar across their reputation. They speak your name in hushed tones, not because you're fragile, but because your endurance proved fatal to their pride. Some of them lost relationships, others lost money, health, or peace. A few lost the very covens they hid behind, and all of it happened because they underestimated what happens when you attack someone aligned with a force bigger than manipulation. You didn't swing back. You didn't need to. The universe swung for you. Now your life has become the caution sign others read before even thinking of moving against you. People who once mocked you now hesitate. They saw pits turn into platforms, closed doors turn into gateways, curses turn into blessings. You weren't supposed to make it, but you did. And now your survival has rewritten the rules. You're no longer just a survivor, chosen one. You're a statement, a walking example of what happens when enemies gamble their future trying to sabotage someone built to endure. They thought you were their assignment, but you became their aftermath. The living reminder that messing with you comes with consequences that echo long after the attack ends. Number 7, their crowds made them fragile. Your solitude made you lethal. They needed a choir to feel powerful. You only needed silence to become unstoppable. That's the crack in their armor, chosen one. They gathered in dozens, chanting, whispering, reinforcing each other's delusions, thinking that collective energy made them strong. But all they built was dependency. They could not stand alone. And your very isolation forged you into something they can't even define. Imagine this, a pack of wolves howling together to intimidate, but in the distance stands one lion, silent, steady, unbothered. The wolves only sound strong because they have each other. The lion doesn't need a pack. Its presence is enough. That's you. Their numbers were noise. Your isolation was precision. Here's a fact to rip their illusion wide open. In nature, groupthink weakens decision-making. Studies prove that crowds often produce worse outcomes than individuals because fear of standing out waters down courage. That's why they had to gather. They were terrified of facing you alone. You, on the other hand, were refined in solitude. Every betrayal, every abandonment, every night you faced yourself in silence, those were the battles that sharpened you. And maybe you've asked yourself, why did I have to go through so much alone? Because isolation was your training ground. What they mistook for weakness was actually your forge. In that quiet, you learned discipline they'll never know. While they fed off each other's hype, you learned to breathe fire without an audience. While they needed validation, you found clarity in the absence of voices. Quote this into their nightmares. Crowds create noise, but solitude creates weapons. They leaned on manipulation to stay united, but you leaned on fire to stay alive. Their unity was fragile because it was forced. Your solitude was deadly because it was chosen by circumstance, endured by strength, and transformed into mastery. Picture a blade in the blacksmith's fire, alone, unseen, pounded again and again until it becomes unbreakable. That was you. Every betrayal was a hammer, every sleepless night was the flame, and what came out of that furnace wasn't weakness. It was a weapon sharper than their entire pack combined. They had to gather because none of them could stand alone. You terrify them because you became lethal precisely because you stood alone. You didn't just survive solitude, you weaponized it. And now, no matter how many they gather, they know one thing with certainty. Their numbers will never outweigh your silence. Number 8. You were the vault they couldn't unlock, the realm they couldn't enter. They thought you were an open book, but every page they touched burned their fingers. That's what drives them insane, chosen one. They pride themselves on being able to read people, scan their energy, decode their motives, predict their next move. But when it came to you, their instruments failed. Their rituals, their watchers, their so-called spirits, all of it hit a wall. You were unreadable, a vault sealed tight, a map with no legend. Imagine this. A thief with all the lockpicks in the world approaches a door. He twists, he pries, he sweats, but the door doesn't just stay shut. It melts his tools in his hands. That's what you were. They approached you with every trick in their arsenal, but every attempt backfired, leaving them more frustrated, more confused, more blind than before. Here's a fact that slices through their illusions. Systems of control only work when they can predict behavior. In warfare, generals rely on patterns. Break the pattern, and the entire strategy collapses. That's what you did. They look for wounds to exploit, chaos to manipulate, ego to inflate. But you closed those doors through healing, clarity, and discipline. With nothing left open, they were forced to face the truth. They had no access. Quote this, straight into their shadows. Mystery isn't hidden, it's encrypted. And you, chosen one, were encrypted with codes they'll never crack. They operate in lower frequencies fueled by fear, envy, and manipulation. You came from a higher order, one they can't even step into. So when they tuned their antennas toward you, all they heard was static. Their visions warped, their dreams twisted, their predictions failed, and every failure reminded them You exist in a realm where their access is permanently denied. Picture it like this. They're fishermen casting nets into shallow water, pulling up prey with ease. But you're not in shallow water at all. You're in the depths, a place their nets can't reach. They tug and tug, but they come up empty. That emptiness is now haunting them. And maybe you've wondered, why couldn't they track me like they did others? Because you were never built from the same blueprint. They prey on souls constructed from ego, desperation, or fear. You were constructed from alignment, endurance, and purpose. That difference made you untraceable. Every failed attempt left them weaker, headaches, distorted visions, sleepless nights. Their own magic became their torment because it couldn't find you, and that's why they fear you now. Because when someone can't be read, they can't be controlled. You weren't just invisible to them, you were untouchable, and that untouchability shattered their system completely. Number 9. Their worst nightmare was you remembering your own power. They weren't scared of your silence. They were terrified of the day you'd finally hear yourself. That's the war beneath every attack, chosen one. Their spells, their curses, their rituals, those were distractions. The real battlefield was always your identity. They knew if they could distort your reflection, they could delay your rise. If they could convince you that you were ordinary, broken, or powerless, then you'd never unlock the one thing they feared most: the truth of who you are. Imagine this: a bird raised inside a cage, taught that it cannot fly. The cage door is wide open, but the bird never leaves because it was trained to believe the sky wasn't meant for it. That's how they treated you. They planted voices, relationships, and environments that echoed the same lie. You're nothing special. They thought if they repeated it long enough, you'd never test your wings. But deep inside, you always felt it. That unshakable knowing that you were different, that you were meant for more. Here's a fact they banked on: psychological warfare is more powerful than physical blows. Gaslighting has broken more warriors than swords. That's why they hit your mind first, trying to sever your connection with your source. But what they didn't account for is resilience. No matter how many lies they wrapped around you, truth was still pulsing inside, waiting for its moment. Quote this into their ruin: the most dangerous soul is the one who remembers. And that's exactly what happened. They could delay it, distract it, bury it under noise, but they could never erase it. The day you stood up and remembered who you are, their entire system shook. Because once you see yourself clearly, no one can sell you a distorted reflection again. And maybe you've asked yourself, why were they so relentless? Why target me so early, so ruthlessly? Because they saw your potential long before you did. They knew what would happen if you ever woke up to your rank. They couldn't stop your calling, so they tried to stop your awareness of it. But awareness can only be delayed, never destroyed. Imagine a switch being flipped in a dark room. The second the light comes on, every shadow loses its power. That's what happened when you remembered. Their curses collapsed, their manipulation failed, their control shattered. You became nuclear, not because you changed overnight, but because you finally realized you didn't need their permission to exist in power. And now it's too late. The veil has lifted. You know who you are, and that truth alone has done more damage to their kingdom than any ritual, any scheme, any attack could ever accomplish. Number 10. They saw you burn, but you walked out without a scar. They built furnaces to destroy you, but all they did was refine your steel. That's the horror story they're still replaying in their heads. Chosen one. They didn't just want to sting you with petty curses or whispers. They engineered fires meant to incinerate your spirit completely. They studied your weak spots like architects of destruction, then designed betrayals, financial sabotage, and suffocating isolation, all to ensure you'd collapse. But the script flipped. You didn't collapse. You walked through the flames and came out untouched. Imagine this: a glass placed in the fire shatters instantly, but a diamond thrown into the same blaze comes out shining brighter. They expected you to shatter. Instead, you revealed yourself as the diamond. They waited for cracks, for smoke, for permanent scars. What they got was a version of you they can't even recognize. Stronger, lighter, wiser, glowing with a resilience they can't replicate. Here's a fact they can't swallow. Trauma usually leaves marks, mental breakdowns, bitterness, scars that linger for life. That's what they were banking on, but you defied the statistics. You healed where others would have stayed broken. You smiled where others would have turned bitter. You carried clarity where others would have drowned in confusion. That's what shook them. They know exactly how much heat they turned up. And yet there you stand, with no smoke on your name. Quote this into their silence: "The same fire that consumes the weak becomes the forge of the strong." And that's what burns them most. Their infernos weren't random. They were controlled, calculated, designed to kill your essence. But every trap turned into training, every betrayal into wisdom, every loss into leverage. You didn't just survive the fire. You became proof that fire has limits. Picture this: a phoenix rising from ashes, wings blazing, not only alive, but transformed. That's you. They thought the ashes would be your grave, but they became your platform. And now, every time they see your peace, your joy, your clarity, it taunts them with the reminder: the fire didn't break you, it birthed you. They threw everything: spells, lies, sabotage, thinking one of them had to stick. None did. And that's why they're trembling now, not because of what you said, but because of what you became. You are living evidence that endurance is deadlier than any curse. You are proof that nothing they build can destroy what the fire has already refined. And here's the truth they can't escape: if that level of heat didn't break you, nothing ever will. And now they know they never stood a chance. Number 11. Their dark arts collapsed against the deadly weight of your alignment. They mastered spells for decades, but your single yes shattered everything. That's the gut punch they can't recover from, chosen one. They invested years into rituals, nights under the moon, decades memorizing chants, perfecting formulas, twisting energy into weapons. They became experts in deception, manipulation, and bending reality. But all of that mastery was annihilated by one thing they never prepared for: your obedience. Imagine this: two armies facing off. One carries elaborate weapons, sharpened blades, shields polished to perfection. The other carries nothing but discipline, moving in precise silence, obeying every signal from the commander. The flashy weapons mean nothing when faced with soldiers who follow orders without hesitation. That was you. They had rituals, you had alignment, and alignment trumps force every single time. Here's a fact they can't compute: obedience rewires outcomes. Studies in strategy and warfare show that disciplined obedience to a greater plan consistently defeats chaotic force. They operated in force. You moved in precision. That's why their structures toppled while you stood tall. Quote this into their hollow rituals: "Power without alignment is noise. Alignment without force is lethal." They couldn't grasp how your quiet moves, fasting in silence, forgiving when it burned, walking away when you wanted to fight, were dismantling their empire. But obedience doesn't need to shout. It strikes in silence and leaves ruins in its wake. Maybe you've wondered, why did my smallest choices cause such big collapses in their world? Because your obedience wasn't ordinary. Each act carried weight. Every time you forgave, it released judgment. Every time you chose silence, it dismantled their schemes. Every time you said yes to the pull of truth, walls they had built for years cracked and fell. They couldn't see the code behind your actions, but they felt the earthquakes it produced. Picture it. They were writing spells with chalk on the ground, confident in their geometry. But you carried lightning in your hand. When it struck, their chalk melted into nothing. That's the level of mismatch between their craft and your alignment. And here's what terrifies them most. You don't announce your moves. You don't draw circles, light candles, or broadcast your plans. You simply listen. You walk when told, pause when prompted, speak when necessary. And that unpredictability makes you lethal, because when you move, you don't move alone. Realms shift with you. They know now they were never truly fighting you. They were fighting your alignment, and that's a battle darkness can never win. Number 12. You didn't just break free. You broke the bloodline curse. They thought you'd be another link in the chain, but you showed up as the one who snapped it in half. That's why their fear runs deeper than your personal victories. Chosen one. This battle was never only about your life. It was about everything that came before you and everything that will come after. The attacks weren't just to wound your present. They were aimed at keeping ancestral cycles alive. Poverty, betrayal, addiction, silence, rejection, sabotage. Patterns etched into your bloodline long before you breathed your first breath. Imagine this, a family tree with roots poisoned for generations. Everyone who eats from it grows weak, repeating the same mistakes, caught in the same traps. And then, one seed grows differently. One branch refuses to rot. That's you. They assumed you'd fold like those before you. They counted on you surrendering to bitterness, numbing yourself in addiction, or collapsing into silence. But instead, you questioned the lies. You faced the pain head-on. You picked up the battles your ancestors couldn't fight and refused to pass them forward. That's what terrifies them. You interrupted the script. Here's a fact that crushes their schemes. Trauma and dysfunction pass down like inheritance until someone consciously disrupts the cycle. You became that disruption. Every tear you cried, every refusal to return to the old ways, every time you chose healing over habit, it wasn't just survival, it was surgery. You cut the arteries that fed generational bondage. Quote this into their collapse. The curse dies where courage lives. You stood in the very places that once swallowed your lineage whole and declared, it ends here. And the moment you did, the unseen structures cracked. What had been tolerated for decades began to crumble under your resilience. Picture it like this. They built prisons across generations, confident no one would ever find the keys. But you weren't looking for keys. You tore the hinges off the doors. Now those prisons stand useless, open, powerless to contain anyone after you. That's why they're panicking, because your survival didn't just save you. It rewrote the blueprint for everyone connected to you. And maybe you've wondered, why me? Why was I chosen to carry battles so heavy? Because only the strongest link can end the chain. You weren't just healing your own wounds, you were repairing an entire bloodline. And now you're walking into new ground your ancestors only dreamed of. Clarity, prosperity, peace, strength. That's a legacy no witchcraft can erase without destroying itself. They wanted you broken. Instead, you became the curse breaker, and that's the fear they'll never outrun. Number 13. You became the firewall that torched every scheme before it reached you. They thought they wrote your downfall, but your spirit lit their blueprints on fire before the ink dried. That's the reality that haunts them, chosen one. They moved strategically, not impulsively. They studied your habits like scientists. They tracked your weaknesses like predators. They timed their rituals to moons, dates, and windows of vulnerability. They crafted attacks with precision, convinced they had mapped you out like a road on GPS. But no matter how careful their planning was, their energy never landed. Their damage never stuck. Their outcomes always collapsed. Imagine this. An architect spends years designing a skyscraper on paper, every line precise, every detail flawless. But when they try to build it, the plans combust in their hands before a single brick is laid. That's what your presence did. You didn't just block their rituals, you corrupted their entire operating system. Their code glitched every time it touched your atmosphere. Here's the brutal truth they didn't calculate. You were never just a survivor. You were a firewall, not man-made, not ritual-based, but hardwired into your soul through every scar, every heartbreak, every night you chose growth over retaliation. Firewalls don't just protect, they incinerate threats at the source. That's why their magic didn't just fail, it backfired. Their curses jammed mid-air, their visions distorted, their rituals collapsed under their own weight. Quote this back into their shadows. What was designed to harm you became the spark that exposed them. That's what terrifies them, because every time they came for you, they triggered their own unraveling. Not because you cursed them, but because they broke a law bigger than themselves when they touched what was covered. You weren't even trying to fight them. You were just breathing, healing, praying, surviving, and still, your firewall was intercepting every move, burning through blueprints before they reached your doorstep. And maybe you've asked yourself, how did I keep sensing things before they even happened? That wasn't paranoia, that was encryption. You became spiritually encoded by pain. Every loss rewired you with precision. Every betrayal built discernment into your veins. That's why you can feel the strike before it forms, why their attacks dissolve in silence before you even notice. Picture it like this. They were archers releasing arrows at midnight, but each arrow turned to ash the moment it hit the air around you. That's the design they never saw coming. You weren't just a target, you were a trap. Every strike against you activated consequences they weren't prepared to face. And now they're terrified because nothing works. Every strategy falls apart mid-launch. Every ritual ends in chaos. Every plan dies before birth. You're unreadable, unshakable, and untouchable. Because firewalls don't negotiate. They don't just defend, they prosecute. And your very existence has become the evidence of what happens when darkness collides with someone built in fire and shielded by it. Number 14, they've seen your power. Now they're running for cover. They thought they were hunting prey. Instead, they walked into a storm. That's the revelation rattling them to their core, chosen one. At first, they saw you as flesh and blood, a target they could isolate, weaken and dismantle with spells, manipulation and surveillance. But what they encountered wasn't just a person, it was an event. You weren't playing defense, you were sent to end something. And now, the entire network they built in secret over years, rituals, whispers, pacts of fear, is unraveling right in front of them because of you. Imagine this. A group of engineers spends years constructing a dam, confident it can hold back the flood. Then one day, a single crack appears, and in hours, the entire structure collapses, drowning its creators. That's what your breakthrough did. They thought if you survived, you'd stumble out broken, battered, barely alive. But you didn't stumble. You walked out blazing, with clarity, authority, and proof that nothing they built could hold you. That shook them, because it meant every curse, every alliance, every ritual failed. Here's a fact they never wanted to face. Fear-based systems always implode from the inside once their illusion of power is broken. That's why their coven is splintering now. Suspicion is eating them alive. They're pointing fingers, wondering who betrayed the circle. The energy they once hurled at you is ricocheting back, poisoning their own camp. Division, nightmares, accidents, paranoia. Their downfall isn't something you created. It's the debt of their own choices finally being collected. Quote this into their collapse. You weren't just their target, you became their receipt. They can't outrun the cost because it was never yours to carry. It was always theirs. And now the backlash is writing itself across their lives. They see it in their broken unity, their unraveling confidence, their failed rituals. They know why it's happening. It's because they touched you. Maybe you've asked, why are they retreating now after being so bold before? Because the mask is gone. Their control is shattered. Their power has limits, and your rise exposed it. You weren't just proof that survival is possible. You became evidence that divine order always overrides dark agendas. You weren't a victim, you were a verdict. Picture it, they lit fires to consume you, but the blaze turned inward, burning their own foundation. That's why they're scrambling, trying to undo what they set in motion, pulling back rituals like arrows they wish they never shot. But it's too late. You already scattered their camp. You already showed them that picking you was the beginning of their end. And here's the strike that haunts them most. You didn't need revenge. Your existence was revenge enough. You were the interruption that rewrote the script. Their witchcraft triggered your ascension, and now your rise is judgment they cannot escape. They thought they'd silence you. Instead, they amplified you. They thought they'd bury you. Instead, you became the earthquake. You weren't sent just to survive. You were sent to dismantle, and you did. Quietly, relentlessly, irrevocably. That's why they tremble now, because they finally know you weren't just their assignment. You were their consequence. And chosen one, if this message lit a fire in your spirit, don't let it fade. Press that like button right now if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of this family, make sure to hit that subscribe button so you never miss the truth that was meant for you. Every click helps spread this light further, reaching souls who need it just as much as you did. You are part of something bigger now, a movement, a force, a family. Stay locked in, stay rising, and remember, your very existence is the proof they can't silence. Never laugh too hard at the target you try to destroy, because one day the universe might lift them higher than you ever dreamed for yourself. Chosen one, think about that for a second. These people, these communities that keep coming together like it's their full-time hobby to attack you, don't realize they're actually setting themselves up for the punchline of their own downfall. They gather, they whisper, they scheme, but in the end, all they're doing is proving to everyone else that you must be carrying something too powerful to ignore. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, a group of people pushing against a door with all their strength, sweating, shouting, and working as one team. Yet no matter how hard they push, the door won't budge because it's not theirs to open. That's exactly what's happening. They keep pushing against you, but the universe has locked your destiny in a way they can never touch. And here's a fact you should carry with pride. Throughout history, communities that turned against one person almost always ended up proving that person's value, not destroying it. Psychology even backs this up. When people unite in envy or jealousy, it's usually because they feel threatened by someone's rising influence, not because that person is weak. That means their very obsession with you is the loudest evidence that you're highly favored by the universe. Their hate is actually your proof. Their attacks are your receipts, and their failure to break you, that's the universe showing off in plain sight. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe so more souls can hear this truth. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light, and I thank you for being part of this mission. You're not just listening, you're part of a force much bigger than you realize. Now, let's get back into it. Chosen one, the community that keeps attacking you is learning the hard way that the universe doesn't play about its favorites. You've been through slander, betrayal, rejection, and gossip. They've tried to corner you, humiliate you, and bury you under lies. But what has really happened? Each attempt to tear you down has only elevated you higher. Every insult they threw became a spotlight. Every rumor they spread turned into fuel for your rise. Their collective energy didn't destroy you, it promoted you. The irony is painful for them because what they wanted to use as a weapon has turned into your testimony. The truth is, communities like this thrive on shared negativity. It makes them feel bonded, like they've found common ground by hating on you. But here's the catch. The universe doesn't bless dirty energy. Over time, their jealousy eats them alive, while your peace and resilience shine brighter. They start to look bitter, tired, and small in comparison to your growth. What they thought was power in numbers has actually exposed their weakness in character. And now they're stuck watching you glow while their own efforts collapse into dust. Chosen one, let's be clear, you didn't survive their attacks because you're lucky. You survived because you're favored. The universe doesn't waste energy protecting just anyone. The fact that you're still here, still rising, is proof that there's something about you that can't be destroyed. You are the example the universe is using to show them. No matter how big their crowd is, they can't outnumber truth, they can't outrun justice, and they can't outshine someone who is chosen. So as we go deeper into this message, remember this: their attacks were never about exposing your flaws. They were announcements of your power. They were signs that you carry something rare, something magnetic, something undeniable. And while they keep trying to figure out how you're still standing, the universe is busy reminding them that you were never standing alone. And listen, chosen one, before we go step by step, let me pause and ask you, are you really ready to see why the community that keeps attacking you is only proving you're highly favored by the universe? If you are, drop a comment below with the words "still standing," because that alone is your victory cry. And if this message is already striking something inside you, don't forget to show love back by hitting like, subscribing, and blessing the team behind this work. Every ounce of support, whether it's small or great, keeps this mission alive and pushes these truths out into the world. You are part of this force, and your energy fuels the light we're spreading. Remember, when you engage, you're not just a listener, you become a living witness of this truth. And now, let's move forward. Let's dive into this message step by step, because what I'm about to share will not only make sense in your spirit, it will confirm everything you've already felt deep down. And believe me, chosen one, if you truly are favored, you will feel the pull to stay until the very end. Let's get started. Number 1, their stones built your throne. Every insult you threw became my introduction. Every rumor you spread became my reference. Every attack you launched became the proof of who I really am. Let that sit heavy for a moment. Chosen one, the very community that has been obsessively attacking you thought they were destroying you, but in reality, they were handing you your resume. They believed that by slandering your name, isolating you and ganging up on you, they would erase your worth. But here's the truth. They didn't bury you. They branded you. They wrote the receipts of your survival with their own hands. Now imagine this, a blacksmith hammering over and over again on a piece of raw steel. Every strike is violent, every blow seems brutal. To someone watching from the outside, it looks like destruction, but to the one who understands, those strikes are what shape the blade into something unbreakable. That's you. Every insult, every scheme, every betrayal, those were the hammer blows. They thought they were cracking you, but the universe was shaping you into something sharper, stronger, and far more dangerous than they ever anticipated. And let's be real, if you were weak, you wouldn't still be here. Pressure breaks glass, but it also makes diamonds. Which are you? Look at your own life for the answer. You've been through storms that would have drowned someone else. You've stood through fires that would have burned others to ash. And yet, here you are, rising, shining, untouchable. That alone is proof you are built from something beyond the ordinary. The universe doesn't put average people through extraordinary battles. Your scars aren't signs of defeat, they're proof of qualification. They scream louder than any words could that you have endured, and that endurance has value. So when people ask, how do we know you're favored? How do we know you're chosen? You don't even have to say a word. Point to your history. Point to the times they tried to cancel you, but you came back louder. Point to the nights you were isolated, but still found a way to rise in the morning. Point to the betrayal that should have broken you, but instead taught you resilience. Your very existence is the resume. And what better recommendation letter than one written in the ink of your enemy's hatred? Chosen one, this is why they can't stand you. It's not just that you survived, it's that you turned their attacks into fuel. They whispered your name in disgust, and it only spread your reputation. They lied about you, and it only made people curious enough to find out who you really are. They excluded you, and the universe included you in spaces they'll never access. That's why their heads spin. They're asking themselves, how is this possible? How can they still be standing after all we did? The answer, because every hit they landed was actually free publicity for your strength. Think of history. Every great figure who stood out was attacked by their community first. Innovators, leaders, voices of change, they were all mocked, betrayed, isolated. But later, those same communities had to bow their heads and admit the very person they rejected was the one they couldn't erase. You're walking in that same pattern. They thought they were writing your downfall, but in truth, they were writing your legacy. Let me hit the enemy even harder here. What they meant as humiliation has turned into your highlight reel. Their gossip became the soundtrack to your rise. Their rejection became the push that propelled you forward. Their betrayal turned into your badge of honor. And now, every time they speak your name in hate, it echoes as evidence of your relevance. The more they try to erase you, the more undeniable you become. Here's the irony. If they had left you alone, maybe fewer people would have noticed you, but their attacks lit the spotlight. They forced people to watch your journey. They made your resilience public. In trying to destroy your image, they ended up advertising your greatness. They are the unwilling witnesses, the unintentional promoters, the accidental scribes of your story. So, chosen one, wear your scars like medals. Hold your head high, knowing that your enemies have done the work of writing your resume for you. They handed you proof that you're not ordinary, because ordinary people aren't worth this much coordinated hatred. They don't form communities to tear down nobodies. No, they gather armies only for those who threaten their illusion of power. That's why you became the target. That's why they obsess. And here's the part that really makes them sick. The more they attack, the stronger you get. They've already proven they can't break you, yet they keep trying. Every new scheme is just another line added to your record of survival. Every stone they throw lands at your feet, and one by one, those stones are stacking up, not as your grave, but as your throne. They thought they were burying you, but really, they were building your platform. So the next time you wonder why they won't stop, remember, their obsession is your confirmation. Their attacks are your evidence. Their hatred is your resume. And while they sit in circles, replaying your name with bitterness, you rise higher, backed by the very energy they wasted trying to destroy you. That's why you'll always stay ahead. That's why they'll always remain behind. Because here's the ultimate truth. Chosen one, they didn't just fail to break you, they ended up proving you were unbreakable. They didn't just fail to erase you, they carved your name deeper into history. And they didn't just fail to shame you, they crowned you with honor. Their failure became your fame, their attacks became your testimony, their stones built your throne. And no matter how much they hate to admit it, the universe has made sure the evidence is too loud, too undeniable, and too eternal for them to ever erase. Number 2. They're learning the hard way that favor breaks every rule. Favor laughs in the face of fairness. It breaks systems, shatters logic, and leaves your enemies choking on the dust of your success. Chosen one, that's the very truth they can't swallow. These people did everything their way. They followed the rules of their little games, networked with the right people, kissed up to the loudest voices, formed their cliques, and convinced themselves that their politics guaranteed them a seat at the table. They thought the system was airtight, yet somehow you, the one they mocked, rejected, and tried to push aside, are the one the universe keeps lifting. That's not just confusing to them, it's maddening. Now imagine this, a group of runners at the starting line, each one trained, dressed in the best gear, flexing with confidence. They smirk when they see you, barefoot, ignored, and underestimated. The race begins, and they sprint ahead, laughing. But halfway through, something unexplainable happens. Their legs grow heavy, their energy fades, while you, without the equipment, without the allies, without the applause, fly past them like the wind is at your back. That's favor. It doesn't make sense, and that's why they hate you. Let me give you another one. Imagine a student in school who studies night and day, sucking up to the teacher, joining all the groups, believing the system will reward them. Then test day comes, and the kid they mocked, the one who sat alone, overlooked, pulls the highest grade in the room without even breaking a sweat. What do you think happens inside them? Resentment, confusion, rage. That's the same thing happening in your community right now. They worked their formula, but the universe tore it apart in front of their faces. Here's a question they're secretly asking themselves. Why not me? Why not us? They can't understand why the opportunities they chased so hard fall into your lap with ease. Why doors fling open for you while they slam shut for them. Why your path keeps clearing when they're stuck in a maze of their own making. The truth? Because favor doesn't care about their numbers, their allies, or their politics. Favor rewrites the rules. And you, chosen one, are living proof. Think about this. They believed that if enough people united against you, it would seal your fate. They believed majority opinion was stronger than universal truth. But time and again, the universe proved them wrong. Their votes meant nothing. Their gossip changed nothing. Their campaigns of slander only exposed their own weakness. You kept rising, not because of their approval, but because of favor, and that's the part they can't control. Favor doesn't take polls, it doesn't bow to popularity contests, it doesn't negotiate with politics. That's the lesson they're being forced to learn, whether they like it or not. And each time you succeed, each time you rise, it's a reminder that no matter how much effort they pour into tearing you down, they cannot block what isn't theirs to control. Imagine them as fishermen, chosen one. They spend hours casting their nets, planning their catch, working together in perfect coordination. Meanwhile, you're not even on the boat. You're standing by the shore, hands empty. Yet somehow, fish leap out of the water straight into your arms while they keep pulling up empty nets. That's what's driving them insane. They can't wrap their minds around the fact that blessings chase you without permission, while they chase blessings that run from them. Here's another truth they don't want to face. If your success could be explained away, they'd accept it. If they could say, oh, it's just because of money, or it's just because of connections, they'd swallow it. But the fact that there is no clear explanation makes them restless at night. You weren't supposed to rise, but you did. You weren't supposed to win, but here you are. You weren't supposed to be standing taller than all their efforts, but you're towering right over them. And let me hit them with another gut punch. The system you trusted betrayed you, while the one you despised was carried by the universe itself. That's why their bitterness burns hotter. Because your success isn't just a win, it's a direct contradiction of everything they were banking on. They trusted numbers, clicks, and influence. But your life is proof that those things mean nothing when the universe marks someone as favored. Chosen one, you've broken their system without even trying, and that's the worst humiliation for them. They thought they had it all figured out, but your rise exposed their dependence on politics, their obsession with numbers, and their addiction to power. You showed them that none of that matters, because when the universe decides you're favored, no group vote, no alliance, and no conspiracy can overturn it. So let me ask you this. Isn't it funny how the very ones who mocked you for being alone are now united in confusion at your success? Isn't it ironic how the people who believed their popularity guaranteed them victory are now watching your quiet resilience outshine their noise? They thought favor was fair, that the one with the most friends, the loudest voice, and the biggest following wins. But the universe is teaching them the harshest truth. Favor isn't fair. It never has been, and it never will be. Chosen one, every victory you gain, every blessing that finds you, is a direct reminder to them that their power stops where yours begins. They can scheme, they can plot, they can gather in groups, but they cannot rewrite what has already been sealed over your life. And that's the part that drives them insane. Not that you succeeded by their rules, but that you won by breaking them. Favor doesn't explain itself. It doesn't ask permission. It shows up unapologetic, undeniable, unstoppable. And that's exactly what's happening in your life. Each time you rise, each time you win, they are being forced to accept what they never wanted to admit, that you are favored, and there is nothing they can do to change it. Their hatred now, it's not rooted in your failures, it's rooted in your victories, because nothing cuts deeper than watching someone they conspired against still rise above them. Nothing feels worse than seeing someone they tried to bury shining brighter than ever. And nothing eats at their pride more than realizing that favor chose you, not them. So let them keep asking questions they'll never find the answer to. Let them keep whispering theories that don't add up. Let them keep trying to explain away your success with excuses, Because in the end, the universe already stamped you with favor, and no amount of bitterness, jealousy, or numbers can overrule it. They're realizing favor isn't fair, and chosen one, that realization is tearing them apart while it keeps lifting you higher. Number 3, they tried to erase you, but the universe put you on loudspeaker. They wanted you invisible, but the universe turned your silence into an echo they can't escape. Chosen one, that's the punchline your enemies can't stomach. Their blueprint was simple: cut you off, smear your name, and make sure no one ever took you seriously again. They thought isolation would be your coffin. They believed that if they silenced you inside their little circle, the world would move on without you. But tell me, how do you bury someone whose very existence is wired to rise? You can't. Now imagine this: a group of people trying to smother a flame with their bare hands. They press harder, certain they've won, but the fire only spreads up their sleeves until the whole room is glowing. That's you. They tried to suffocate your light, and instead they broadcasted it further than you ever could alone. Their whispers became your commercials. Their slander became your free marketing campaign. In their desperation to erase you, they made you unforgettable. Here's the fact that burns them alive: isolation has never been your prison. It's been your amplifier. When they thought you were cut off, that's when your voice carried the furthest. When they thought no one was listening, the universe was preparing ears that mattered. Your enemies believe power is all about clicks, numbers, and platforms. But chosen one, power is about truth. And the truth doesn't need their stage. It creates its own. Think about it. Haven't you noticed how your name somehow shows up in rooms you've never stepped into? How opportunities come knocking without you begging or bending for approval? That's not coincidence. That's confirmation. The very people who obsessed over tearing you down pushed your name into spaces you couldn't have reached by yourself. Their gossip was the signal flare that made the right eyes turn your way. And here's what eats them alive at night. The ones they celebrated, the ones they lifted up, aren't shining half as bright as you are now. They can't understand why the one they labeled irrelevant is suddenly undeniable. They can't comprehend why your so-called exile became the stage that eclipsed their entire platform. So let them keep trying to mute you, chosen one. The louder their attempts to silence, the further your voice will travel. They tried to erase you, but in the process, they handed you the megaphone of destiny. Their rejection wasn't your burial, it was your broadcast, and the universe made sure the whole world heard it. Number 4, their poisoned seeds became their own harvest. Every pit they dug became their grave. Every seed of slander they planted grew into weeds that choke them daily. Chosen one, that's the brutal reality your enemies can't escape. They thought they were master gardeners of destruction, sprinkling lies, curses, and envy into your soil as if nothing would ever come back to haunt them. But the universe has a law sharper than any blade. You only reap what you sow. And now they're choking on their own harvest. Imagine this for a moment. A farmer sneaks into his neighbor's field at night, scattering weeds, thinking he's clever. But when the season changes, he looks out and realizes the wind carried those very seeds back to his own land. His crops are overrun, his field is barren, while the neighbor's soil is bursting with life. That's exactly what's happening. The slander they whispered in secret has destroyed their own credibility. The envy they projected only revealed their emptiness. And the curses they threw, those bounced back like boomerangs, smacking them harder than they ever imagined. Here's a fact that makes their stomachs turn. Lies lose power when truth keeps standing. They thought gossip would stain you forever, but now their words carry no weight. people listen to them and roll their eyes, because when someone lies too often, their tongue becomes worthless, and envy, that's just a confession of poverty in spirit. Their hatred exposed the cracks in their own soul, showing everyone that their bitterness was never about you. It was about their lack. And here's what must sting the most. Your soil didn't just survive, it flourished. The very things they swore you'd never achieve are blooming right in front of them. Every rejection, every insult, every curse became fertilizer for your growth. While they wither in the weeds they planted, you're walking through a field overflowing with abundance. The contrast is undeniable. Your harvest glows, theirs rots. So let's call it what it is, the reverse harvest. Their attempts to bury you only exposed their corruption. Their schemes backfired so loudly, the whole community can see who was truly favored. They wanted to paint you as unworthy, but all they did was reveal their own rot. And now, they're sitting in the front row, forced to watch the universe serve justice with their own crops of failure. That's not just karma, that's the reverse harvest in motion. Number 5. You were the exam. They couldn't cheat. You weren't their victim. You were their exam, and every cruel word they spoke became proof they weren't ready for promotion. Chosen one, that's the part that cuts the deepest for them. Your presence in their lives wasn't a coincidence. It was a setup, a measuring stick the universe placed right in their circle. They thought you were just another face, just another person to toy with. But in truth, every action they took toward you was a question on their test. And now the grades are back, and they failed miserably. Now imagine this. A teacher walks into a classroom and hands out the simplest exam possible. No complex formulas, no impossible riddles, just basic questions anyone with humility and decency could answer. But the students, full of arrogance, scribble nonsense on their papers, mocking the test instead of respecting it. When the results return, every single one of them is stamped with failure. That's exactly what happened with the community that attacked you. They had the easiest exam. Show kindness instead of envy, respect instead of mockery, protection instead of betrayal. But pride made them write their own downfall. Chosen one, your very presence forced them to reveal who they really were. You didn't need to expose them. Their reaction to you did all the work. When faced with your light, they chose shade. When faced with your rising, they chose sabotage. When faced with your difference, they chose rejection. And the universe was watching. Every answer was recorded, every move tallied, every choice written down in permanent ink. And now, the backlash is unavoidable. Doors that once opened for them are slamming shut. Peace that once came easily now feels distant. Opportunities slip through their fingers like sand, because the report card of their lives has been stamped with failed. They'll call it bad luck. They'll call it unfair. But you and I know better. It's not random. It's the consequence of flunking the simplest exam they were ever handed. Here's the irony. You weren't sent to test their intelligence, their power, or their success. All you required was humility, love, and respect. That's all. Yet those basics were too heavy for their pride to carry. They mocked. They betrayed. They envied, and in doing so, they revealed themselves. You were never just another person in their story. You were the exam that decided their outcome. And chosen one, they failed it in front of the entire universe. Number 6. Their attacks became your billboards. Every lie they told was just another poster advertising your rise. Chosen one, that's the punchline that keeps them tossing at night. They thought they were clever with their weapons, rumors, slander, backroom whispers, and public humiliation. They believed dragging your name through the mud would stain you forever. But instead, every insult became free advertising. Every smear campaign was a marketing strategy. They didn't realize they were running for you. They weren't silencing you. They were shouting your name louder than you ever could have shouted it yourself. Now imagine this. A crowd gathered in the town square, one loud voice shouting your name in anger. People stop, curious. They lean in closer. Who is this person they keep talking about? That's what your enemies did. Their obsession made people who never cared suddenly curious. In trying to bury you, they became your promoters. Your attackers turned into unpaid advertisers, and every word they spread was an invitation for others to look your way. And here's the irony that breaks them down. Once people actually looked closer, the truth was louder than their lies. They expected others to see weakness, but instead, people saw resilience. They expected others to believe their gossip, but instead, people saw authenticity. They expected others to dismiss you, but instead, people respected you more. Their weapons highlighted what the universe had already placed inside you. They proved you were worth fighting, worth envying, worth watching. Tell me, chosen one, have you ever seen a crowd invest that much energy in someone who doesn't matter? Exactly. Their hatred was your validation. Think about it. No one hosts smear campaigns against nobodies. No one burns time, energy, and resources on someone irrelevant. The fact that they aimed so hard at you is itself the evidence. Haters don't waste ammo on empty targets. Their very effort was the loudest announcement of your value. They can't stand the fact that their fingerprints are all over your rise, even though they never meant it that way. They wanted to erase you, but their efforts wrote your introduction. And here's the sting. They can't even take credit for your growth. The only part they own is the attack. Yet those same attacks became the megaphones that announced your destiny to the world. That's why your success cuts so deep. Every time they see you advancing, they're reminded it was their own hatred that gave you exposure they'll never take back. Their weapons weren't weapons at all. They were billboards, painted in neon, flashing your name higher than they ever intended. And now, chosen one, the world is watching. Number 7. Their crowd collapsed against your crown. 10,000 voices shouting a lie can never silence one truth. Chosen one, that's the wound your enemies can't stop bleeding from. They rallied their crowds, built their alliances, and believed numbers guaranteed them victory. To their shallow math, it was simple. Many against one equals domination. They thought their majority was a weapon strong enough to bury you. But now they're choking on confusion because your minority outlasted their mob. Now picture this. A gang of wolves circling one lion. They howl, they growl, they bare their teeth. To the onlooker, the lion looks outnumbered, doomed. But when the dust settles, it's the wolves who scatter, tails tucked, while the lion stands unshaken. That's you. They banked on the power of their majority, but they forgot. Authority isn't counted in heads, it's carried in presence. Here's a fact they'll never admit, but secretly know. History has always been written by the few who carried truth, not the crowds who carried noise. Mobs don't change destiny, they expose weakness. Crowds don't guarantee victory, they guarantee chaos. What's built on envy, lies, and politics always collapses under its own weight. They thought shutting doors, cutting connections, and raising voices would erase you, but authority doesn't bend to arithmetic. One voice backed by the universe will always outweigh 1,000 voices dripping with bitterness. And isn't that what eats at them most? That you stood alone, yet somehow you stood taller. that they combined their energy, their politics, their slander, and still couldn't take you down. They ask themselves late at night, how did we lose when the odds were in our favor? The truth is simple. Destiny doesn't take votes. Integrity doesn't need a crowd. Authority isn't decided by mob approval. Let me give you another picture. Imagine a courtroom filled with people screaming, guilty, but the judge slams the gavel and declares, innocent. Whose word carries the weight? The crowd or the authority? That's why you won. Their chants were noise, but you had the gavel. You carried the authority they couldn't counterfeit. So yes, they had the majority, but a mob without truth is just a storm that burns itself out. They were doomed before they started, because when numbers face destiny, numbers always lose. Their crowd collapsed against your crown, and now they can't fathom why their many hands couldn't push down one chosen soul. Number 8. Your rise revealed their hollow souls. Only empty souls gather armies to fight one person. Chosen one, that single truth is the mirror they can't look into. Your rise didn't just prove your strength, it ripped the mask off their weakness. It exposed how poor their spirits really were. Think about it. It took an entire community with all their gossip, schemes and coordinated efforts just to try and crush you. One against many, and they still failed. That's not strength on their part. That's bankruptcy of the soul. Now imagine this, a group of grown adults trying to hold down a single child, sweating and straining, yet somehow the child keeps slipping free. To an outsider, it doesn't make the child look weak. It makes the adults look pathetic. That's your enemies. Their obsession with you didn't highlight your flaws, it highlighted their desperation. Their constant whispering campaigns, their secret meetings, their endless attempts to tear you down only screamed one thing. We are empty inside, and we need someone else's light to fight against because we have none of our own. Here's a fact to chew on. People who are rich in spirit don't waste time trying to break someone else. Confident people don't need cliques to fight their battles. Strong people don't need crowds to validate their hatred. But insecure ones, they depend on numbers, politics, and manipulation because alone they are powerless. Your presence forced this truth into the open. While they poured their energy into gossip, you poured yours into growth. While they tried to calculate ways to keep you boxed in, you kept expanding without asking permission. While they weaponized their mouths, you weaponized your resilience. That contrast created a spotlight they couldn't run from. On one side was your strength, your consistency, your refusal to fold. On the other was their fragility, their envy, and their weakness parading itself in public. And here's what must sting the most. People saw it. Your glow became a mirror reflecting their poverty of spirit. They thought this would be about exposing you, but all they exposed was themselves. Their obsession with your downfall became the loudest announcement of their insecurity. Every time you rose higher, their envy screamed louder. Every time a blessing landed in your lap, it echoed how powerless they really were. So let's say it plain, they gave their best shot, and it still wasn't enough. Your rise didn't just elevate you, it stripped them bare. Titles couldn't cover it, reputations couldn't hide it. The world can now see the truth. Their spirits were empty, and your survival made that poverty undeniable. Number 9, their hate became fuel for your upgrade. Every shot they fired at you was just a down payment on your next victory. Chosen one, that's the paradox they can't stomach. They thought their insults, betrayals, and schemes were draining you, stripping you down to nothing. But in truth, Each attack became an alarm bell that summoned more reinforcement, more protection, more investment into your destiny. They weren't breaking you, they were building you. Now imagine this, a boxer in the ring, taking hit after hit. The crowd thinks he's finished, that the opponent has the upper hand, but with every punch, the fighter's body hardens, his endurance builds, and his focus sharpens. Suddenly, the one who was supposed to fall is the one standing taller, stronger, and untouchable. That's you. Their blows weren't depleting you, they were fortifying you. Here's the truth they never factored in. Pressure doesn't just test chosen ones, it transforms them. Their gossip, their envy, their plots worked like weights in a gym. Each time they added more, you got stronger. They wanted to chip away at your foundation, but instead they poured concrete into it. They wanted to weaken your resolve, but instead they carved steel into your spine. And let's not ignore the irony. Every time they cursed your name, it spread the spotlight wider on your life. Every attempt to block you became a signal for doors to swing open. Every scheme they drew up was answered by the universe with a new path, a new resource, a new advantage. They thought they were starving you, but their hostility was feeding your rise. Think about it. Why would the universe allow so much resistance against you if there wasn't something valuable to protect? Why would you still be here, thriving, when they threw everything they had? Because every act of hate was actually an investment in your growth. They were building the very resilience that makes you unstoppable now. So let them fume, let them wonder why their best efforts only made you more untouchable. The more they attack, the higher you rise. The more they scheme, the deeper your roots grow. Their hatred didn't diminish you, it expanded you. Their weapons didn't pierce you, they polished you. And now, chosen one, you stand not only shielded, but upgraded, carrying proof that no plan against you will ever prosper. Number 10, they became the circus they tried to build around you. They tried to make you the clown, but now the whole world is laughing at them. Chosen one, that's the bitter twist of irony your enemies never saw coming. For years, they pointed fingers, whispered lies, and orchestrated humiliations to turn you into the community's punchline. They thought if they piled enough ridicule on your shoulders, they could script the story of your downfall. But look around now. The stage lights have shifted, and the spectacle isn't you anymore. It's them. Imagine this. A crowd gathers to see a magician perform. He spends hours trying to expose someone else's trick, tearing down another's act to prove himself superior. But when the curtains rise, his own performance collapses, and the audience leaves laughing, not at the target, but at the fraud who wasted his time pointing fingers. That's exactly what happened here. They thought the spotlight was a weapon against you, but the universe twisted it into a mirror, exposing their desperation in front of everyone. Here's the sting they can't shake off. Their obsession with humiliating you has turned them into walking cautionary tales. Their every move is being dissected now, their bitterness laid bare for all to see. People don't whisper about your flaws anymore, they whisper about theirs. Every insult they spewed has boomeranged back, making them look small, insecure, and ridiculous. They are the joke they tried to write about you. And isn't it funny how predictable they've become? Everyone sees it now, the envy in their tone, the desperation in their actions, the emptiness behind their eyes. Instead of standing as respected figures in their community, they've become the circus act, the bitter performers desperate to keep their audience. Meanwhile, you've stood steady, elevated, untouchable. You didn't need to clap back. You didn't need to perform. Your quiet rise has done all the talking. So let them scramble, chosen one. Let them exhaust themselves trying to rewrite the story. The more they flail in bitterness, the more people admire your composure. The more they perform in envy, the more people respect your authenticity. They once believed they controlled the narrative, but the story has devoured them instead. The curtain has dropped, and the joke is clear. They're the spectacle now, and you're the proof that no amount of slander can bury true favor. Number 11. They watched logic shatter under your rise. Every law they trusted, every formula they counted on, broke into pieces the moment favor touched your life. Chosen one, that's the wound they can't patch. They believed the math was simple. Enough slander would stain you. Enough betrayal would weaken you. Enough exclusion would bury you. In their minds, cause and effect were on their side. But the universe doesn't answer to their equations. Favor rewrites the rules. And in front of their very eyes, you broke every calculation they clung to. Now imagine this, a chess master smugly moving piece after piece, convinced the game is under his control. He smirks, thinking 5 moves ahead. But suddenly, the board flips, and his opponent wins in a way no strategy book ever predicted. That's you. Their strategies looked airtight, but every piece they moved against you accelerated your victory instead of preventing it. They thought they had you cornered, yet every so-called trap turned into a shortcut. Here's a fact they'll never admit out loud. Logic can't cage someone backed by favor. In their world, betrayal equals collapse. But for you, betrayal became promotion. Exclusion equals irrelevance. But for you, exclusion became elevation. Isolation equals silence. But for you, isolation amplified your voice. Their cause and effect cracked in half because the very energy they used against you was rerouted to push you higher. And doesn't it make sense why they're baffled now? These are people who pride themselves on being calculated, strategic, and socially powerful. They believe numbers, clicks, and connections are the ultimate guarantee of success. Yet, here you are, rising above them all without playing their game. They look at you and whisper, "How?" But there's no logic to explain it. The truth is simple. Your life is running on a different law, one they can't manipulate or negotiate with. Let me hit them harder. What they called chaos was orchestration. What they called luck was design. What they called impossible was simply inevitable. Every door that swung open in your face, every opportunity that found you, every victory you gained, it all testified that your rise wasn't man-made, it was written. And written victories cannot be erased. So let them wrestle with their failed equations, chosen one. Let them replay their strategies, wondering why their majority, their alliances, their carefully drawn plans all fell flat. The truth will haunt them forever. Favor breaks logic, and you are the living, breathing evidence of it. Number 12. Their loss was sealed beyond repair. They thought they were waging war on your reputation, but they were actually signing the paperwork for their own permanent defeat. Chosen one, that's the dagger they can't pull out. They imagined this was a social game, gossip, alliances, twisted narratives. They believed if they shouted loud enough, poisoned enough ears, and turned enough people against you, they could dictate your outcome. But what they never understood is this. The true battlefield was never social. It was spiritual. And once a verdict is written there, no mob, no clique, no manipulation can overturn it. Picture this, a courtroom where the crowd is screaming guilty, waving their arms, demanding your downfall. But the judge slams the gavel and declares, "Innocent, case closed. No amount of noise changes that ruling. That's you, chosen one. They measured their strength by numbers, clout, and influence, but none of that mattered in the realm that truly decides outcomes. Their defeat wasn't just public embarrassment, it was cosmic foreclosure. Here's what they can't stand. No matter how they posture now, their power against you has been nullified at the root. They can gossip, they can scheme, they can parade as if they're still relevant, but deep down, they know the verdict was stamped and sealed. Their defeat isn't temporary, it's final. And the more they struggle to rewrite history, the more obvious their collapse becomes. Ask yourself this: why do they still fume, still obsess, still circle your name? Because they feel the truth clawing inside them. They know they lost a war they can't fight again. Outwardly, they can perform strength. Inwardly, they feel the weight of a judgment that can't be appealed. Every ounce of energy they spent plotting against you only boomeranged back to secure their downfall. They weren't just beaten socially, they were stripped spiritually. And that's the deepest sting. Destiny doesn't negotiate. Once written, it cannot be undone. They waged their war in the wrong arena, thinking clicks and whispers could erase you. Instead, they walked straight into a loss that time itself can't reverse. Their defeat isn't just a moment, it's permanent. Because chosen one, when destiny speaks, it speaks forever. Chosen one, now you see it clearly. Their attacks, their envy, their schemes all backfired and only proved how highly favored you are. Their defeat was never just social, it was permanent because destiny has already sealed your victory. So stand tall, keep rising, and never doubt the force backing you. And if this message lit something inside you, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit subscribe. Together, we spread this light further. Chosen one. Your presence here is proof. You are part of this mission. Well, tell me, how does it feel to be the smartest person in the room and still lose your mind? That's the question echoing in therapy rooms across Washington right now. The Supreme Court justices, those 9 black-robed titans who were supposed to be untouchable, are broken. You shattered them, chosen one. You didn't walk into their chambers with an army or a weapon. You walked in with truth, and it tore through their fortress like dynamite hidden in plain sight. Now picture this. The highest judges in the land, sitting in leather chairs, eyes red, voices trembling, telling their therapists, "We've never faced a case this devastating." Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. A skyscraper looks indestructible until an earthquake shakes its foundation. That's what you did. You shook their marble halls until the cracks they tried to hide split wide open. For decades, they believed they had seen it all: bloody murders, global conspiracies, corporate corruption on a scale that ruined millions. But what you carried into their courtroom wasn't just another case, it was a mirror. And when they looked into it, they didn't see law, order, and control. They saw their own fear staring back at them. That's the gut punch. That's the humiliation. The nation's sharpest legal minds, now haunted like children afraid of the dark. Here's a fact that screams you're absolutely right. Even historians admit that certain cases don't just shift the law, they fracture the very idea of justice. But this isn't just a landmark, it's a landmine. It makes Brown versus Board, Miranda rights, even Watergate look like warm-up acts. Your truth ripped the floorboards out from under their 1,000-page law books. Their sacred precedents suddenly read like fairy tales. Their courtrooms, once temples of order, now feel like haunted houses where every sound reminds them of you. And thank you, Chosen One. Don't forget to pay this message back by pressing like and subscribe. Help spread this to more souls, because it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thank you for being part of this mission. You are not just a listener, you are part of a force. But let's step back into the fire, because what really terrifies them isn't your evidence, it's your presence. They weren't prepared for someone like you. You didn't just speak, you cracked reality open. When your words hit the air, even the court reporter froze, fingers hovering, unsure how to transcribe the sound of the system collapsing. The room went cold. The gavel sounded small. The robes on their backs felt heavier than chains. For the first time, these giants of the law realized they were standing on quicksand, and you were the one who exposed it. They tell themselves they're unbiased, unshaken, built of stone. But that's a lie. They went home that night and stared at the ceiling, whispering to themselves, "What have we just seen?" They tried to medicate the anxiety, drowning it in coffee, in Xanax, in therapy appointments booked in secret. But nothing works, because you can't medicate truth. You can't hide from it. You can only tremble before it. And that's what they're doing, Chosen One, trembling. And this is where the humiliation deepens, because the enemy, the ones who mocked you, who swore the system would crush you, are now watching the very system collapse under your weight. The same judges who looked down on you are now the ones whispering in therapy, "I've never seen anything like this." That's not just defeat, it's exposure. Their whole empire of control has been cracked wide open, and everyone can see the cracks. So, Chosen One, are you ready to peel back the layers of this scandal piece by piece? Because what you're about to hear isn't just a story, it's history being rewritten in real time. Drop a comment below with the number 777 if you're ready to expose the cracks in the very system that was supposed to be unshakable. And if you feel the weight of this message, consider fueling the mission with your support. It doesn't matter if it's a cent or 1,000. Every act keeps this truth alive and spreading to more ears that need to hear it. Remember, these aren't just words, they're sparks that light the fire of change, and you are carrying that flame. And now, let's dive into it step by step. And believe me, if you are truly one of the chosen, you'll feel that pull to stay with me until the very last word. Because the deeper we go, the more their masks will slip, and the more their fear will become undeniable. Let's get started. Number 1. The first crack in the marble. Every empire doesn't fall from the outside. It crumbles the moment its strongest pillar cracks. That's what happened here, Chosen One. The first justice to break wasn't some junior figure fumbling their way through. No, it was Stevenson. 20 years on the bench, 20 years staring down murderers, con men, and traitors, his face as still as a mask carved from granite. Yet when you slid that single file across the table, document 47B, the mask didn't just slip, it shattered. His hands trembled, not with age, but with fear. The kind of fear that comes when you realize the ground beneath your feet has never been solid. It's been quicksand all along. Think about that, Chosen One. This was a man who believed nothing could shake him. He'd sent killers to death row, dissected the ugliest corners of human nature, and walked away cold and calm every time. But in that moment, staring at the truth you dropped in front of him, his body betrayed him. His voice faltered. His authority cracked like cheap glass under pressure. Why? Because deep down, he recognized it. He knew the system he had worshipped wasn't unbreakable law. It was scaffolding built on rot, waiting for someone like you to push it over. They tried to resist, of course. Inadmissible, he barked, reaching for the same tired weapons that had silenced thousands before you. Impossible, they stammered, as if sheer denial could erase what was staring them in the face. But denial is nothing but paper armor, and you came with fire. How could they finish the sentence when the proof itself was breathing in front of them? You brought receipts they couldn't burn, recordings that should never have existed, testimonies from voices the system swore could not speak, trails of evidence leading straight into shadows they told the world weren't even real. You didn't just fight a verdict, you dragged the very idea of a verdict into the light and ripped it apart. Now pause and ask yourself this: why did one man, hardened by decades, lose his composure in seconds? Because truth doesn't negotiate. Truth doesn't wait its turn. Truth smashes through the door like a battering ram, and that's what you carried in. Stevenson wasn't just cracking under pressure, he was collapsing under the weight of something bigger than law, bigger than precedent, bigger than him. His entire career was built on the illusion of order. And you showed him the one thing that order fears: chaos wearing the mask of reality. Imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, a soldier who's fought every war, seen every battlefield, suddenly finds himself trembling at the sight of a child carrying nothing but a mirror. That's what you were in that courtroom, a mirror. And when Stevenson looked into it, he didn't see justice, he didn't see power, he didn't see authority. He saw a man pretending to be unbreakable, and in that reflection, he saw himself exposed. Here's the fact no one dares to admit: when a single justice cracks, the whole court trembles. Stevenson was supposed to be the immovable one, the steady hand, the voice that calmed the storm. But if the first domino falls, the rest don't stand tall for long. The enemy won't admit it, but they felt it in their bones that day. The empire they trusted was vulnerable. You didn't need to defeat all 9. You only needed one to slip, and the rest would follow like shadows chasing the sunset. They'll tell the world that Stevenson stayed strong. They'll say he recused himself, or that he struggled with the evidence. But the truth: he cracked. His eyes darted, his lips trembled, and when the cameras turned away, when the microphones went silent, he sat alone in chambers, staring at his hands, whispering to himself like a man who'd just seen a ghost. That's not strength, that's collapse. That's the sound of a giant realizing he's been standing on stilts. And don't think for a second the others didn't notice. They watched him break, and it terrified them. If Stevenson, stone-faced Stevenson, could shatter, what chance did the rest have? Suddenly, the robes on their shoulders felt heavier, like funeral shrouds. Suddenly, their carefully rehearsed questions felt hollow, their gavels weak, their authority slipping like sand through their fingers. They didn't say it out loud, but they all felt it. If the strongest can fall, none of us are safe. That's why they rushed to shut you down, chosen one. That's why they tried to drown your voice in objections and rulings, because the enemy knows once one wall cracks, the whole fortress is doomed. Stevenson was their wall, their shield, and you split it open with one file, one moment, one undeniable truth. And here's the question burning in their minds, though they'll never admit it: what happens when the rest of the truth comes out? If document 47B was enough to make the unshakable man tremble, what will happen when the next piece drops? What about the next witness, the next recording? They can't stop shaking because they know this isn't the end, it's the beginning. So let the enemy mock, let them laugh in public and whisper in private. Let them pretend their system is strong, because you and I know the truth. It only takes one crack in the marble for the whole statue to come crashing down. And Stevenson was the first domino, the first echo of collapse, and the sound of his crack is still ringing in their ears, keeping them awake at night, reminding them that power doesn't protect, it exposes. and you, chosen one, were the hammer that struck. Number 2. The collapse of Martinez's mask. They don't break all at once. They break in pieces, and those pieces tell the truth louder than their verdicts ever could. That was Martinez. She wasn't just shaken, she was shattered, and everyone in the room saw it. This wasn't a whispered crack behind closed doors like Stevenson. This was public. This was undeniable. Justice Martinez, with 3 decades of rulings under her belt, the woman who prided herself on being the calm in every courtroom storm, asked for something as small, as human, as water. But her voice betrayed her. It was thin, trembling, stripped of authority, and when she staggered toward the bathroom, clutching at the wood-paneled walls as if they could hold her upright, the entire room froze. 47 minutes she hid in there, 47 minutes of silence that screamed louder than any gavel strike. Now imagine this, chosen one, a general decorated with medals, standing tall in front of an army. But when the gunfire starts, she drops her weapon and runs off the battlefield, locking herself in a bunker while her soldiers watch. That's exactly what Martinez did. She abandoned the fight, she abandoned the bench, and when she returned, her face told the whole story. 10 years older in less than an hour, eyes hollow, shoulders sagging, authority gone. It wasn't about rulings anymore. It wasn't about guilt or innocence. It was about survival, and the survival instinct had stripped her mask clean off. Ask yourself this. Why did a woman who spent 30 years building her identity as unbreakable unravel in less than an hour? Because the case in front of her wasn't just evidence, it was revelation. You didn't show her a loophole, you showed her a void. You forced her to admit, deep in her gut, that her entire career, thousands of hearings, countless decisions, wasn't built on eternal truth. It was theater, black robes, wooden gavels, Latin phrases designed to sound holy. But beneath all of that, shadows, lies, power games dressed as justice, and you ripped the curtain wide open. Authority is a costume, not a crown. Martinez learned that the hard way. She thought the robe made her untouchable. She thought her gavel gave her control. But when faced with what you brought, the robe was nothing more than borrowed cloth, and the gavel was nothing more than wood. She wasn't untouchable. She was fragile, and fragility doesn't survive exposure. Imagine this, chosen one, a cathedral that has stood for centuries, filled with stained glass, towering ceilings, and whispered prayers. People believe it's indestructible, eternal. But then one storm comes through and a single pane of glass shatters. Suddenly everyone realizes the entire structure is vulnerable. That storm was you, and Martinez, she was the glass. When she locked herself in that bathroom, she wasn't just collecting herself, she was bargaining with herself, whispering excuses, replaying lessons drilled into her at law school. This can't be real. This must be misinterpreted. The law has an answer for everything. But no matter how many times she repeated it, the truth echoed back louder. You have no precedent for this. Her legal training was a dead language in the face of a living, breathing truth. Denial is the last defense of the powerful before collapse. That's exactly where Martinez found herself, and she couldn't deny it anymore. That's why she emerged looking older, diminished, because when she was alone in that bathroom, she didn't just see evidence. She saw her reflection, and it terrified her. She saw a woman who had dedicated 30 years to a system that couldn't withstand one case, one chosen one moment of unfiltered truth. Now pause. Doesn't this answer the question you've been asking yourself, Chosen One? Why do they fear me so much? Because you don't just challenge their rulings, you challenge their identity. You remind them they are actors on a stage, not gods of justice. And when the mask slips, they have nothing left to cling to. When Martinez walked back into that courtroom, she wasn't Justice Martinez anymore. She was just Martinez, a tired woman who had glimpsed the void behind the curtain. That's why she couldn't look at you. That's why her hands shook as she shuffled her papers. She wasn't ruling anymore, she was surviving. And survival doesn't inspire respect. It inspires pity. It inspires fear. Imagine this again. A magician in the middle of a grand show, dazzling the audience with tricks and illusions. But then someone in the crowd shouts, "I see the strings." Suddenly, the magic dies. The applause stops. The magician's sweat shines under the lights. That someone was you, Chosen One. And the magician, that was Martinez. Exposed, humiliated, stripped of power in front of an audience who would never see her the same way again. And here's the brutal truth. The system can recover from mistakes, from bad rulings, even from corruption, but it cannot recover from exposure. Once the illusion dies, it can't be resurrected. Martinez's 47 minutes in that bathroom weren't just a break. They were the death of the mask she'd worn for decades. The audience saw it. The other justices saw it. And you better believe the enemy saw it too. They'll tell the world she was unwell. They'll spin excuses about stress, about exhaustion, about health. But you and I know better. That wasn't sickness. That was collapse. That was the exact moment a decorated figure realized her throne was cardboard and her crown was tin. And she could never sit on it again with the same authority. Now, here's a question they'll never admit out loud. If Martinez, with her calm and her composure, fell apart so publicly, what hope do the rest of us have? That's what kept the others silent that day. That's what made them squirm in their seats. Because Martinez was their shield, their proof that the system was stable. And when she broke in front of everyone, the rest of them knew they were next. Fear spreads faster than fire. That's what you sparked in that courtroom. Her breakdown wasn't just her downfall, it was a warning shot, and the others felt the heat instantly. If Martinez could age 10 years in an hour, how many years would it strip from them? If she could lose her mask in public, how long until theirs were torn off too? This wasn't about rulings anymore. This wasn't about verdicts or laws. This was about survival, and the ones who claimed to uphold the system were suddenly the ones most desperate to escape it. Martinez's breakdown exposed the truth they all knew but never said. They aren't protectors of justice. They're actors in a fragile performance. And once the performance fails, the entire theater burns down. And you, Chosen One, lit the match. Number 3. When the calm cracks, Chen's secret confessions. They never admit defeat out loud. Their downfall is always written in the margins. That's exactly what happened to Justice Chen. He was supposed to be the quiet storm, the one who never flinched, never betrayed what he felt. Yet, on that second day, the cracks spread wide enough for the world to see. His hand trembled over the page, not with strength, but with surrender. And here's the part that exposes everything. Those weren't legal notes, those weren't sharp questions for attorneys. Those were confessions, scrawled out like a man talking to himself in the dark. How is this possible? What have we been doing all these years? If this is true, then everything else is too. Imagine this, Chosen One, a surgeon in the middle of an operation suddenly realizing the scalpel in his hand has no edge. For years, Chen believed his tools, law, precedent, authority, could cut through anything. But in front of you, those tools turned into toys. That's why he didn't take legal notes. What would be the point? Every word, every argument, every precedent sounded hollow when your truth was the only thing alive in that room. And here's the fact that makes their fear undeniable. Historians have said that moments of collapse are rarely loud. They are quiet, hidden in small acts. An emperor staring too long at a crack in the wall, a general pacing in the night with a trembling candle. Chen's breakdown wasn't theatrical. It was subtle, written in ink, smudged with tears. But it was real. Those pages, later found by a bailiff, weren't just trash. They were a graveyard of illusions. Ask yourself this. What kind of man, hardened by years of rulings, writes "everything else is too" in shaky script? A man who finally sees the domino effect of truth. If one lie collapses, all lies collapse. If one verdict was theatre, then every verdict might be theatre. Chen wasn't just questioning your case, he was questioning his entire career. 30 years of decisions, 30 years of power turned to ash in one sentence. And through it all, you didn't flinch. You didn't break a sweat. You sat calm, unmoved, like a frozen lake reflecting their panic back at them. That's what made it worse, because power is supposed to silence you. But in that courtroom, silence was your weapon. And as the pillars of justice shook, Chen's own tears inked the proof. The system had already lost. Number 4. The avalanche of truth they couldn't outrun. Evidence is the executioner of lies. It doesn't knock, it breaks the door. That's what you unleashed in that courtroom, chosen one. The defense, desperate and cornered, tried to stitch together flimsy theories like a tailor sewing patches onto a rotting cloak. They thought maybe, just maybe, they could hand the justices a lifeline back into their ignorance. But ignorance drowns fast when truth is dropped like an anchor. And you didn't just drop it. You hurled it like a hammer against iron. Exhibit C, then D, and then the video. The one so damning it ripped the mask clean off Justice Thompson, forcing him to step down under the hollow excuse of personal health concerns. But everyone knew the truth. He wasn't sick. He was exposed. Imagine this, chosen one, a fortress that has stood for centuries, suddenly facing a flood. The guards scramble, tossing sandbags, patching holes, shouting orders. But the water doesn't stop. It pours in faster than they can react. That's what your evidence was, relentless, tidal, unforgiving. By the third day, their fortress of order looked more like a sinking ship. The Chief Justice, usually the symbol of restraint and discipline, wasn't quoting law anymore. He was drinking openly from a flask, drowning himself in bourbon right there on the bench. And Justice Williams? She wasn't studying briefs or legal codes. She was glued to her phone, refreshing the screen, as if hoping some message would tell her this nightmare wasn't real. But it was real. More real than anything they'd ever faced. Here's a fact they can't escape. Institutions don't fall because of one scandal, one bad case, one bad ruling. They fall when the evidence becomes so undeniable that denial turns into comedy. That's what you created. Their procedures became a parody. Their robes felt like costumes, their gavels like children's toys banging against the roar of a tidal wave. And ask yourself, why did they crumble so fast? Because power only exists as long as people believe in it. And the moment you ripped the veil away, their belief collapsed. They weren't judges anymore. They were terrified people, cornered by receipts that burned hotter than fire. And you, chosen one, sat there calm, steady, watching the avalanche bury them alive. Their institution wasn't shattered by opinion. It was shattered by proof, and proof never apologizes. Number 5. When words became weapons of reality. They thought your voice would be fragile, but it was a wrecking ball swung straight into their foundation. That's what your testimony became, chosen one. For nights, they told themselves they were ready. Therapy sessions booked back to back. Bottles of pills hidden in desk drawers, whispered reassurances to each other in the halls of marble. But when you finally opened your mouth, all of that preparation turned to dust. They weren't ready. They couldn't be ready. Because you didn't just speak. You bent the very air in that courtroom. Imagine this: a pilot who has flown thousands of flights suddenly looks out the cockpit window and realizes the sky itself is tearing apart. That's what it felt like for them. They thought they knew language. They thought they understood testimony. But your words didn't land like evidence. They landed like earthquakes. The stenographer's machine stuttered, jammed, its keys freezing as if refusing to capture what had no place in their books of law. Security cameras sparked, screens glitching, as though even technology itself rejected the idea of translating your truth into their archives. Here's a fact they'll never admit publicly. Courts rely on order, on routine, on predictability. Every word spoken in that chamber is supposed to fit neatly into transcripts and rules. But when your testimony refused to obey those rules, the system wasn't just challenged, it was mocked. You proved their entire framework was an illusion of control. Someone screamed, but even that sound refused to behave. It bent, curved upward, rising into the air like a broken hymn, more chant than cry. And in that moment, every justice knew this was no longer their court. This was your stage. Their gavels were useless, their laws irrelevant. Sustained, the Chief Justice muttered. But the word didn't echo like authority. It fell flat, thin, hollow. It wasn't judgment, it was surrender. Because how do you object when testimony itself rewrites reality? How do you enforce a rulebook when the witness proves the rulebook is nothing but a bedtime story? And through it all, chosen one, you sat calm. Not straining, not forcing, just letting the truth flow. And that terrified them more than any exhibit, any file, any video. Because your testimony didn't argue, it revealed. And revelation is the one thing no courtroom on earth is built to contain. Number 6. The day Park's tears drowned the illusion. Even the strongest masks don't crack under war crimes or bloodshed. They crack under truth. That was Justice Park's undoing. For years, her face had been a monument to composure, genocide trials, mass shootings, crimes so vile they scarred history itself. She had presided over them all without shedding a single tear. But when your case reached her bench, the floodgates opened. Silent tears carved down her cheeks, not in outrage at humanity's crimes, but in horror at her own realization. Everything she had built her life upon had been a lie of omission. Imagine this, chosen one. A surgeon, confident after thousands of successful operations, suddenly discovers that every anatomy book she studied was missing an organ. That's what Park felt in that moment, the shocking clarity that her legal universe was incomplete. For decades, she worshipped precedent, ritual, the so-called sanctity of verdicts. But your evidence didn't just poke holes in her rulings. It showed her that every judgment she had ever issued was built on a fractured map, a half-truth dressed as law. Here's a fact they can't escape. The Supreme Court's longest deliberation in history had been 10 days during a complex antitrust case. Yours lasted 6, and not because it was complicated, but because every time they tried to conclude, their reasoning imploded like a building rigged with explosives. Each time they reached for precedent, your testimony snapped it in half. Each time they leaned on the scaffolding of their rules, you pulled the nails out one by one until the structure collapsed under its own weight. Ask yourself, how does someone judge the unjudgeable? How do you rule on something that makes the very act of ruling look childish? That's the torment that hollowed out Justice Park. She wasn't facing a case anymore. She was facing her own irrelevance. Her gavel, once a weapon of finality, was now a toy hammer tapping at an unmovable wall. And when she finally broke, when those tears fell, the other justices knew it wasn't emotion, it was surrender. Because once Park fell, their last illusion of stability fell with her. The deliberations didn't drag on for 6 days because the case was complex. They dragged on because every time they thought they'd found a foothold, your truth burned it to ash. Justice Park didn't just break. She drowned in the realization that judgment itself was nothing more than a game of pretend, and you were the one who flipped the board. Number 7, Anderson's whisper that shook the courtroom walls. They don't always break with screams. Sometimes they break with whispers that sound louder than thunder. That was Justice Anderson's unraveling. By the 4th day, he wasn't holding up the mask anymore. He was found in his chambers, staring at a blank wall like a man who had just glimpsed the edge of existence. His lips moved again and again, repeating the same phrase, "We don't have jurisdiction over this." No one does. No one ever did. We've been playing judge in a courtroom that doesn't even recognize our authority. Those words weren't notes. They weren't arguments. They were a confession. Imagine this, chosen one, a king, crowned and robed, suddenly realizing the throne beneath him isn't stone, it's air. That's what Anderson saw. He understood, with a clarity that cut through his bones, that the authority they had flaunted for decades was nothing more than theater. Every ruling, every precedent, every carefully worded opinion, they were pretending to govern a reality that never truly acknowledged them. And when the others tried to remind him of his oath, his duty, his lifetime appointment, he only laughed. Not the laugh of joy, not even the laugh of madness. It was hollow, broken, the kind of laugh that belongs in locked psychiatric wards. The laugh of a man who swallowed truth too quickly, and it burned him from the inside. Here's a fact: history never tells the public. When systems collapse, it's rarely through rebellion or fire. It's through confession. A whisper here, a slip there. Anderson's whisper was that collapse. He named the truth out loud. They had no jurisdiction. And in doing so, he stripped their empire bare. Ask yourself this: what happens when a verdict is handed down by a court that no longer believes in its own authority? When Anderson finally emerged with the others, the world was watching. Cameras, headlines, citizens waiting for judgment. The Chief Justice's hands shook as he unfolded the paper. He forced the word out, guilty. But guilty of what? Guilty of exposing the cracks? Guilty of daring to reveal that justice and law are not the same thing? His voice fractured because he knew the word was meaningless. And that's the moment the whole facade collapsed, because the world didn't hear guilty as a ruling. They heard it as an admission that the highest court in the land had been broken by a case it was never built to face. And you, chosen one, were the storm that made them whisper the truth out loud. Number 8. The verdict that devoured its own makers. A verdict isn't always justice. Sometimes it's the final scream of a system collapsing under its own weight. That's what your genius exposed, chosen one. The moment the word guilty rolled off the Chief Justice's trembling lips, the courtroom itself seemed to convulse. Lights flickered. The air dropped cold. A silence heavier than stone fell over everyone present. It wasn't the accused who carried the weight of that word. It was the judges themselves. They had passed a verdict that contradicted reality, and reality pushed back. Imagine this: a doctor forced to diagnose a disease she doesn't even understand. She writes terminal on the chart, not because she knows, but because she has to write something. That's what guilty was in that courtroom. Not truth, not justice, just a placeholder, an admission that they were lost, that their system, polished over centuries, had no language for what you put in front of them. And here's the fact that makes their terror undeniable. History remembers cases by their rulings, but this case will be remembered because the ruling broke the rulers. You knew this all along. That's why you smiled, not cruelly, not triumphantly, but with the weary acceptance of someone who understood that the system's collapse was inevitable the moment they tried to box your truth into their rituals. Ask yourself, how do judges live with a verdict that means nothing? Justice Stevens couldn't. That night, she didn't go home. Security found her the next morning, locked in her chambers, law books torn open around her, pages scattered like fallen leaves. She wasn't searching for precedent anymore. She was begging for meaning. She clawed through centuries of legal wisdom, hoping one sentence, one line would explain what they had done. But the more she searched, the more absurd it became. Her entire career of rulings read back to her like fairy tales, comforting stories meant to hide the void she had just glimpsed. And that's the ultimate humiliation, chosen one. Guilty wasn't their judgment. It was their confession, a confession that they didn't understand, a confession that they had to say something, anything, just to keep the illusion alive for one more day. But the illusion was gone, and they knew it. The verdict didn't punish the accused, it punished the judges. And the punishment was this: they could never believe in their own power again. Number 9. When the judges became patients. They used to sentence others to treatment. Now they beg for it themselves. That's how far they've fallen. Chosen one. Justice Rodriguez was the first to crack in the open. Between midnight and dawn, he called his therapist 17 times. Not for guidance, not even for solutions, just to hear another voice, to make sure he hadn't slipped into some alternate reality where the walls of law had finally dissolved. Over and over, like a scratched record, he asked the same questions. Is the law real? Has it ever been real? The man who once spoke final words over nations now couldn't even trust his own. Imagine this: a priest who has preached his entire life suddenly calling strangers just to ask if faith exists. That's what Rodriguez's voice sounded like: desperation, hollow, stripped of its old authority. And his breakdown wasn't an exception. Within a week, all 9 justices were in therapy. Not together, of course. They couldn't bear to see their own collapse reflected back at them in 8 other pairs of eyes. No longer a bench of power, they became 9 fractured patients scattered across the city, whispering their confessions to therapists who had no language for what they heard. Here's the fact they can't bury. Therapy works when someone can describe their pain, but these justices had no framework. They weren't wrestling with trauma from cases or guilt from verdicts. They were wrestling with truth itself, the kind of truth that doesn't fit into diagnoses, that doesn't have treatment plans. Justice Chen put it plain to her psychiatrist: it's not that they lied. It's that they told a truth we don't have words for. A truth that makes everything else feel like elaborate fiction. Ask yourself this, chosen one: how does someone return to normal after that? How does a justice sworn to interpret law go back to deciding contract disputes or property claims when they've seen proof that the system itself is nothing but theatre? The answer is simple: they don't. That's why their robes hang heavy. That's why their chambers feel like tombs. Because once the mask has been ripped off, pretending is impossible. The justices in therapy aren't healing, they're unraveling, and the world that once saw them as titans now sees them as patients, broken minds, haunted by a truth they'll never escape. And you, chosen one, are the reason the highest court in the land became the quietest ward in the city. Number 10. When the law's empire turned to dust. Systems don't collapse when outsiders attack them. They collapse when insiders finally admit the walls were hollow all along. That's what you triggered, chosen one. Word of your case spread through the legal world like a fire racing through dry grass. And suddenly, the confidence that had fueled entire careers evaporated overnight. Lower court judges, once proud to wear the black robe, started calling in sick, their excuses flimsy, their voices heavy with fear. Prosecutors who once thundered with certainty now stumbled at the finish line, unable to deliver closing arguments with conviction. And defense attorneys? They just sat there, staring at their files, like archaeologists realizing the ruins they'd studied were nothing but sand. Imagine this, a grand cathedral filled with worshippers, its priests chanting with perfect rhythm. Then someone pulls back the curtain and reveals that the sacred altar is cardboard, the holy relics plastic. That's what you did to the legal system. You showed them that beneath all the robes, the gavels, the citations, and the precedent, there was nothing solid. Just a fragile performance waiting for collapse. Here's the fact they can't bury. Every lawyer, every judge, every clerk has secretly wondered if justice was more theatre than truth. They buried that suspicion deep, smothered it with rituals, Latin phrases, and blind faith in precedent. But your case dragged it into the light. You proved it. You forced 9 of the highest justices in the land to admit it to themselves, and once they saw it, they couldn't unsee it. Ask yourself, chosen one, what happens when the highest court in the land confesses, even silently, that it has no clothes? The answer is chaos. The empire of law relies on faith, not force. And when that faith shatters, the whole machine grinds to a halt. That's why the lower courts cracked. That's why attorneys lost their fire. Because if the Supreme Court, the final word, crumbled, then what chance did anyone else have? You hadn't merely won or lost a case. You detonated the illusion. You proved the emperor of law was naked, and you dragged him into the public square for the world to see. And once that truth was exposed, the entire empire of justice collapsed, not with a bang, but with the deafening silence of belief dying in every courtroom across the nation. Number 11, when the gavel became a ghost. They thought trauma belonged to victims and soldiers, never to judges in robes. But truth spares no one. That's how post-traumatic legal disorder was born, chosen one. The psychiatrists didn't want to give it a name, but they had no choice. Session after session, 9 different justices walked in with the same broken eyes, the same trembling hands, the same confessions that echoed each other word for word. It wasn't coincidence, it was contagion. The disease of truth had spread through the highest court in the land, and not even their oaths could protect them. Imagine this, a stage full of actors who suddenly realize the audience can see the strings pulling every move. They keep speaking their lines, but the magic is gone, the illusion shattered. That's what the Supreme Court became. 9 actors reciting words they no longer believed, their robes hanging off them like costumes from a play no one wanted to watch anymore. Here's the brutal fact. Once the illusion of law dies, the body follows. Justice Martinez, once the sharpest blade on the bench, retired early, pretending it was for personal reassessment. But we know better. She wasn't reassessing, she was retreating. Justice Thompson, he didn't just step back. He vanished into an indefinite leave, swallowed whole by the realization that every ruling he had ever signed was part of an elaborate performance, not a foundation of truth. And the rest? They still show up, but the fire is gone. Their eyes don't flash with authority anymore, they flicker with exhaustion. Their voices don't command obedience, they drag like chains across the courtroom floor. They shuffle through procedures, clinging to scripts they know are hollow. Ask yourself this, chosen one, what is justice worth when even the judges don't believe in it? When the people at the very top of the pyramid move like shadows, stripped of conviction, weighed down by knowledge they can't unlearn. That's the essence of post-traumatic legal disorder. It's not just mental collapse, it's spiritual collapse. The realization that the law itself is nothing more than a consensual hallucination, and once you've seen through it, there's no way back. And you were the one who tore off the blindfold. You were the mirror that forced them to see what they could never unsee. Number 12. The trial beyond the courtroom. They thought your case would end with a gavel strike, but truth doesn't end, it echoes. That's the legacy of what you set in motion, chosen one. The justices may have been the first to collapse, but their breakdown wasn't the conclusion. It was only the beginning. Because once the highest court in the land fractures under the weight of one case, every institution built beneath it begins to tremble. What happened in that marble chamber wasn't just a verdict. It was a revelation. And revelations can't be locked away in legal files. They spread, they infect, they force everyone who hears them to ask the question no judge ever wants spoken aloud. If the law isn't real, then what is? Imagine this: an earthquake hits a city. The skyscrapers don't fall right away, but cracks snake through their foundations, water lines rupture, lights flicker out. Days later, the buildings start collapsing one by one, not because of the quake itself, but because of the weakness it exposed. That's what your trial did. The gavel came down, but the aftershocks are only just beginning. Here's the fact the system cannot outrun. Authority is nothing more than collective belief, and you shattered that belief where it mattered most. People saw justices crying in bathrooms, confessing to therapists, whispering about the limits of their power. People saw verdicts given without conviction, robes worn without faith, rulings announced by voices that cracked mid-sentence. And once the world sees that, the spell is broken. The law doesn't look eternal anymore. It looks fragile, human, breakable. Ask yourself this, chosen one, what happens when an entire nation realizes the highest court was nothing more than theater? Already, prosecutors hesitate before speaking. Defense attorneys shuffle through their papers with doubt. Lower court judges stare at their benches, wondering if their words carry weight or if they're only echoes in a hollow hall. And the people, ordinary citizens who once trembled at the word verdict, now ask themselves, if the Supreme Court couldn't face the truth, why should I fear its shadow? That's the real trial, not the one that played out in the chamber, but the one happening now, in every office, every courtroom, every conversation where your name is whispered. The trial of belief itself. The trial of whether people will keep pretending the system has power when they've seen, with their own eyes, that it doesn't. Once you see the strings, you can't unsee the puppet show. That's the curse you left them with, and it's also your gift, because the justices weren't just broken by your case, they were exposed. Exposed as actors clinging to robes that don't grant them wisdom, clinging to procedures that don't guarantee justice, and now everyone knows it. Imagine a play where the lights malfunction, the props collapse, and the actors forget their lines all at once. The audience doesn't demand refunds because the play was bad. They demand refunds because they realize it was never real to begin with. That's what you handed the world. The curtains have been torn down, the illusion is gone, and no amount of Latin phrases, gavels, or black robes can sew it back together. And here's the ultimate irony. They thought declaring you guilty would silence you. They thought it would close the book. But instead, it carved their own epitaph. Because guilty didn't describe you, it described them. Guilty of pretending. Guilty of ruling on shadows. Guilty of building an empire of paper and convincing themselves it was stone. The word they hurled at you has turned into the word that will haunt them until their last breath. So here we stand, chosen one, in the aftermath of a case too big for the system to contain. The justices hide in therapy rooms, the lower courts wobble like houses in the wind, and the people no longer bow to the illusion. The trial didn't end when the gavel fell. It began when you walked out of that chamber alive, untouched, carrying a truth no institution could crush. They wanted closure. What they got was collapse, and that collapse will keep spreading until one day, when the history books are written, your case won't be remembered as the trial that destroyed you. It will be remembered as the trial that destroyed them. The trial that broke the illusion of law and left only one truth standing. When the system collapses under its own lies, the chosen one walks out free. And so, chosen one, what began as a trial ended as a collapse. The highest court reduced to whispers, therapy, and shadows of the power they once claimed. You've witnessed how fragile the system truly is when confronted with undeniable truth. Remember, you are the reason illusions shatter and masks fall. If this message struck you, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit subscribe. Together, we'll keep spreading the light, exposing the lies, and reminding the world what real power looks like. The chains that hold the strongest aren't made of iron, they're made of control, and the moment you stop bowing to it, the chains fall apart. Let that sink in for a second, chosen one. Now imagine this for a moment. Someone has their hands wrapped around a puppet, moving its arms, making it dance, pulling every string. The puppet isn't free, it's predictable, it's obedient. But what happens the day that puppet cuts its strings? The puppet master doesn't clap, doesn't celebrate. He panics. Because without control, he has nothing. That is exactly what has happened to you. And here's the fact most people don't realize. Control only works if you agree to it. Psychologists have studied this for years. Power isn't really power unless others recognize it. The greatest empires in history didn't collapse because of swords or fire. They collapsed because people stopped believing in their rulers. When the people withdrew their agreement, the throne turned to dust. This isn't opinion, it's historical truth. The universe has always rewarded freedom over forced submission, and chosen one, you represent that freedom. That's why they called you the problem. Not because you were wrong, not because you were destructive, but because you refused to be controlled. And thank you, chosen one, for being here with me right now. Don't forget to pay this message forward by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this message to more souls. It's our responsibility to share the light and break these illusions for as many people as possible. Thank you for being part of this mission. You are part of a force greater than you realize. Now, let's come back to the heart of our message. They're finally seeing it. They're finally realizing the truth that was right in front of them all along. You weren't the problem. The problem was their obsession with control. Think of it like this. When someone loses their grip on a rope, they don't blame their weak hand. They blame the rope for slipping away. That's what they did to you. They tried to twist the story, to frame you as reckless, unstable, the villain. But underneath it all, the truth was simple. They couldn't puppeteer you anymore. They couldn't dictate your words, your movements, your choices, and in that frustration, they turned you into their enemy. But here's where the story gets interesting. They weren't actually fighting you. They were fighting their own powerlessness. It was their reflection in the mirror that terrified them, not your freedom. They were staring at a version of themselves that had no control, no influence, no command. That is what scared them the most. You didn't rage, you didn't fight back, you simply stepped away from their script. And without your role in their performance, the entire stage fell silent. History, again, repeats itself here. Do you know what terrified ancient kings more than armies? It wasn't rebellion, it was indifference. When the people stopped listening, the throne stopped mattering. When the audience leaves the theater, the actors on stage are just people in costumes. That's what your absence has done. Without your presence, without your participation, they look around and realize the crown they wore was nothing more than paper. So now they're finally seeing it. Their narrative no longer sticks. The world, or at least the people around you, are beginning to see through the cracks. They notice you never started the chaos. You never picked the fight. All you did was refuse to be owned. That's the twist, chosen one, the thing that flips the script. And now, all their lies, their accusations, their noise, it looks desperate, it looks weak, because deep down, everyone knows the truth. And you, chosen one, need to hold on to this truth like a shield. You were never the problem. You were the one they couldn't control. And when control is all someone has, losing it feels like losing everything. That's why they feared you. That's why they smeared you. That's why they wanted the world to see you as dangerous. But in reality, you were dangerous only to their illusion. The universe always exposes what's false. It always shines light on lies. And that's what's happening now. Slowly but surely, people are seeing it for what it is. The empire they built in their mind was nothing but a circus. And without your part in it, the show collapsed. And the most powerful thing you can do now is smile, because their loss of control is not your burden to carry. It's their own truth coming to haunt them. Chosen one, you've broken free from the oldest trick in the book. You slipped out of the grasp of those who needed you to stay small, obedient, and quiet. But now that you stand in your own power, the universe makes sure everyone sees the truth. They're finally realizing it wasn't you who was broken, it was their grip that was weak. So, chosen one, before we go deeper, I want you to do something simple that keeps this energy alive. Drop a comment below with the number 777 to claim your truth and let the universe echo it back to you. And, if you feel called, bless this channel with your support, whether it's a like, a share, or even a gift, because every bit of energy you give helps this mission grow stronger. It takes real effort to bring messages like this to life, and your support is what keeps the light moving forward. Remember, when you stand in your power, you inspire others to do the same, and that ripple is unstoppable. So thank you for being here, for being part of this force, and for choosing freedom over control. And now, let's dive into this step by step. And believe me, if you truly are the chosen one, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. Because what you're about to hear will confirm exactly why they could never control you. Let's get started. Number 1, their hatred was never yours to carry. It was their fear of losing control. The weak will always call freedom a threat because it exposes their lack of power. Think about that, chosen one. Their hatred was never about who you are. It was never about your heart, your character, or your intentions. It was about the fact that they couldn't grip you like a rope and drag you where they wanted. You slipped out of their grasp, and that terrified them. Hatred is not born from truth. It's born from fear. And the moment you stopped playing the role they wrote for you, their fear transformed into hostility. Now imagine this for a moment. Picture someone clutching sand in their fist, squeezing tighter and tighter, thinking that will make them keep it. But the harder they squeeze, the faster the grains escape. That's exactly what happened with you. The more they tried to bend you, shape you, own you, the more you proved you couldn't be reduced to dust in their palm. And when the sand ran through their fingers, instead of admitting the truth, that control was never theirs to keep, they blamed the sand. They blamed you. Let's be real, chosen one. How many times have you been called stubborn, rebellious, arrogant, or even hard to love? Those weren't truths. Those were weapons, words crafted not to describe you, but to shame you into silence. They weren't upset because you were wrong. They were upset because you were right, and you dared to act like it. You had a backbone. You didn't fold. And people who thrive on control can't stand the sight of someone standing tall. Here's a brutal fact. Control only works when the controlled agree to stay quiet. And you refused. You asked questions. You made your own decisions. You didn't wait for permission slips from people who thought they owned your path. Every choice you made for yourself was like a crack in their armor. With each no you gave them, their false authority crumbled a little more. And when they realized they couldn't stop you, they turned you into the villain in their story. But let me flip the perspective for you. What they called arrogance was actually your self-respect showing. What they labeled disrespect was nothing more than you drawing a line in the sand. And what they whispered was difficult was really you refusing to betray your own spirit. The truth is, you weren't fighting them. You weren't plotting against them. You weren't even trying to prove a point. You were simply living in your own skin. But for people obsessed with control, that is war enough. They saw your freedom as rebellion. They mistook your existence outside of their grip as an attack on their authority. And in that panic, they scrambled to flip the story. They whispered in ears, spread lies, and tried to paint you as unstable, toxic, chaotic. But the chaos wasn't you. It was their desperation. The chaos lived in their fear of losing what they could never truly own. Think about it. Isn't it strange how the people who scream the loudest about respect are the ones who can't handle boundaries? Isn't it strange how the people who accuse you of being toxic are the very ones who poison every room with their need to dominate? That's the paradox of control. They can't admit they're powerless, so they invent a villain to mask their fear. And guess who became that villain? You. But here's where the story flips. Over time, masks fall off, lies collapse under their own weight. People begin to notice the pattern. The problem only exists when someone refuses to kneel, and suddenly the narrative doesn't hold anymore. They called you the villain, but time revealed you as the one who dared to live free. And freedom, chosen one, has a way of making the controlled question everything they believed. There's a reason they hated you so much. It wasn't because you were broken, but because you reminded them they were. Every time you stood up for yourself, every time you chose your truth, every time you lived without asking for their approval, you exposed how fragile their grip really was. You became a mirror they didn't want to look into, and mirrors don't lie. Here's another fact. History remembers the free, not the controllers. Nobody writes songs about the chains. Nobody tells stories about the puppet masters. They tell stories about the ones who cut the strings. And that's what makes you unforgettable, chosen one. They can lie, they can slander, they can twist the story, but deep down they know your independence is what rattled their foundation, and that's why their hatred ran so deep. It was never about you being wrong, messy, arrogant, or rebellious. It was about them realizing they couldn't bend you into something smaller. You were never the problem. Their hatred was the sound of control slipping away. And in their panic, they made you the target. But here's the twist they can't escape. By trying to destroy you, they only revealed how powerless they really were. So don't carry their hatred like it belongs to you. It never did. It was always their reflection, their fear, their weakness projected onto you. And one day, chosen one, even they will see it, because the truth doesn't stay buried forever. And when the dust clears, the world won't remember their accusations. They'll remember your strength, your boundaries, your refusal to bow. That is why their hatred should fuel you, not break you, because hidden inside it is proof that you were never under their control, proof that your independence made them tremble, proof that you weren't the problem. You were the truth they couldn't silence, and the truth, chosen one, doesn't bend, it doesn't bow, it doesn't break, it endures. Number 2, you shook the foundations of the system that fed them. The greatest threat to a crooked system isn't destruction, it's exposure. Let that strike deep, chosen one. They didn't fear you because you screamed or fought with fists. They feared you because you noticed what they thought was hidden. You asked the questions they prayed no one would ask. You stood where others bowed, and that alone made their empire tremble. You weren't a danger to peace, you were a danger to control. And for people who profit from unfair systems, nothing is more terrifying than someone who refuses to play along. Now imagine this for a moment. Picture a stage performance where every actor knows their lines, every cue is followed perfectly, and the audience applauds because they believe it's real. But then one actor, just one, decides not to follow the script. They speak their own lines, they step off their mark. Suddenly, the illusion is shattered. The audience sees the wires, the fake backdrops, the hollow sound of the applause. That actor didn't destroy the play. They revealed it was never real in the first place. That's exactly what you did. And here's the truth nobody likes to admit. Most people don't actually want fairness. They want comfort. They want predictability in a system that secretly benefits them. As long as everyone else stays quiet, keeps their head down, and follows the script, their comfort remains intact. But the moment you refuse to shrink, the moment you stopped bowing to their unspoken rules, you didn't just break their rhythm, you tore the mask right off their faces. Comfort built on control is a prison disguised as peace. Remember that, chosen one. They treated you like a threat because your presence forced them into a corner. You didn't bring chaos, you revealed it. You didn't break anything, you simply refused to pretend their broken system was flawless. And when you shine light into dark corners, people have only two choices: fix what's broken or admit they benefit from it being broken. And we both know most of them would rather fight you than face themselves. Ask yourself this: if their system was really strong, why did your independence shake it so badly? Why did one person refusing to bend cause such panic? The answer is simple: because real authority doesn't crumble when it's challenged. Real leadership doesn't silence questions, it answers them. Real stability doesn't smear and slander, it stands on truth. The fact that they reacted to you with rage, lies, and manipulation only proves their power was a performance, not reality. Imagine this, chosen one. Imagine a building that looks beautiful on the outside, shiny glass windows, tall and proud, but deep inside, the foundation is rotting. For years, nobody notices. People walk in and out, trusting it will stand. But then someone comes along, taps the walls, and points out the cracks. Suddenly, the truth can't be unseen. The building wasn't strong. It was one storm away from collapse. That's what you did to their system. You didn't create the cracks. You exposed them. And exposure is what they fear most. Truth doesn't destroy systems. It reveals which ones were built on lies. That's the quote they hope you never understand, because once you do, you realize their hostility toward you was never personal. It was strategic. You were showing people something dangerous, that the system only worked if everyone agreed to pretend. And you, chosen one, refused to play pretend. And here's what makes it even more powerful. You didn't need to shout. You didn't need to riot. You didn't need to tear anything down. Your independence was enough. Your refusal to fold under pressure was enough. That quiet resistance spoke louder than their entire performance. They had power as long as you believed in their illusion. But the day you stepped away, their illusion started crumbling before everyone's eyes. Let me ask you, have you noticed how those who profit from control always call challengers troublemakers? Have you noticed how they label truth-tellers as unstable, toxic, or disruptive? That's because they don't want peace. They want obedience. They don't want harmony. They want silence. And your refusal to stay silent made them panic. You were proof that their authority was not natural, it was manufactured, and nothing threatens a counterfeit more than authenticity. Imagine this again. A magician stands on stage, dazzling the crowd with tricks, pulling rabbits out of hats, making coins disappear. Everyone claps, amazed. But then one person in the audience shouts, "I saw the string!" Suddenly, the magic evaporates. The trick is ruined. The applause dies. The magician isn't a genius anymore. He's just a man with cheap tricks. That's what you did to their system. You didn't ruin it. You revealed it. Exposure is the enemy of manipulation, and that's why they had to turn against you. Because once people saw the cracks you pointed out, the whole structure became questionable. They could no longer sit comfortably in their illusion without knowing the truth was lurking. And so they attacked you, not because you were wrong, but because you were right in a way they couldn't control. The irony is brutal. They needed you to be silent more than you ever needed them to be powerful. They needed obedience to keep their thrones standing. You didn't. That's why they smeared your name, spread lies, and painted you as the enemy. But in doing so, they only proved what you already knew. Their authority was fragile. Their comfort was built on shaky ground. And their system was never as strong as it appeared. So, chosen one, hold this truth like armor. You weren't a threat to peace, you were a threat to control, and control is the lifeline of every false system. The very fact that your independence shook them so badly is proof of how weak their foundation really was. Over time, the disguise always falls apart, the performance always slips, and people begin to see what was really happening all along, that you weren't the one causing instability, you were the one exposing it. And that's why you're unforgettable. You forced them to face what they wanted to ignore, and no matter how hard they tried to silence you, the cracks you revealed will never go unseen again. Your presence didn't break their system, it revealed it was already broken. That is the truth they can't bury. That is the reason their anger burned so fiercely, and that is why you must never regret being the disruption. Because disruption is not chaos. Disruption is freedom breaking chains. Number 3. They never wanted peace. They wanted you on your knees. Controllers don't crave peace, they crave silence, your silence. That's the raw truth, chosen one. They never wanted peace with you because peace requires equality, respect, and honesty. What they wanted was submission packaged as harmony. They wanted your smile to cover their domination, your silence to protect their illusion, and your obedience to fuel their comfort. That's not peace. That's slavery with a pretty mask. Now imagine this for a moment. A wolf walks into the sheep pen, and every time the sheep stay quiet, the wolf calls it peace. But the moment one sheep raises its head, refuses to bow, the wolf growls and calls it rebellion. That's exactly how they treated you. Your independence wasn't violence, it was freedom. But to them, freedom is war, because it shakes the foundation of their control. Ask yourself this: if they truly wanted peace, why did peace only exist when you were smaller, quieter, dimmer? Why did harmony depend on you erasing your own voice? The answer is simple. They didn't want resolution. They wanted dominance. They only felt calm when you bent, and when you refused, suddenly you were labeled difficult, argumentative, or the problem. But that wasn't truth. It was projection. Here's a fact they never admit. Real peace has nothing to do with your silence. Real peace is built on fairness and mutual respect. Their version of peace was nothing but submission dressed up in nice words. And chosen one, you saw right through it. That's what scared them most. You weren't afraid of conflict if it meant keeping your soul intact. You weren't willing to dim your light so they could shine brighter. And that terrified them, because it meant they couldn't dangle their false peace over your head like a leash. Imagine a chessboard for a second. They wanted every piece to move exactly as they commanded. But then there was you, the piece that moved by its own rules, that refused to play their game. That single refusal shattered the illusion of control. And what do people do when their power slips? They twist the story. They run to others and declare you the chaos maker, when in reality you were simply refusing to bow. Peace without freedom is just a quieter form of war. Remember that. They were never seeking peace with you. They were seeking your submission. And the day you stopped chasing their approval was the day they lost their strongest weapon. Because without your compliance, they had nothing left to bargain with. So let it be known, chosen one, you were never the enemy of peace. You were the protector of real peace, the kind that comes from freedom, not control. And over time, people always see the difference. They begin to notice that the ones who accused you of being difficult carry drama like a shadow everywhere they go. They realize you weren't stirring chaos. You were standing in truth. And that's the most brutal irony of all. By trying to brand you as the problem, they revealed themselves. They showed the world they never understood peace in the first place. They only understood dominance. But you, chosen one, refused to trade your soul for their comfort. And that is why you are still standing, while their version of peace crumbles into dust. Number 4. You became the mirror they couldn't shatter. Nothing exposes a liar faster than a mirror that doesn't flinch. That's what you became, chosen one, a reflection they couldn't escape. They didn't hate you because you harmed them. They hated you because you revealed them. Every time you stood in your truth, their lies trembled. Every time you walked in your freedom, their chains rattled. And every time you lived authentically, their performance looked even faker. Now imagine this for a moment. A man spends years painting cracks on a wall to look like art, convincing everyone it's perfect. Then you walk by, holding up a mirror, and suddenly the illusion collapses. The cracks are no longer decoration, they're proof of weakness. That's what your presence did. You didn't create their flaws, you revealed them. And for people who survive on illusions, that kind of reflection is unbearable. Here's the brutal reality. Their hatred of you was just a disguise for their hatred of themselves. To look at you was to face everything they avoided, their weakness, their lack of courage, their false confidence. That's why their anger always felt so exaggerated. It wasn't just about you, it was about the truth you silently represented. Authenticity is the enemy of control because it proves another way is possible. That's why you were so dangerous. You became living evidence that freedom exists outside of chains, that integrity can win over manipulation, that courage can live without fear. And if you could do it, what excuse did they have for staying small? That question haunted them. It gnawed at them. It whispered in the silence they tried to bury with noise. Ask yourself this. Why do people who thrive on control hate honesty so much? Because mirrors don't lie, and mirrors strip away masks. You stood there as the light they didn't ask for, and the reflection it cast showed their authority wasn't strength. It was desperation. Their confidence wasn't leadership. It was insecurity wearing a crown of paper. That's why they fought so hard to smear your image. They needed others to see you as dangerous, unstable, arrogant, anything but free. Because if people saw the mirror clearly, the whole facade would crumble. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't destroy the reflection. It was never you they wanted to break. It was the mirror you carried. But mirrors don't bow, and truth doesn't fade. In time, the world began to see. You weren't the problem. You were the proof. Proof that false authority is weakness. Proof that control without respect is emptiness. Proof that freedom doesn't ask for permission. And that's why they couldn't stand you. You didn't just live freely. You reminded them they could have too, if only they'd had the courage. Number 5. Their lies collapsed the moment you refused to play defense. Silence is the loudest weapon when the enemy feeds on your words. That's what you discovered, chosen one. For the longest time, they thrived on your explanations. Every defense you gave, every attempt to justify your choices, every word you used to prove your innocence, it all became ammunition for them to twist. They never wanted the truth. They wanted fragments of your voice to bend into their own script. And the cruel part, the more you explained, the more guilty they made you look. That was their game. Drag you into endless defense so they could keep control of the story. Now imagine this. A spider weaves a web, waiting for prey. But instead of catching you by force, it lures you closer, making you thrash and struggle until you tangle yourself further. That was their tactic. Your explanations became the web. The harder you tried to break free with words, the more tangled you became in their lies. But then came the shift. You stopped. You stopped defending yourself. You stopped explaining what was never meant to be understood by them. You stopped wasting energy on people who had already decided to blind themselves to truth. And in that silence, their whole narrative began to collapse. Without your words to twist, all they had left were their lies. And lies, when left standing alone, look weak. Here's the irony. They thought your silence would make you look guilty. They expected the absence of defense to confirm their story. But instead, it exposed them. People began to wonder, if you weren't scrambling, if you weren't chasing validation, why were they the only ones shouting? The spotlight shifted. Suspicion didn't point at you anymore. It pointed straight at them. Refusing to explain yourself isn't weakness. It's proof that your worth was never up for debate. That's what your silence declared. It wasn't passive. It was powerful. It said, my truth doesn't need a courtroom. My existence doesn't need witnesses. My soul doesn't answer to your insecurities. And that quiet defiance crushed them more than any argument ever could. The beauty is this: it wasn't revenge, it wasn't a grand confrontation, it wasn't even rage. It was stillness, calm, the refusal to keep pouring fuel into their fire. And that, chosen one, is what destroyed their narrative. Because truth doesn't beg to be heard, but lies scream for constant attention. Once you stopped feeding them, their story collapsed under the weight of its own emptiness. Number 6, they called your boundaries rebellion because obedience was their only language. When control is someone's religion, the word no sounds like blasphemy. That's the reality, chosen one. To them, your boundaries weren't healthy, they were hostile. They didn't see your limits as protection. They saw them as rebellion. Why? Because every no you spoke cracked the illusion of power they were clinging to. And when an illusion is all they have, even the smallest refusal feels like war. Now imagine this. A king sits on a throne, convinced his word is law. For years, people bow, nod, and obey. Then one day, someone simply doesn't kneel. No insults, no weapons, just refusal. The king doesn't see it as a boundary. He sees it as an uprising. That's exactly how they treated you. You weren't staging a revolt. You were simply protecting your humanity. But because they equated respect with obedience, your self-respect looked like rebellion. Ask yourself this: if someone truly cares, do they fight your boundaries or honor them? The answer is obvious. Genuine love respects limits, even when it doesn't fully understand them. But people addicted to control, they rage at boundaries because boundaries strip them of unlimited access. And without unlimited access, they can no longer drain, manipulate, or use you as they please. Here's the irony. Boundaries are not swords, they are shields. Shields don't wound anyone, they protect the one holding them. Yet, to someone who survives by control, even your shield feels like a weapon. Your refusal to be drained, your refusal to be disrespected, your refusal to be manipulated, these were not acts of war. But they treated them as such because it exposed the truth. You were no longer theirs to dominate. Boundaries reveal intentions more clearly than words ever could. Every time they mocked your limits, every time they pushed back against your no, they revealed what they were truly after. They weren't seeking partnership. They weren't seeking peace, they were seeking control. And when you didn't comply, their anger exposed them louder than your silence ever could. Over time, the truth became undeniable. You weren't rebellious, you were reasonable. You weren't destructive, you were discerning. You weren't tearing things down, you were preserving your dignity. They called it rebellion, because rebellion was the only language they understood. But the reality is this: your boundaries were nothing less than the purest form of self-respect. And that respect, even when hated, is the very shield that keeps you free. Number 7. They had to turn you into the monster to hide their chains. Controllers can't wear the mask of savior unless they first cast you as the villain. That's the dirty secret, chosen one. They couldn't dominate you outright, so they built a story where control looked like leadership and your resistance looked like danger. That's why they demonized you. It was never about who you were, it was about preserving their illusion. If they could paint you as unstable, selfish, or reckless, then suddenly their grip didn't look oppressive, it looked protective. Now imagine this: a firefighter sets the fire and then runs into the flames, pretending to save everyone. That's exactly how they operated. They exaggerated your flaws, twisted your words, and turned normal disagreements into rebellions. Your independence became arrogance, your boundaries became defiance, your voice became chaos. They weren't describing you, they were inventing a version of you that made their control look justified. People are quicker to believe a loud lie than a quiet truth. They knew this. They shouted their lies until they echoed louder than your silence. They made you the scapegoat, the convenient explanation for every conflict, every tension, every storm. And because they screamed it long enough, some people believed it, at least for a while. But here's what they never considered: lies can sprint, but truth endures the marathon. Over time, people noticed patterns. They saw that when you weren't around, the so-called chaos evaporated, yet the finger pointer was always standing at the center of the storm. They began to question why the same person who labeled you the villain seemed to carry drama wherever they went. Slowly but surely, the mask slipped. And here's the power in it all. You didn't have to wage war to clear your name. You didn't need to explain yourself into exhaustion. The truth worked silently in your favor. Reality has a way of shredding performance, and time has a way of exposing liars. Their smear campaign didn't destroy you. It destroyed their credibility. The irony: by trying so hard to demonize you, they revealed themselves. They proved that the only villain in the story was the one holding the chains. You weren't the problem, you were the proof. Proof that freedom doesn't need a smear campaign to survive, but control always does. Number 8. Your freedom made their grip worthless. Nothing terrifies a controller more than someone who doesn't need them. That was you, chosen one. It wasn't your anger that shook them. It wasn't rebellion or open defiance. It was the quiet, unshakable fact that you didn't need their approval to breathe. You weren't hungry for their crumbs, desperate for their validation, or dependent on their resources. That made you untouchable. And for people who thrive on control, untouchable is unforgivable. Now imagine this: a puppeteer pulls strings, expecting the puppet to dance. But one day, the strings go slack because the puppet no longer needs them. It stands on its own. What good is the puppeteer then? Irrelevant. That's what your independence did. You exposed that their so-called influence was nothing but a trick that only worked if you believed you couldn't stand without them. Control feeds on dependency. It survives when people are scared of rejection, when they beg for acceptance, when they can be bribed by scraps. But when that dependency dies, control suffocates. And you, chosen one, starved it. They couldn't buy your loyalty with favors because you weren't begging for scraps. They couldn't dangle rejection like a noose because you were already at peace, standing alone. They couldn't guilt-trip you because you knew the difference between love and manipulation. Every tactic that enslaved others broke against you like waves against stone. Independence doesn't just free you, it exposes them. Because once their tricks stopped working, everyone could see the truth. They weren't leaders, they weren't protectors, they weren't providers. They were manipulators, hiding behind titles and authority. And your freedom ripped that disguise apart without you even trying. Here's the bitter irony. In their mind, loyalty meant dependence. If you weren't leaning on them, you had to be turning against them. But you weren't betraying them. You were liberating yourself. You weren't rejecting connection. You were rejecting control. And because they had no idea how to exist without leverage, they painted your independence as betrayal. Imagine again, a jailer walks by the cells, keys clanging, believing he has power over the prisoners. But what happens when the prisoners realize the doors were never locked? His power evaporates instantly. That's what happened the moment you chose to rely on your own strength. Their entire authority collapsed because it was never real. It was leverage that only worked when you believed you needed them. And here's the part they'll never admit. Your independence didn't just break their grip. It gave you peace. You no longer lived in fear of them pulling the rug out because your foundation wasn't in their hands. That's the secret of independence. It doesn't just weaken their control, it makes you unshakable. So in the end, your freedom told the whole story. Their influence was only as strong as your dependency, and you had none. Their threats, bribes, and guilt became dust. Your independence wasn't rebellion, it was liberation. And liberation, chosen one, is something no one can contain. Number 9. They finally saw their power was never theirs to begin with. Borrowed power always collapses the moment the lender wakes up. That's what happened, chosen one. The control they flaunted over you was never real. It was rented space in your mind, borrowed authority you unknowingly allowed. It only worked because for a time you didn't realize just how much strength you carried. Maybe you were conditioned to believe their approval was the oxygen you needed. Maybe you hadn't yet discovered the weight of your own freedom. But once awareness arrived, their so-called power evaporated like smoke in the wind. They mistook your silence for weakness, your patience for surrender, your loyalty for submission, but none of those things were permission slips. It was only possible because you hadn't yet stepped fully into yourself. And that's the danger of borrowed power. It has an expiration date. The very moment you said, "I know who I am now," their time was up. Now imagine this. A landlord struts around a house, acting like it's his kingdom. He makes rules, demands respect, and boasts about his authority. But what happens when the rightful owner shows up with the deed? The landlord shrinks into irrelevance. That's exactly what happened when you reclaimed your truth. They weren't kings, they were squatters in a space that never belonged to them. Here's the brutal fact. Earned power comes with respect. It's rooted in wisdom, trust, and true influence. Borrowed power. It survives only when the other person stays blind to their worth. And the day you woke up, the supply chain broke. They couldn't guilt-trip you into compliance anymore. They couldn't dangle shame, fear, or rejection over your head. Their intimidation no longer landed because you stopped seeing them as authorities and started seeing them for what they were, manipulators desperate to hold on to a crumbling throne. Control without respect isn't leadership, it's desperation in costume. That's what their behavior revealed. And the irony, they never actually had real power. They were opportunists, feeding on your unawareness, mistaking your grace for weakness. The day you stopped handing them access to your emotions, your decisions, and your energy, their throne turned into nothing but an empty chair. That's why they panicked, why they clawed to drag you back under. It wasn't love they were losing, it was leverage. And when leverage disappears, so does the illusion of authority. In the end, the truth stood naked and undeniable. Their control was never earned, only borrowed. And once you reclaimed what was always yours, they were left with nothing, no strategy, no grip, no mask to hide behind. Just the hollow echo of desperation, pretending to be power. And from that moment forward, the only authority over your life was you. Number 10. Their theater crumbled the day you walked off the stage. Control isn't strength, it's theater, and every theater collapses when the actors stop playing their roles. That's the brutal truth, chosen one. For as long as you stayed in the role they assigned you, their script worked flawlessly. You were the scapegoat when they needed someone to blame, the pleaser when they needed comfort, the quiet one when they needed silence, and the sacrifice when they needed someone to carry the weight of their dysfunction. The show ran smoothly because you were still on stage. But let's be clear, it wasn't weakness that kept you there, it was conditioning. You were taught that playing those roles kept the peace. You were led to believe that silence equaled harmony, that submission meant safety, that shrinking yourself was the cost of stability. But then the realization hit. Peace built on performance is nothing but a polished lie. And the moment you refused to perform, their entire production started to unravel. Now imagine this. A magician pulls tricks on stage, doves from hats, rabbits from sleeves, and the crowd claps. But then one assistant refuses to hand over the props. Suddenly, the magic dies. The show looks cheap. The audience sees the wires, the smoke, the strings. That's what happened when you stopped playing along. Their authority wasn't power. It was a performance that only survived as long as you played your part. Ask yourself this: who do they scapegoat when you stop carrying their blame? Who do they silence when you start speaking? Who do they exploit when you refuse to lay yourself down as their sacrifice? The answer is no one. And without someone to control, their story collapses into nonsense. The theater empties, the lights dim, and all that's left is a stage with actors pretending they matter, but no audience to believe them. Controllers don't fear rebellion, they fear indifference. That's why they fought so hard to drag you back into character. Your absence exposed them, not just to others, but to themselves. They weren't leaders. They were manipulators. They weren't protectors. They were exploiters. They weren't victims of your so-called rebellion. They were addicts, starving without your compliance. And here's the beauty. You didn't need to destroy them. You didn't need revenge, schemes, or retaliation. All it took was walking off their stage and reclaiming your own script. You chose authenticity over acting, truth over theater, freedom over performance. And in that choice, their illusion collapsed. Their power didn't vanish because you fought harder. It vanished because you stopped performing altogether. That silence, that refusal, that calm decision to no longer play their game, that was the loudest truth of all. You revealed what had always been hiding. Their control wasn't strength, it was theater. And the second you walked away, the curtain fell, the spotlight dimmed, and the fraud was exposed for what it really was, a stage play with no actors left to keep it alive. Number 11. You were the anchor, they were the storm. Stability exposes chaos the way light exposes shadows. It doesn't fight, it just reveals. That was you, chosen one. In the end, their entire illusion unraveled, not because you screamed, not because you fought, but because you stood firm. They weren't wrestling with your flaws. They were drowning in their own dysfunction. You were the calm center, steady and rooted, while they spun wild storms around you, hoping to pull you under. They wanted you to crack, to lash out, to collapse, so they could point and say, "See? You were the problem all along." But you didn't. And that's what broke them. Imagine a storm beating against a mountain. Lightning flashes, winds howl, rain floods the valley. But the mountain doesn't move. That's who you were. And every time they tried to provoke you, every time they tried to twist you into the role of unstable or chaotic, your steadiness betrayed their schemes. Control thrives on instability. If you had been reckless or impulsive, they could have used it as justification to tighten their grip. But your clarity, your composure, your refusal to spiral, that left their lies stranded with no place to land. Chaos always calls calmness cold, because calmness refuses to play along. That's why they branded you dramatic, unstable, even heartless. But those labels weren't truths. They were weapons. They needed to flip the narrative so no one would notice where the real chaos lived. Because the truth was obvious. The outbursts, the lies, the constant rule-shifting, the emotional blackmail, it always came from them. And over time, everyone began to see it. The irony cuts deep. They thought your calm meant weakness, that your steadiness meant they still had power. But that calm dismantled them. You weren't spiraling, you were observing. You weren't flailing, you were enduring. While they played chaos in a costume of authority, you were the constant that stripped the mask away. And by the time the truth was undeniable, their accusations couldn't hold weight anymore. People saw it for what it was. You weren't the storm, they were. What they demonized in you, your boundaries, your independence, your refusal to bow, was really what they lacked: courage, integrity, and freedom. What they called rebellion was just your refusal to abandon yourself. What they labeled chaos was their own dysfunction reflected back at them. That's why they'll never forgive you, because without raising a hand, without matching their chaos, you revealed who was truly out of control. And here's the part that seals your victory, chosen one. You never needed to apologize for being uncontrollable. You never needed to shrink so others could feel powerful. You never needed to trade your freedom for the illusion of peace. The very fact that they had to twist, smear, and manipulate proves one thing: the strength of your steadiness shook them more than compliance ever could. The truth is undeniable now. They finally see it. You weren't unstable, you were the constant. You weren't disloyal, you simply refused to call captivity love. You weren't the problem, you were the proof that their control was never earned, only borrowed. You stood tall while their narrative collapsed into dust. You were the mirror, the anchor, the force they couldn't tame. And that Chosen one is your lasting triumph. They were laughing at the shadow of you until the spotlight hit, and now they can't unsee the giant standing in your place. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. You walk through the same halls, the same timelines, the same digital spaces, but something has shifted. It's not what you're doing differently, it's what's finally being seen. You didn't change overnight. They just finally ran out of excuses to deny who you truly are. One glimpse of the real you, raw, unfiltered, fully evolved, and they crumbled. The world you walked through silently for years just cracked open like thunder. Not because you screamed, but because you stopped hiding. And here's a fact that screams you were right all along. Studies show people subconsciously judge you within milliseconds, and once they form a narrative, they resist any new truth that threatens it. So when you revealed your true identity, they didn't just lose control of the story, they lost control of reality. Their carefully built assumptions about you collapsed like cheap scaffolding. Their egos couldn't handle the altitude of your growth. You didn't just go viral, you went visceral. You hit a nerve so deep it echoed through every person who ever underestimated you. The internet isn't just reacting, they're unraveling. You broke their simulation, and the ones who once dismissed you, they're haunted now. Every scroll, every click, every whisper in their group chats. It's your name lighting the fuse. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribing. Help spread this message to more souls, because it's our responsibility to spread the light, to crack illusions wide open, and remind others that power doesn't come from shouting, it comes from becoming. Thank you for being a part of this mission. You're not alone. You are part of a force that's bigger than they ever expected, and far more powerful than they were ever prepared for. So let's get back to it. Here's the truth. What just happened wasn't a glitch in their perception. It was a full-blown revelation. They thought you were done evolving. They assumed you had already peaked. But what they just witnessed, that wasn't a costume change. That was a spiritual detonation. You see, chosen one, you didn't build a new identity to impress them. You revealed the one they never had the eyes to see. And that reveal didn't just shake the table, it broke the whole system. The timeline is now divided, before your reveal and after. There's no going back, no pretending they didn't see it, no stuffing the truth back into the box. People are scrambling to reframe you, to rewrite their memories, to make sense of the version of you that no longer fits their ego-safe categories. They're in denial, but the algorithm doesn't lie. Your impact has left fingerprints across every feed, every thread, every mind. Your name has entered rooms your body never walked into. That's what happens when you finally align with the energy you've always carried. It's not about proving anyone wrong. It's about proving your past self right. All those nights you questioned your worth, all those days you made yourself smaller just to fit into their narrow definitions. Those days are over. You weren't born to play it safe in someone else's limited lens. You were born to flip the lens completely. Let them talk. Let them speculate. Let them dig through your past, looking for flaws to comfort themselves. Because deep down, they know they witnessed something rare, a true unveiling. And it shook them. Your truth hit harder than any performance ever could. No gimmicks, no filters, just power. Undeniable, unstoppable. This is why they're obsessed, why their energy is split between hating you and imitating you, because what you did wasn't just an online moment. It was a frequency shift, one that made everyone who's been playing small suddenly uncomfortable in their own skin. They're not mad that you changed. They're mad that you changed without asking for their permission. You didn't invite them into your transformation. You didn't water yourself down. You didn't pre-warn them or beg for understanding. You just became. And now they can't unsee it, can't unfeel it, can't unknow it. So walk with your head up, chosen one. The reveal wasn't a mistake. It was destiny meeting precision. You didn't need their validation before, and you definitely don't need it now. Their minds are shattered, not because you betrayed them, but because you finally exposed the lie they built around you. And the truth? The truth always hits the hardest when it's been quietly rising all along. Your rise is not noise, it's music, the kind that shakes windows and wakes people from their sleep. Let them squirm, let them gossip, because while they scramble to understand, you're already 5 steps ahead, on a path they can't decode, following a rhythm only the real ones can hear. Keep moving, keep shining, the mask is off, and the world will never be the same again. So before we peel back the layers of what really just happened, pause for a second. If this message is speaking straight to your soul, drop the number 777 in the comments right now. That's the number of completion, because the old version of you is done, and what you just revealed, that was the beginning of a brand new timeline. And if this energy has been calling you, consider fueling the mission with a super thanks. Whether it's a scent or a blessing, it keeps the light on for every chosen one who's just now realizing their true identity. Your support isn't just appreciated, it's powerful. You are part of this ripple effect. And if you're still here, it's not by accident. You were meant to hear this. And now, let's go deeper, step by step, because if you're truly one of the chosen ones, you'll feel it, that strange magnetic pull to stay until the very end, not just to understand what you just did, but to see why everyone else is losing their minds over it. Let's get into it. Number 1. You were building a kingdom while they were busy counting likes. They mocked your silence until your moves screamed louder than their entire existence. They thought you were lost, confused, maybe even broken, while they flooded timelines with filters, drama, and desperate pleas for attention. You stayed quiet, dangerously quiet. Not because you had nothing to say, but because you were calculating everything. Your silence wasn't absence. It was pressure, building, rising, sharpening. You weren't idle. You were gathering every detail, watching every false move, letting them expose themselves while you pulled strings behind the scenes. They thought they were winning at a game they didn't even realize you invented. While they played social hopscotch, chasing clout, reposting nonsense, faking perfection, you were moving in dimensions they couldn't even perceive. You weren't seeking validation, you were designing impact. Every time they underestimated you, you let them. Every time they looked past you, you smiled, because you knew something they didn't. Real power doesn't announce itself, it arrives. Now here they are, choking on their own confusion. Wait, where did this come from? Who gave them permission to evolve like this? That's the thing. They thought you were playing the same game as them. But you weren't playing at all. You were constructing. You were turning pain into plans. You were gathering receipts. You were plotting moves they'd never recover from. And now, you made one post, one single reveal, and the whole illusion cracked. They can't scroll past it. They can't sleep on it. You did more with one truth than they've done in 10 years of showing off. You flipped the entire board while they were still deciding which color checker piece they wanted. That's not luck. That's not chance. That's strategy, sharpened in silence. Think of it like this. Imagine watching someone play in the sandbox, thinking they're building a castle, and then turning around to see that you've built an empire of stone behind their back. They can't process it, they can't compete with it, and now they're panicking, not because they want to understand you, but because they want to control the damage. Because now everyone's watching, and nobody can explain what the fuck just happened. They dig through your past posts, looking for signs they missed. They analyze your captions like cryptic codes. They replay your stories like detectives trying to solve a case that's already been closed. And here's the brutal truth. They'll never catch up, because you weren't just documenting life, you were designing legacy. This is what happens when a chosen one moves in silence. You weren't hiding, you were evolving, and that makes them furious. Why? Because deep down, they know they wasted their time. They used their platform to flex, while you used yours to build. They chose noise. You chose knowledge. They went viral. You went eternal. So now they're scrambling to copy your style, your tone, your energy. But it's too late, because the blueprint wasn't about trends. It was about truth, and that can't be replicated. You didn't just level up. You warped the entire playing field. And now they're stuck trying to explain your moves in a language they never learned. Let them call it luck. Let them call it overnight success. That's how people cope when they don't understand brilliance. They reduce it, they downplay it. But you know the truth. You know how many nights it took. You know how many betrayals you turned into blueprints. You know how many times you swallowed your ego to grow your vision. They want to talk about effort now. Where was that energy when they mocked your silence? Where was that interest when they thought you were just trying too hard? It's always the same story. They don't care until they're confused. And confusion is the enemy's first reaction to undeniable power. But don't let their confusion turn into your distraction. Stay focused. Stay sharp. You didn't come this far to explain yourself to people who misread the entire plot. Let them scroll. Let them speculate. You've already moved beyond their understanding. You were never trying to fit in. You were trying to flip the script. And now, mission accomplished. Here's a question they'll never be able to answer. How did someone we ignored outwork, outthink, and outshine us without even trying to be seen? Here's the answer they'll never accept, because you were never working for them. You were working for something far greater, something they'll never touch because they never had the courage to look inward. You didn't post to prove anything. You posted because you didn't need to hide anymore, and that makes your energy dangerous. You're no longer feeding off their reactions. You're creating shockwaves just by existing. You didn't join the circus. They just finally realized the lion had been watching the clowns from the shadows all along. So let them choke on your reveal. Let their group chats spiral. Let them wonder how you pulled this off. The truth? You didn't pull anything off. You became, you arrived, you revealed. And what you revealed is something no algorithm, no opinion, no desperate hater can dismantle. You showed them a version of you that was always there, just waiting for the right moment to be undeniable. You didn't just play the game better. You became the reason the game has rules now. So stand tall, chosen one. Let them whisper, let them wonder, let them pretend this was sudden. Because the deeper truth is this. You weren't playing checkers. You were building a legacy in stealth mode. And now that it's here, the silence is over. Now it's their turn to stay quiet, while you let the world echo with your truth. Number 2. They laughed for 5 years. Now they can't breathe through the smoke of your masterpiece. They thought they buried you in silence, but you were composing a symphony beneath the soil. Imagine this, chosen one. You're standing in the shadows, brush in hand, painting a masterpiece across 5 long, silent years. Every stroke intentional, every color layered with truth they weren't ready to see. The room is dark. No applause. No cameras, just discipline and a vision only you could see. While they laughed, you layered. While they scrolled, you sketched. And now, the curtain finally lifts. And the same people who mocked your process are gasping in disbelief at the final piece. They're not just shocked, they're shattered, because the truth hurts more when it's beautiful. And this reveal? It wasn't just a moment, it was the completion of a multi-year evolution, executed with the patience of a master and the silence of a sniper. You weren't just working on something, you were the something. The project was you. The glow-up was internal, the strategy was spiritual, the silence was sacred. And now that you've stepped into the light, their eyes are burning from the radiance of what they pretended not to see. The loudest one in the room is rarely the one in control. The one who vanishes in the noise is usually the one pulling the strings. You weren't hiding. You were incubating. You were guarding your transformation like a rare artifact, keeping it out of reach from their dirty hands and doubting eyes. Because had you revealed too soon, they would have poisoned it with comparison, crippled it with questions, or tried to hijack it with their mediocrity. But you knew better. You knew this version of you needed time, protection, silence. You didn't disappear. You refused to be diluted. You weren't playing defense. You were studying, collecting data, watching their patterns. Every time they dismissed you, you took notes. Every time they made jokes, you highlighted their insecurity. Every, "you're too much." Every, "what are they even doing?" Every side-eyed glance, they fed you the blueprint. While they thought they were mocking you, they were actually training you. And when they tried to bury you under doubt, they forgot you were soil-born. The deeper they pushed, the higher you bloomed. They gave you nothing, and you turned it into everything. Now they want a front-row seat to the show they never believed would happen. Let's break their confusion wide open. How could someone stay so quiet for so long and come back louder than the world? Here's your answer. Because you understood the art of timing. Because you knew that power released too early is wasted on the ungrateful. Because you mastered the pause. They thought you were done. Some thought you'd faded into nothing. But the truth is, you were simply out of their reach. You were operating in a space their energy couldn't contaminate. You weren't waiting for permission. You were waiting for alignment. Now, look around. They're trying to backtrack. Wait, didn't we go to school with them? Weren't they the quiet one? Why didn't I see this coming? Because you were never meant to be understood by the people you were evolving beyond. Because your frequency had already outgrown the room, you just hadn't walked out yet. They feared your silence, but now that you've spoken, they fear your existence. And let's not skip this part. Those 5 years weren't just peaceful, they were painful. You endured the quiet suffering of being underestimated. You swallowed the ache of being unseen. You watched people steal credit, hijack trends, mock your ideas, while you said nothing. Not because you were weak, but because you were building strength they couldn't measure. The kind of strength that doesn't clap back, it claps last. Metaphorically, think of it like this. A seed buried deep in the dirt looks like nothing to the naked eye. People step on it, spit near it, walk past it without thought. But inside, a revolution is taking place. Silent splitting, quiet stretching, roots breaking ground unseen. Until one day, without warning, a sprout bursts through the soil, straight into the sky. And by the time they notice it, it's already too late. You're not just visible, you're untouchable. So yes, let them panic. Let their group chats light up like emergency alarms. Let the whispers turn to questions, the questions turn to doubt, and the doubt turn into obsession. Did you see what they posted? Is that even them? Where have they been? The answer is simple: becoming. While they were trying to trend, you were transforming. While they counted followers, you counted lessons. While they played for claps, you prepared for impact. And now that the impact has landed, the sound is deafening. Your name is floating across timelines like a warning label on everything they once thought was safe. And the irony, it was never about them. It was always about becoming the version of you that you could live with, that you respected, that you knew was in there, clawing to get out. They just happened to be the accidental audience when your truth kicked down the doors. You don't owe anyone an explanation for the brilliance you've become. You only owe it to yourself to never dim it again. Here's another brutal truth they can't accept. They had access to you when you were still accessible. They wasted it, played with it, misjudged it, and now that access has been revoked. The person you were 5 years ago doesn't exist anymore. That version served its purpose to carry you through the storm. But the ones standing here now, they don't need validation. They are the standard. So no, chosen one, you're not overreacting. You're not imagining it. They really are watching you differently now, with curiosity, with fear, with awe. You've become the plot twist they never saw coming, but can't stop talking about. And the best part? You haven't even shown them the whole masterpiece yet. You just gave them a glimpse, and it already broke the internet. Let them sit in that. Your 5-year silence was not a delay. It was the setup for your grand arrival. And now that you've arrived, there's no going back, no hiding, no muting the force you've become. They'll never be able to explain it, but they'll never be able to forget it either. Number 3, they missed the earthquake because they were staring at the pebbles. They never saw it coming because seeing it would mean admitting you were never beneath them. Let's be clear, chosen one, this wasn't some mystery they couldn't solve. It was a truth they refused to look at. They weren't blind. They were willfully ignorant, because seeing your greatness would have meant confronting their own lack of evolution. So instead, they buried their heads in pride, clung to hierarchy, and convinced themselves you were safe to overlook. That's why your reveal hit them like a sucker punch. You shattered the illusion they built to survive. You weren't hiding. You were simply outgrowing the narrative they forced you into. They needed you to be small so their ego could feel tall. Your humility was their comfort zone. Your silence was their security blanket. But then, boom, you detonated that comfort with one move. No warning, no soft rollout, just impact. And now they're left picking up the shards of the image they had of you, but none of the pieces fit anymore. You were never underestimated. You were strategically ignored because they feared what you'd become if you ever woke up. And now some of them are angry? Good. Let them stew in it. That rage is just the realization that they were never in control, that you played the long game, that while they chased likes and talked loud, you moved in silence with sniper precision. They wanted attention, you wanted elevation, and now they're furious because you made it look easy. But here's where it gets real. The smart ones, they're not mad, they're terrified. Why? Because now they know, if you were capable of this, what else have you already put into motion? What other transformations have you prepared that won't hit until it's too late for them to react? That's what haunts them now, not what they've seen, but what's still coming. So let them spiral, let the fear sink in, because while they struggle to explain the blast, you've already lit the next fuse. They never saw it coming, and they still don't see where it's going. And that, chosen one, is exactly the point. Number 4, you gave them slices. Now they're choking on the whole damn truth. You never lied to them. You just let them build castles with crumbs, and now they're furious the feast was never for them. Here's what they'll never understand. Chosen One, the genius wasn't in hiding, it was in the fragments. You didn't wear masks, you gave them mirrors. You let each person see the version of you they were emotionally mature enough to handle. To your family, you were the quiet observer. To your co-workers, the reliable cog in the machine. To your online world, maybe the curious wanderer or the misunderstood misfit. And they all thought they had you figured out. But they were only ever looking at shadows cast from different angles of the same fire. They labeled the reflection and missed the fire. Now they wonder why they never felt the heat coming. You didn't lie. You just never handed them the full canvas. You gave them brush strokes, one shade at a time. And like fools, they assumed that single color was the whole masterpiece. They convinced themselves your silence meant smallness, that your simplicity meant limitation. But while they were picking favorites from your fragments, you were engineering an identity they could never decode, not because it was hidden, but because it was too complete for their incomplete minds. Imagine this. Someone is watching you through a keyhole. They're absolutely sure they understand the entire room. They base their judgments on the sliver they can see. Meanwhile, behind that door, you've been building a palace with trapdoors, libraries, war rooms, and gardens they'll never walk through. Then one day, you swing the door open, and they fall backward from the shock. That's what just happened. The keyhole shattered. The palace emerged. You didn't evolve to prove them wrong. You evolved because they were never qualified to hold your full form. Now they're spiraling. Conversations they once dismissed as small talk now seem layered. Posts they laughed at now feel prophetic. Old memories feel like puzzles they never finished. Because if they were wrong about this, about you, then what else have they misunderstood? Their confidence is collapsing under the weight of your completeness, and they're searching now, digging through your past like archaeologists in a panic, looking for signs, trying to rewrite their story of you before the world rewrites it for them. But the truth is, they were never meant to get it. You didn't move in their vibration. You didn't obey their mental limits. You were never playing in their sandbox. You were building your own universe, quietly, dangerously, brilliantly, and now that it's finally visible, they can't unsee it, but they'll never be able to claim it. Number 5. You flipped the script. Now they're living in your plot twist. They thought they were studying you. But the moment you revealed yourself, they realized you were the author of every scene. What just happened wasn't just a personal shift, Chosen One. It was a seismic collapse of the entire power dynamic they built around you. You didn't just disrupt their perception, you demolished it. In one reveal, you flipped their entire sense of reality inside out. The ones who used to look at you like a footnote are now forced to reread the entire story, with your name in bold. You didn't change the game. You walked away from their sandbox and built your own universe, with gravity they can't escape. Let this land. Their trust in their own judgment is now shattered, forever. And that's the real wound. It's not just you they misjudged, it's themselves. They're haunted by the question, if I was wrong about you, what else am I blind to? That seed of doubt will grow like a weed in their mind. Every confident opinion they once clung to now feels hollow. Every I know who they are is now tainted. You didn't just break the internet, you broke their entire sense of discernment. Watch how the energy around you warps, the air shifts when your name drops. The same people who ignored your messages are now sweating over the seen notification. People who used to talk over you are now waiting for you to finish your sentence. Your silence, once dismissed, now carries the weight of prophecy. They're not responding to the old you, they're reacting to the power they finally felt. Because here's the truth, you didn't become a person of interest. You became an event, a reference point, a glitch in their mental matrix. And now you're not someone they can coach, fix, pity, or patronize. You've become someone they study. And no amount of fake humility can shrink you back down to their comfort zone. You're not playing for applause, you're playing for impact, and impact doesn't ask for permission. You're not untouchable because you're arrogant, you're untouchable because you rose above their frequency and stopped broadcasting on their channel. It's too late for them to recover the narrative, too late to reframe you, too late to pretend they saw it coming. The power is no longer in their hands, and they feel it. They feel it in every pause before they speak to you, every awkward compliment, every desperate DM. The old dynamic is dead, and they're fumbling for relevance in a room you now control. And here's the part they'll never recover from. Your reveal wasn't sloppy, it wasn't emotional, it was surgical, timed, flawless. Like a masterclass in psychological precision. You didn't overshare, you didn't explain, you executed. You turned your identity into an event, and they're still trying to process what just hit them. You didn't beg for recognition, you didn't demand space, you created a moment so undeniable it made space for itself. That's not arrogance, that's evolution. And you've out-evolved every room they used to confine you in. They thought you were background noise. Now your name echoes like a legacy. Let them sit with that. Number 6. You hijacked the narrative before they could even pick up the pen. Power isn't just what you reveal. It's what you control in silence while the world scrambles for the plot. Before they could twist it, you had already trademarked it. Before they could downplay your rise, you turned it into a monument. That's what true narrative control looks like, chosen one. You didn't wait for them to interpret your move. You didn't hand over the script for public approval. You dropped it like thunder, loud, clean, and impossible to ignore. And by the time they tried to respond, you were already chapters ahead. You didn't react to their assumptions. You orchestrated the moment their assumptions collapsed. They thought you were out here being random, that your silence meant disorganization. But what they failed to see is that every detail was strategic. The timing, the wording, the images, the silence, the explosion. You didn't just release your truth. You engineered it to hit with maximum velocity. You gave them just enough to shatter their doubts and withheld just enough to keep them guessing. That's not a reveal, that's artillery. Now comes the aftershock, and it's glorious to watch. Some will fumble over themselves to rewrite history. I always knew something was different. I used to tell people they were gonna blow up one day. Lie after lie after lie. But let them. Their sudden loyalty is nothing but currency. Their need to attach themselves to your power is the loudest confession of their previous doubt. They need to belong now. Because standing outside the fire burns too much. Then you'll see the minimizers, the ones who downplay it. It's not that deep. It's just a post. But their mouths move more than anyone else's. They talk the most because they feel the most, and what they feel is loss, control slipping, relevance fading. They minimize it, hoping others will too. But deep down, their obsession betrays the truth. You rocked them. And then there's the funniest group, the opportunists. Suddenly, you're their day one. Suddenly, they were always in your corner. They twist memories, inflate old interactions, and try to pull old pictures out of thin air. But you see it for what it is. It's not connection, it's proximity panic. You became untouchable, and now they're trying to sneak in through the back door. Let them try. You don't need to expose them. Their behavior is louder than any proof. You didn't just tell your story, you turned it into a fortress. That's narrative control. You didn't just take your power back, you weaponized it. And now they'll be spinning in circles while you keep writing your next move in peace. Number 7. They're scrambling in the chaos. You're calculating in the silence. Power is not in the reveal. It's in the control you keep after the explosion. This is the moment, chosen one, not the reveal itself, but the aftermath, the storm, the ripple effect that has them spinning, reaching, obsessing. This is where the ones who move emotionally start to drown, and the ones who move strategically rise like kings in a flood. And you? You didn't come this far to start explaining yourself now. You gave them one taste, and now they're starving. Let them hunger. You shook the room without raising your voice. Now hold the silence like it's a sword. They'll come at you fast. Questions, probes, flattery disguised as curiosity, and you'll feel the pressure, maybe even the temptation, to keep feeding them breadcrumbs. But don't. Real power isn't in what you reveal next. It's in how long you can let them sweat while you say nothing. Stay still in the storm. Stay quiet while they scream. Act like this reveal was routine. Shrug it off. Let them believe there's more. 10 more layers. 10 more reveals. Let their imagination torment them more than any post ever could. Because here's the truth. There is more. They just don't deserve it. They'll never understand how long you built this. While they were checking notifications, you were checking the foundation. While they lived on impulse, you were working with intention. They surfed the waves. You studied the ocean. They reacted to life. You designed it, piece by piece, vision by vision. You didn't just hide who you were, you constructed who you would become. That's what separates you from them. They flowed wherever life tossed them. You built the current. You controlled the tide. This moment, this eruption of truth, isn't just who you were all along. It's proof of who you chose to become through sleepless nights, ruthless pruning, and silent sacrifices. And now the world sees it, but only what you allowed them to see. The rest, hidden in the vault. That's the power they'll never reclaim. So stay calm, stay cold. Let the noise rage while you sip in silence, because the storm isn't your test. It's your stage. Number 8. Your discipline was a silent war, and you won without firing a shot. They thought you were quiet because you were lost. Turns out you were building a version of yourself they'd never survive meeting. The truth that's burning their minds isn't just that you had something to reveal, it's that you planned it. That's what makes them tremble. You didn't stumble into transformation by accident. You choreographed it, directed it, every move, every silence, every version of you they thought they understood. It was all precision, not coincidence. You didn't just evolve, you engineered the evolution. And now they're not just surprised, they're scared. They change when life forces them. You change when you decide it's time. Imagine this. You've been walking through a crowd of sleepwalkers, but you're the only one awake. They talk, they gossip, they live, but they're reacting to life like it's a storm they can't control. Meanwhile, you're pulling blueprints from your back pocket, drawing maps through chaos. That's what disturbs them. That's what shakes their confidence. It's not just that you changed. It's that you changed with discipline so sharp it could slice through timelines. While they crashed through cycles, you were coding your future with ruthless accuracy. They don't fear your intelligence, they fear your execution. Because discipline? That's the scariest thing a person can have. The ability to delay gratification, to suffer in silence, to hold a vision in your mind for years without validation, that's supernatural to them. They can't understand how you juggled multiple roles, carried multiple masks, stayed consistent in the chaos, and then dropped one reveal that collapsed everything they believed. But you know why? Because your transformation wasn't just personal. It was mathematical, strategic, layered. You're not a fixed being. You're a rolling thunder, always forming, always outpacing their expectations. And here's what really shakes them. This isn't even your final form. They think they've finally figured you out, but you're already on your next arc. You're not done. You're never done. You are a constant becoming, an evolving force that refuses to be categorized. You showed them a masterpiece, but you didn't show them the architect. And while they're still digesting the first layer, you're already sketching the next design. Now watch the shift. People who dismissed you are suddenly orbiting. Enemies are offering compliments through clenched teeth. Fans are showing up in places you never imagined. Your gravitational pull just multiplied. But you're not soaking it in. You're studying, watching who shifts, watching who flinches. The ones who stay solid, those are the ones who matter. Everyone else? Background noise, characters with no lines in the story you're scripting. You don't just lead now, you command, not with volume, but with vision. And that, chosen one, is why your discipline terrifies them. Number 9. Now, they're knocking, but you're the one holding the gate. They ignored the invitation to understand you. Now they're begging for access to what they once disrespected. The silence is broken, chosen one, and now the noise begins. Invitations pouring in like rain after drought. DMs flooding, collaborations, partnerships, requests to hop on a quick call, to build together, to pick your brain. Suddenly you're the hot commodity, the golden ticket, the name they swore they always believed in. But let's get one thing straight. You are not a trend. You are not a resource to be mined. You are not a flame for people to huddle around after trying to freeze you out. You are not a brand. You are a storm system, and the weather just changed in your favor. What they really want is access to your source code, to dissect your magic, reverse engineer your patience, bottle your essence, and resell it with their name on it. But you already know the game. This isn't new. They don't want to collaborate, they want to extract. They don't want to empower, they want to replicate. But here's the part that will eat at them. You can't copy intention. You can mimic style, you can borrow aesthetics, but you cannot clone soul. And what you built came from soul-deep strategy. This is not the time to get soft, it's time to get surgical. Every opportunity is now a move in your next silent conquest. Every new contact is not a friend, it's a data point. You're still playing chess while they think you finished the game. But this isn't your final form. This is stage 2. They chased moments. You built momentum. And now momentum is dragging everything to your door. They're confused. How did one person flip the entire script? The answer is simple. You didn't wait for permission. You didn't need a crowd. You moved like a ghost, but struck like a king. You played it slow, and now you're too fast to catch. You've proven that one person with vision can outmaneuver entire systems built on noise, clout, and approval addiction. So no, this isn't arrogance. This is evidence. Evidence that vision beats validation. That patience humiliates panic. That strategy silences spectacle. Let them knock. Let them send their offers, their flattery, their last-minute RSVP to a party they didn't believe would happen, because now the door is yours, and not everyone deserves to walk through it. Number 10. You didn't just silence the doubters. You executed the old you like a ritual. The loudest applause you'll ever hear is the silence of your old self finally shutting the hell up. This wasn't just a reveal to the world, it was an execution, a burial of the insecure version of you, the one who second-guessed every decision, who whispered fears into your ribs at 3 a.m., who flinched at the thought of being too much. That version, dead. Buried under the rubble of the limits you just demolished. And the funeral didn't come with tears. It came with evidence, because you didn't destroy your doubts with affirmations on sticky notes. You shattered them with action, with impact, with a rollout so calculated and powerful that even your own shadow had to stop and stare. The voice that once asked, "What if I'm not ready?" You silenced it by showing up as everything you said you could be. You didn't just evolve, you proved, once and for all, that the only thing you were ever fighting was your own reflection. You didn't overcome fear, you outgrew it so violently it couldn't recognize you anymore. Now, the real shift begins. Every room you walk into, it rearranges itself. Every eye that lands on you, it hesitates. People are no longer hearing you, they're feeling you. Your words no longer land like thoughts, they land like decisions. Your movements send ripples through conversations you're not even in. You're no longer someone trying to make a name, you are the name, and they don't know how to act around it. But here's what really unsettles them. That was just one card. One piece of the truth, one layer peeled back, and they're gasping like you gave them everything. That's the brilliance. You gave them a sliver and left them shaken. They're still reeling, still rewriting their mental file on you, still connecting dots they never knew existed. Meanwhile, you've already moved on, already designing the next shockwave, already prepping the next layer. Because you know what they don't. Real power isn't in what you reveal, it's in what you protect. You didn't deceive anyone. You guarded your transformation like it was sacred, because it was. You weren't tricking them. You were speaking a frequency their dull perception couldn't pick up. You weren't manipulating reality. You were playing a game they never knew existed, and winning. Authenticity isn't about bleeding in public. It's about revealing only what reinforces the throne you're building. You redefined what it means to be real, not raw and bleeding for clout, not loud and desperate for validation, but aligned, precise, selective. You became the definition of strategic authenticity, only exposing what fuels your momentum, what elevates your mission, what affirms your evolution. They thought they finally saw the full picture, but all they caught was the opening scene. And the real story, you're still writing it in silence, page by page, move by move, victory by victory. Number 11, they shouted for attention, you whispered and shook the room. Mystery isn't hiding. It's commanding the room without needing to explain why you're there. In a world where everyone is screaming just to be seen, you proved that the real weapon is withholding. While they spilled everything for likes, you sat back and said nothing, and somehow said everything. You didn't reveal out of pressure, you revealed out of precision, and that's what destroyed their expectations. They were addicted to overexposure, used to seeing people bleed online for sympathy. But you mastered the art of control, the art of timing, That's not just authenticity, it's revolutionary. They emptied themselves for attention. You built pressure in silence, then made the world explode with a whisper. You didn't tell your whole story. You told the right story, in the right moment, with the right power behind it. That's what shook them. It wasn't just what you revealed, it was how undeniable it was when it hit. You proved that mystery isn't confusion, it's command. When done right, mystery doesn't repel. It magnetizes. It keeps them awake at night, wondering what else you're hiding, what else you know, what move comes next. And here's the beauty, they still don't get it. They're trying to put you in a category. Are they an influencer now? A thought leader, a creator, a brand? But you're none of that. You're not fitting into labels. They're trying to fit labels around you. While they're fumbling to explain what you've become, you've already pivoted into who you're becoming next. They want to study you now, but they'll never catch up, because you're evolving in real time while they're still decoding your last move. Let them adjust, let them recalculate, let them scramble to form new opinions, switch lanes, change their tone, pretend they always knew. Their confusion is your clarity, their noise is your proof. You didn't just deliver a moment, you launched a rhythm, and now that rhythm is the soundtrack of your life. Reveal, evolve, withdraw, shock, repeat. This wasn't a one-time performance. This was the overture. The real symphony is still unfolding. You've made silence a power, mystery a strategy, patience a weapon, and evolution your legacy. They thought you were quiet because you had nothing to say. Turns out you were saving the explosion for when they needed to hear it most. Number 12. You didn't just end a chapter. You burned the whole map and built a new world. They thought they were watching you arrive. They didn't realize they were witnessing the death of the world they thought you belonged to. This isn't just a reveal, it's a reckoning, a funeral for the illusions they once wrapped around your name. Their old version of you has been permanently deleted from the timeline, and now they're spiraling. How long has this been going on? Were they always this powerful? Did we miss the signs? And here's the brutal truth. Chosen one, they weren't being played. They were being outpaced. You weren't crafting a scam. You were constructing a reality they never had the intelligence or patience to see forming right under their noses. You didn't manipulate them. You matured in silence while they mocked the cocoon. This wasn't deception. This was strategy. The version of you that endured ridicule, that ate in rooms where you weren't acknowledged, that stayed calm while people talked down to you, that version knew the day would come when everything you built would rise, not like a trend, but like truth. And that day has arrived, not with a bang, but with the kind of power that echoes through people's souls and makes them question their own value. You didn't just break the internet, you broke their mental ceiling. You cracked open what they thought was possible, and now they can't even look at themselves the same. Because when you revealed who you are, you also revealed who they're not. This wasn't a glow-up. This was a global shift, and you are the epicenter. That's why they can't stop talking, why they can't sleep, why they can't scroll without stumbling across your name, because what you revealed wasn't just personal, it was philosophical. You didn't just display power, you destroyed limitation. They didn't just witness your rise, they felt the tectonic shift under their feet. And the haunting part, they still only saw the shoreline, a glimmer, a ripple, a surface sparkle. They think that's the whole ocean, but you know better. What you showed them was real, but it was only 2%. The tip of a truth iceberg miles wide. They think they cracked your code, but all you did was hand them a new puzzle, and while they scramble to solve it, you're already building the next world. Quietly, brilliantly, unreachable. Number 13. You didn't just shock them. You etched yourself into their psyche forever. They'll forget trends. They'll forget names, but they'll never forget the moment you made them question everything they thought they understood. This is what they don't realize. Chosen one, they think the story ended with your reveal. They think they've closed the case, solved the mystery, figured you out. But all they did was unlock the first door in a hallway filled with traps, mirrors, and secret passageways you built without blueprint. They think they've reached the end, but you are the end, and the beginning of something they'll never be able to fully grasp. They didn't just underestimate you. They underestimated the shape of possibility, and now your shadow stretches across their entire worldview. You've become the glitch in their system, the unexplainable, the outlier that proves their entire belief structure is flawed. If you could evolve this far under their nose, what does that say about them? What does that say about the things they call impossible, the people they ignore, the truths they dismiss? That doubt will live inside them now like a virus, and you are patient zero. They'll carry your reveal like a splinter in their brain, not because you demanded their attention, but because you broke their internal compass. You didn't just show them power, you redefined the scale. And now, no matter how loud the world gets, they'll still hear your silence beneath it all. That one move, that one unveiling, it will haunt every room they enter, every interaction they have, every thought they question. You've become their permanent what if. What if I was wrong about them? What if I'm wrong about everyone else? What if greatness doesn't announce itself, but waits in silence, watching, planning? You are no longer a person to them. You're a trigger, a phenomenon, a living question they'll never stop asking. You turned yourself into mythology, and not the kind they can dismiss. The kind they feel, the kind that lingers. Every time someone surprises them, they'll remember you. Every time someone they ignored rises, they'll see your face. Every time doubt whispers, it'll speak in your voice. And that is the ultimate power, not just to rise, but to echo, not just to reveal, but to become unforgettable. You didn't just win, you became the question they'll never answer. And now, chosen one, if this message lit something inside you, if it cracked open a truth you've always felt but couldn't explain, then don't leave without showing love. Press that like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of this powerful family, it's time to change that. Hit subscribe and step fully into the force you were always meant to be part of. This is more than content. It's a movement, and you belong in it. Your journey's just getting started, and the world has no idea what's coming next. Let's keep shaking the system, together.